What is up, everybody? What's up? Another Tuesday night. Feels like Daisy's going to go by faster and faster. I was watching Holiday Mouse's stream earlier tonight, and I thought it was Sunday at first. You get a nice comic call and stuff. And then the other thing was crazy was Captain Strangelove had a comic call too. A little video he uploaded. I think it was like early this morning or last night.
I didn't get a notification for that.
Yeah, I posted in Sports Bottle today, our Twitter group. And so I was like, oh my gosh. So he got some stuff in from, I guess, one of their buddies was.
Yeah. Jamie did a video. I was watching part of that.
So
a bunch of Strange Life, Micah, Jamie, and Ken all ordered stuff from this guy who was moving to Thailand.
Really?
So he was selling off his collection.
I didn't hear that he was going to Thailand, but he was selling a collection. But they all lived in the Arizona, kind of area over there. So being or that area. So one guy took one guy's collection, drove it over to his shop because the guy owns a comic book store or whatever, and do it there. And then just it was just crazy. It was like how many people are just working together.
Kevin. It's Kevin from Gotham City Comics in Mesa.
Yeah.
And Ken has him on all the time. And so he'll show everything that he gets in. And he was the guy that this 50-year-old man came in and wanted to sell his collection. And he thought that Kevin was going to be interested in his 90s X-Men stuff.
Yeah.
And he goes, I got this stuff from my mom too. It's probably nothing you'd be interested in. Turned out to be 3 boxes of Dell Disney comics and four color comics, and it was like a treasure trove.
Yeah.
And that was when Ken did the 11-hour live stream showing them all off.
So like I said, I was watching this and it was strange life. Ken, his name is his real name. You're saying? His wife just fallen and broke her leg and stuff, so she was healing up. So he's been doing stuff around the house. He's been busy. So he's as I'm doing this film on my phone, the kitchen. I don't know if he's even gonna film it. He turns the phone camera over to the left of him, and I'm like, he's got this huge, more than I can show on the camera here, but a box, and just I'm like, wow, that. And we all both know that our Captain Strangelove, even he's in his mid to late 70s,
73,
or almost mid. But I mean, it's such a huge box. I'm thinking it's huge. It's something you have your wheel would be live if your car would be in the box like this, and he's pulling up. He's got this serving tray and all that stuff, and all the boxes. It's a really good video. It's 45 minutes. Here, let me see if I can get the actual video for you guys, so you guys can watch it later on. But it was just kind of cool. I was watching it early this morning, and let's see history. Here's the video, and sub up the captain. He's got over 4,000 views. I was just gonna say sub to him, but I'm like, no, his fans should sub to us. Hold on. This is a guy we're talking about. Okay, so you guys in the audience. And hello to I'm One of Us, and hello to Brian Sam. That is Captain Strangelove, the guy we're talking about. He just did a huge comic follow video. And then our other friend, here is it. Holler Mouse. See if you guys can give him a look. He just did a haul video. He had some really cool stuff. He was comparing some stuff, new stuff he's got of some of the older stuff, collections. His he was talking about the Dark Crystal. He has original comic books, and then he just got the trade. And he said the art inside, he's one of the art inside the trade. He's like, it's crap. It looks like they changed the whole entire style of the art and everything. He's like, I kind of got scammed. I was like, it's kind of horrible, but yeah, check out those 2 videos after we're done here. They're friends of our channel. Holler Mouse. Just ask him when he's going to show the Booster Gold collection. He's It's an inside joke. He's not really big a Booster Gold thing. I told him, it's like, dude, it's like you gotta start showing us off some Booster Golds. You can't just be like, oh, I love this, but I don't like Booster Gold. But anyway, yeah. Zach was gonna join us tonight. I guess in his defense, he said maybe or sure, whatever. But tonight we're talking about the new books coming out tonight, and or not tomorrow. Tomorrow, well, fingers crossed. You know, we don't know if they're going to come out tomorrow or not. With everything being shipped through other suppliers now instead of through Diamond, my one shop dropped Diamond, and they're getting Lunar stuff. So last Wednesday, they had no books come in whatsoever at that shop. I was forced to go at the other shop. I could have waited a day, but I don't like having to because we read our comic books like on Wednesday and then Thursday. Day or Thursday. That's how I read my books to review them on Thursday night. But yeah. So hopefully our books do come in this week. Because I like that discount I have my main shop, but here's the thing about this: I only have like 6 books to pull this week, so I'm happy. Means I can go buy some in-stock trades. But let me share my screen here so we get this going. And you're welcome. I'm one of us. Yep. I normally don't pimp other people's channels, but these are some really cool guys, and get some cool videos. All right. So this week, and if you're new to this, what we do here is we go over our pull list and we select our 5 what we think are going to be our favorite of the week. Now it's kind of the order because it's now I think Braden, you only have 5 on your pull list this week, and you're barely 5.
6, but
you have 6, yeah. Same here. So my order could change depending on what I think is going to be the best issue. But we're counting down from our 5 down to our 1, which were the books we're looking. At least I am. I don't know how Bree does it, but the way I do it is 5 is like, okay, I'm excited for that, but number 1 is my most excited book I'm looking forward to reading this week. So, and me being the younger guy and Breen's more of the seasoned vet, our opinions on books do change, and sorry as I differ.
Not nearly as much as they used to.
No, I know you've been brainwashing me. Got Stockholm syndrome. I like everything you like, Breen. All right. All right. I'll let you go first for your number 5. I guarantee our 5s will be different.
I said I've only got 6 books on my poll. I didn't put Vatican City in the top 5.
Vatican City. Sorry. Inside joke.
Although I expect it will place in the top 5 by Thursday because it's Mark Miller, and I said he's been pretty consistent, but I don't know anything. Yeah, I just know there's one city of people left in the world, and everybody else is a vampire, and they're all trying to break into this city. So,
quick trigger me.
So my number 5 is Green Lantern Corps number 3.
Wow, the one that's not on my pull list tonight. Oh, there it is. That got beat up by Transformers all the way up here. Wow. Probably because Megatron's back. That's why that surged in popularity. But yeah, Green Lantern Corps. I believe this is the final issue of these characters, and then it becomes like a Guy Gardner in the rest of the saga. Which I may end up dropping the book because I like Guy Gardner, but I don't like how he's being written in this book. But all right. This is Green Lantern Corps number 3. Or if the book goes bad, it'll be Green Lantern Corpse.
Yeah.
Sad boys of the galaxy, gather around. It sounds so horrible, really. The Sour Lantern and his fractal soldiers are on the march. And Razorback, or Razor Fist, and Kilowog will need to use all their willpower to escape alive. Meanwhile, the fate of the Thanagar is revealed after being cracked in 2 during the Civil War storyline. But what the mystery lies at the center? Will it sell the book? All this plus John and Hawkwoman fight for their lives aboard Atrocitus ship. It's a Red Lantern pirate adventure across the galaxy. I mean, yeah.
Now, whenever I hear Hawkwoman, I think of Higgy's wife.
I gotta watch that video.
You watch any of them, he says that.
All right, so cast of characters. Razor is a lantern, who I guess is a new one. I've never seen before, obviously. We have returning is Bleeze, Atros, Dexter, the cute little cat, and then it says Shira Hall, a Hawkwoman. Look at these horrible covers. Variants. Really? Who's getting this crap? Who is getting this cover?
The same silly billies that DC makes stuff like Fire and Ice for.
This is a Nathan Zerdy cover. Really weird. Going from his Zatanna, whatever that was last time you saw, when you liked. And then here's Dave Wilkins. Said John Cena or Lex Luthor. Looks more like Lex Luthor with a freaking dead raccoon on his head. Probably the best variant cover so far I've seen. This is the Lucas Meyer cover. This no.
Yeah, I just have no interest in preteen Lantern.
So you mean he wasn't? Wait, Kyle didn't act that way in the 90s?
That's not the preteen Lantern.
Oh, wow.
Tell about the little kid that hacked into the power battery.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, sometimes people think of Kyle the way he's written, somebody's written as he's written like a teenager, like he's Anyway, yeah. Give me more Shira Hall Hawkwoman. And is he wearing a little vest? Dex, I'm sorry. This is just dumb. So this is the Red Lanterns without their Red Lantern powers, apparently.
Okay.
I guess that's what we're getting here. That's what it looks like. But I also want to know, what is inside that giant golden egg? If it's a Cadbury Bunny, I'm losing it. All right. That is your number 5. We'll go to my number 4.
You didn't do your 5.
I know. You want me to know what my 5 is? It's a book that you're never going to find. It's way at the bottom, probably. And it's drawn by Matthew Wilden, I think his name is. Yeah. Let's scroll down. Oh, down to the bottom. It is Final Fight. The final issue. Matthew Wilden has been doing the art on this. If you're a fan of the Final Fight video game series, it's pretty much that. Hagar, Cody, and Guy make their last stand against the assembled mobs of Mad Gear. Will Metro City be saved from all gang rule? Find out in the final issue of Final Fight. No. Matthew Weldon 1-5 variant. I mean, that's kind of cool. Yeah, the army's in the street. They are 1,089 strong. They are then thrive in the back alleys and control the cops. They run Metro City. Tonight, they're all out to get like Hagar. Warriors, come out and play. Sorry. That reminds you a little bit. And then there's Joe NG variant. Continue. With a hit by a subway train. And then there's a Hadoken. uppercut. Sorry. All right. So I don't know. I'm looking for it. It's been fun. Oh, there he's speaking of Holler Mouse. I knew if we talk about him, he'd show up. He wants to see your cat, Reen. I told him you have a cat now.
Yeah, it's she's just sitting over there sleeping like she always does. But she kept her streak going. Threw up big time in the kitchen.
Yeah, at least it's on a tile, right?
Yeah, well, I guess that's I guess all things being equal.
It's not. Yeah, the worst is when you have a long carpet or shaggy carpet and it gets crusty.
But it was about 2 feet from a piece of poo that she only missed the litter box by the entire kitchen.
Oh, the joys I had with some Jackson. Jackson just shows up, man. Was that an old man magazine I saw? The one I was
I think it's new.
maybe. Let me scroll down. Might be new. Yeah, it's new. The DC Comics has been putting them out. Yeah. Sir Jojo's Spy by Spy plus newer content will switch your chuckle against you. So, an all new fold in by Johnny Sampson. It'll make your eyes buzz. Don't get caught with your pants down. Stop begging out. Your TV. Yeah, $6 for 56 pages. I don't know if it's any good anymore. They don't tell you what's been in there, But cool. Something to check out, man. If you're a Mad magazine collector. But you've missed the other 42 there before this. But alrighty then. What is your number 4, sir?
Absolute Batman.
Aha. Yeah, I was looking at this cover. I was like, I'm not really a fan of his style, but I love the design on the snow and everything. The logo. It's just every time I see him, it's just like Kelly Jones. Freaking long ears and the small, tiny baby head.
To go with his tiny baby hands.
I just noticed his gloves too. He got them from Home Depot.
Tiny baby gloves.
They're from the gardening section. Alrighty, look at this. It's about to get ice cold in Gotham City. As revealed, the connections between a young and an upcoming scientist named Victor Freeze and his history with the Arc-M experiment, a bombastic two-parter with a guest artist, the one and only star Marcos Martin, starts here. Ooh, that might be bad if you don't like guest artists.
Yeah, Marcos Martin, not a fan. Except he did that Brubaker book that we reviewed that's like aimed younger.
Oh,
yeah, that was good, but
not Friday, right?
Yeah, Friday.
Oh no! Look at this cover though. This is cool. This is Miko Soyan. That's the very cover, which actually looks a lot better because he actually looks in the proportion size. And then there's Bill Sienkiewicz. Literally, I go to that movie Free Fall, where the two girls are stuck on top of the tower, little radio tower. Absolute Batman. This is Amy Reeder, 1 of 25. With a young, feminine Bruce Wayne, who I thought was a girl at first. Then there's a Charlie Adlard, Virgin variant. If you guys don't know Charlie Adlard, go check out The Walking Dead. He was on there for a while. I think he got, they eventually got replaced. But, yeah. I don't know, man. So, like, the cover one still has the cool, like, snow thing. And I like that. Like, when you have Dr. or Mr. Freeze, I want to, like, to have, like, I always love when they have, like, snow globe or snow or something on the cover. It just looks so great. I just wish I didn't have the small head and the huge Hulk body to go with it. But that's my nitpick for me. What do you guys see in the chat? Finally, Kelly Joel's rules. Yeah, Jay, get some glasses. All right. Oh, and about the cat, my training of it seems to be working just fine. Wow.
You trained her to not ever move. Tried to get her to come over here so I could show Tim, but she didn't have it.
Yeah, lumpy. Bill Sikovit. Written by Jeff Loeb, art by Ed McGuinness, covers by Kelly Jones, Dream Team Red Green.
Yeah.
I would prefer Ed Benes over Ed McGuinness. Ed McGuinness, he did that.
Oh God, Ed McGuinness is. I think Ed McGuinness is really overrated.
Yeah.
Everybody looks like
action figures.
If Lego people came to life, those are Ed Benes drawings.
Yes. She mastered Play Dead right away.
you mean she governored Play Dead right away?
Alrighty. Going on to my number 4 for this week. My number 4 for this week, a book I'm looking forward to as well, is Transformers number 19. What happened to Megatron? The story that every fan has demanded begins right here. It says.
Oh, by the way, Jay, that would be YOU''RE. If you're going to insult me, at least be grammatically correct.
Is that from a movie? Or at least correct some of his grammatical. But I'm not digging this cover. This is a really weird cover. This is Daniel Warren Johnson too. But I mean, like that arm on the left of Megatron just looks so weird. It's the angles is weird.
How does Lego make me a boomer? The Lego movies came out 5 years ago.
And Legos are still freaking popular by kids today. Now, if he said, like, Captain Action, maybe.
Jay's the oldest 48-year-old I've ever met.
I know, right? This is one of the foil Virgin variants they have here going on here, which looks really cool. Looks a lot better than the cover. There's the Big Time Collectibles. C2E2. I guess that's going on this weekend, right? Chicago?
I don't know.
I know I thought there's a Comic-Con this weekend. This is the cover B. Jorge Corona. This is the cover I'll be grabbing because compared to the other cover by Daniel Warren Johnson, it just looks 10 times better. Yeah, I want this cover. So if I get this, I'm getting that cover. So, but look at all the freaking variant covers. It's crazy. Oh, then there's the 100 oil variant, which looks horrible. But then there's a 1 in 10 David Nakayama connecting cover, which actually looks cool too. Pretty much any of these incentives, the Steve Beach variant, the Fred Pham 1 in 50 variant, look awesome. It's just that cover the main cover was kind of weak, but English MJ second language. That's horrible, guy. Yeah. Sir, it's your turn. Where are we going next?
I think our 1, 2, 3s are going to be the same, just in different orders.
Probably.
My number 3 is Batman Dark Patterns.
Uh-huh. Which is a good book, if you're not following it so far. Big shocker reveal last issue with Scarface. And he evolved. He went from being a person to a doll to being a whole freaking building with multiple people operating, as his henchmen, which I think is a very clever idea because that's been done before with that character. It says, as tensions rise between the inhabitants of Scarface Tower and the GCPD, Batman finds himself confronted by the tower's immune system. An alarmed mob wearing the faces of Scarface with the puppet Governor-Mind's voice ringing through the building like the voice of God. Batman is confronted with a bizarre mystery, one which will probably sell the book. And is further challenged by a sterling and violent development. Dan Waters has been kicking ass. I know a lot of people are saying like, "Oh, we love Absolute Batman," but I think Batman Dark Patterns is probably the superior book. But no, you can probably say that's not fair. Well, because they're two different things. Absolute Batman is just his mind-numbing action, And then you have this one is more like detective mode, which should be Detective Comics should be. So whatever Tom Taylor's doing. That's kind of crazy though. We get a Batman Dark Patterns, which is basically what Detective Comics should be doing, and the Detective Comics is not that great. Crazy. I don't know. Maybe his has they allow more leeway when you're not on the main two titles. That's the variant cover. That is done by Mart Simmons. So, kind of painted cover, cool. Kind of creepy though. They're all wearing like supposed to be wearing the Scarface kind of like mask on their face. That's why it looks kind of creepy. But that is my number, or that was your number 4. Or no, wait, number 3. You said, yeah. I'm lost here. Hi, I'm lost. My number 3 for me. Let me scroll down. Is Aquaman. Issue number 4 comes out tomorrow. This is a betrayal in shifting waters. Aquaman heads upstream to uncover the mystery around the infection of the blue. So why does that spark an unholy alliance with the mermaid assassin? And what on earth, or otherwise, does this have to do with sky pirates of tomorrow and prophecies? Revelations run wild as our hero looks for a way home before he's seduced by the great blue beyond. Yeah. Lori Laman, or whatever it is, Lori something. Was it Lori Lamaris? And then they have apparently Maris in here. It says dream or illusion. We're not sure. But we have a cameo of Aqualadio. But this is the Tyra Kirkman variant, which is kind of really cool. I like this. That's cool. Then we have David Nakayama, which is just outrageous. He's just surfing. The Marcio Takara variant. Yeah. It's just kind of a weird pose. Looks like a poor man's Aquaman. He looks more like a bum just wearing a t-shirt and he's just kind of like taking a bath in the ocean. There's that variant. And then here it is, Salvador Larroca coming to the 125 variant, drawing Jackson Hyde shirtless. Why? Why? He's not even in this book.
Yeah. Try to sell some of the people that are waiting impatiently for Pride Month.
Possibly. So I like this. This is better than the main cover. But they'll show the main cover here. The main cover is okay. I don't remember her Lori Lamaris ever looking this way before. Has she?
Nope.
So, in hot water, it says. I don't know. Like you said, it's another one where they're gonna try. I think they do it on purpose. Like they just make you want to spend the extra $1, go from $3.99 to $4, just to get that better cover. Because eventually it probably is like an extra $1. Yep, it's $4.99 just for the better cover, which should be the main cover. This should be the book cover I should be getting on the main title. That should always be the cover A. Anyway, let's go on to your number 2.
You were just there.
I was just there. All right. My number 2 is a book that's probably your number 1.
I'll bet it is.
I bet it's Geiger. It's
well,
number 2.
What do you know?
The explosive second year of the hit series begins here. Geiger comes face to face with the unstoppable power of Ashley Arden, the glowing feminist woman. Can he learn to control his abilities as she has, or will his growing power doom him and everyone he holds dear? Meanwhile, the custodian returns, alive and more right.
Hold on. Jay, did you mean to say you expect all comics to be written about you? We'll give him a moment to respond to that.
I think he's doing that because look at his next line of that. He switched him on purpose.
Well, I accept you all. Yes, that makes no sense either, though.
He's doing things on purpose.
You think so?
I think.
I don't know. After the last one, I'm not sure.
It's hard to tell.
I might be giving him, I don't want to give him too much credit because his head might swell to the size of a small city.
Maybe I need to get the link for Hooked on Phonics for him.
Small city.
Small city. All right. I don't remember the custodian. Do you remember that character?
I told you.
Do you remember the character that called the custodian from any of the stuff? Wait, never mind. Custodian. That was the guy who was hunting Junkyard Joe, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah, the guy with the mask in the Junkyard Joe series. He's the one. The two goons. They're all hunting and looking for Junkyard Joe. Yeah, that's who he is. That's why the custodian name kind of threw me off. It's like the beekeeper, the working man, this custodian. It's another Jason Statham film. He's alive, more than dangerous than ever. But what's his connection to Junkyard Joe? And why is he back now? Secrets unravel. And stakes have never been higher. Dude, that's a sweet looking cover. That's a cover A. And I'm excited just to get this cover. I don't need to look at the other covers. I know I'm just picking up this cover. Cheesecake sells the book, Bryce. Let's look at Go-Go checks. This is a Joe Prado cover, which looks more like an indie book than anything else. It doesn't look like a Geiger book. This looks like a random indie book you pick up in the early 2000s or 90s.
Kind of does.
Yeah. It's like we're going for like a Crossroads kind of look or something like that. It's random. Or a manga thing. But then there's the Sean Von Gorman variant, which is a so cool cover. But I am curious to see how many they actually sell of the other covers compared to the first. So that's the normal cover. And then so Andre Molotov is still in here too. We got Barney, the two-headed wolf. Screw you, dire wolves. We don't need you. We got Barney. We got the custodian. Yeah, right there. That's that guy. Remember he was wearing the helmet to look like Junkyard Joe. I thought he died. But favorite character of the book is so far has been Zigzag. We need more Zigzag and Barney. The Adventures of Zigzag and Barney. That'd be kind of cool. But that is my number 2, which is probably your number 1.
Yep.
And we talked about Batman. But my number 1 is Batman Dark Patterns. So, well, that being said, since we're only 35 minutes in, I'll scroll down. You guys will look at the rest of the books coming out this week here before we go to the trades. Wow, it goes by fast when Zach's not here. I wonder what happened to him. Is there any messages from him? Sorry, Izzy had a rough day, so I'm helping her out. Boo to you, Zach. Boo.
That's cute. The way Zach thinks that him hanging around is going to improve her bad day.
Right? I had a bad day. Come cuddle me.
Well, Izzy had a bad day, and now a worse night.
All right. So we have Action Comics coming out. I don't even know who's on it, but I probably won't be picking it up. And last I heard it was Gail Simone or something, wasn't it?
I don't know. It changes every 3 months.
Really, it changes every week. Who's on here? G. Willow Wilson is on this.
She's not Muslim anymore.
No, she took her hair. Yeah. Isn't that funny? Yeah. She usually had the thing on her head.
Hijab, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe she realized, hey, maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. Maybe, yeah. Superman's concludes with an unforgettable 2-part story written by Poison Ivy's G. Will Wilson, drawn by fan favorite artist Gavin Guidry from he did one that did 78's Superman, the Metal Curtain, which was actually a good book. No one needs a break from the expectations and pressures of Metropolis. Lois sends Clark to an Arctic to investigate a new technology that promises to halt global warming. I'm out. Halt global warming. What is this bullshit? The only way I'll accept global warming if it's revealed that poison ivy's behind it. That's the only way, and it's constructed man-made by poison ivy. Otherwise, no, sorry, that is crap. Ugh. And then we got Daredevil kissing a dude. Phil Kennedy Johnson's, I guess, forgot that heroes are supposed to walk away from the fire.
Wow, how far down is Amazing Spider-Man?
So 1, 2. So 1,
also,
2,
it
3,
crept
4,
up to it was
5,
8
6.
last week.
So it's at 6 somewhere.
Yeah, it passed Batman, Robin, and Daredevil.
Yep. We got Hulk, Incredible Hulk here. Looks like he's battling Clea Strange. Phoenix, no one cares about that. Oh, look, Laura Kinney. I'm not Wolverine.
So what I don't like is how far Aquaman's already fallen.
Yep.
You know, I would like to see Jeremy Adams writing Batman or Superman because his books don't sell. I mean, they sell okay.
Yeah.
And you know, Flash. I think I'm pretty sure Cy Spurrier's Flash sells more than Jeremy Adams did.
Well, of course, it probably
which is ridiculous because you know one was good and the other one was some Cy Spurrier.
Who's buying it? All Cy Spurrier?
I don't know, but it's weird because like Robert Venditti books never sold either. It's like these people don't know, really good writers when they have them.
Robert Venditti's, he did a digital Superman book. Was better than anything that come out in like since post crisis, probably. Well, that was back then when it came out, though. We obviously had the who's reading.
Well, I don't know if it was any better than Tomasi's or.
Well, no, I mean it was I wouldn't say it's better, probably equal to Tomasi's. You had Superman just being Superman and Lois. There was none of this other crap in there. Him revealing his secret identity, none of that crap drama. It was just him fighting against kaiju monsters and his rogue villains. It was meant for kids, and it was just written in a sense that basically, or a way that adults could read it. It was a classic Superman book. No. Look, guys, Fire and Ice is coming out. When Hell freezes over. Yeah, exactly. That's when I'll buy it. Alien Paradiso. I don't understand that unless Ram V is going to be working on it. Crossover unexpected. Vatican City. I forgot about that. We should look at that, yeah, because I forgot all about that. So that's when you're talking about that. If my shop has it, that'll be my number 6 book or number 7 book. All new miniseries from the New York Times bestselling author Mark Millar. The world has been overrun by a vampire apocalypse. Every man, woman, and child is dead except the 2,000 tourists safe behind the walls and holy relics of Vatican City. But as the vampires gather in their millions outside, and the millions, how long can they hold out? Because the monsters can wait forever. How long before we find out that the Pope is the villain? He's a vampire. It's not I like vampires, but I'm not a big fan of the Vatican City and all that stuff. So I don't know. I'll give it a try. That's obviously the variant cover, but what's the main cover? I think it's $4.99. Is it $3.99 or $4.99? Oh, it actually doesn't matter what cover you get. It's still $5.99 for 40 pages. So I don't know. We'll try it out. But yeah, I'm not really intrigued by the cover. Like, oh my gosh, I gotta grab this. So, but that's that book. Here. Well, who's on the chain? Izzy had a bad day. One sick dude. You too, huh? I have no idea. I have no friends here. That's a man. It's difficult to be both a feminist and a Muslim from what I understand. I'm not reading anymore. It's hard to read his sentences. All right. Where were we at? All right. So we had Vatican City. G.I. Joe, Real American Hero. That'd probably be on Zach's list today. Is here. Star Wars. Facsimile. From Marvel. $5. Also, Superman 233. Nice story. Return of the Living Dead. Horrible art. Good concept. The movie and stuff. These kids trapped inside an amusement park. Kind of like a Disney thing. And the zombies are in there and just tearing people apart and stuff. But the problem is the art is nothing like you see on the actual cover. The cover is where the art ends. Mad TV or Mad, sorry, not Mad TV, but ooh, look, Rivals Infinity. And then we have the X-Men Pan-Dimensional 3D. Yeah, this is different variants. Dude, if I get the action figure with the chains pressed down, I'll get that. But Black Panther, Pan-Dimensional. There's all these 3D covers coming out. It's weird. Do they come with glasses? For $13. They must be like at the convention or something because I don't see shops selling those. G.I. Joe variants, more Rebels. Archie Spring Special Showcase. It's coming out this week. More Pin-Up Apocalypse, and getting down to the nitty gritty. Hey, look, a Superman blank cover. Why? Yeah, more Vampirella style variants, metal variants, stuff from like last week and stuff. That's what's weird here. Here, like I said, here's the foil variant. That's because it's coming up this weekend. Unless we see C2E2s on that in Chicago, because that's the one we're talking about. The cover somewhat last week, and you're comparing that to the JoJo Mullins playing a prank on Jon Stewart. I was like, you go from that to that. I was like, why are you thinking? But Terminator, some variants coming out. It's more cheesecake front. Wow. A lot of variants. Why is that even on? That's not Shonen Jump. Or is that Shonen Jump and they're just putting random hot anime or Japanese girls on there? This is kind of weird. So, Zombie Tramp. Wow. When's the last time you heard about Zombie Tramp, Breen? As he says, into the void. No one there. All right. Looking at trades this week. Real quickly, go to the chat.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
nodded off.
No. The Reds brought up two people that they needed to bring up, and then started the shitheads that weren't playing well.
Yeah,
that necessitated bringing them up. Jeez, makes no sense. So anyway,
Summer, what's up, buddy? Says I got Plastic Man today, and lots of comics to choose every week. Yep. I was asking you, Brandon, when's the last time you heard any, or seen anything for new for Zombie Tramp?
I don't pay attention to Zombie Tramp, so.
But you've heard it before, right?
Oh yeah, I know what it is.
But it doesn't get. But it doesn't always. But you don't see it though. If you go to comic book shop, you never see it anywhere pop up anywhere. So yeah, they had some new covers coming on, some comics. With C2E2 this week, this upcoming weekend, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of new comic book variants. And then next month is Free Comic Book Day, right?
Yep.
May. Oh. All right, but we got Kelly Puckett, Joe Kelly, and Damian Scott for the Batgirl. Nobody Dies Tonight. I might pick that book up because I've read No Man's Land with her, but I've never read anything with Cassandra Cain after that. We got the Scott Snyder and James Tynion omnibus, Superman omnibus for Justice League, or sorry, not Superman omnibus, but Justice League omnibus. I heard the Scott Snyder one was really good. Did not know that James Tynion did a Justice League, or James Tynion. I guess Snyder was the first one, and then I thought somebody else took over. So James Tynion took over in Rebirth. Booster Gold, the complete 2007 series. You know, book 2. That's always great to see. What else you got here? Violator is coming back in his own trade for $10. Batman Elmer Fudd. What else we got here? Venom War, Wolverine and Deadpool, Avengers Forever. Jason Aaron omnibus. It's about Annihilation 2009. And there you go for you boomers. Yeah, I say boomers. Rom Epic Collection. The original Marvel Years, Volume 1. So if you missed out on the omnibus, which came out 2 years ago for Rom, right? Actually, might have been last year, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Now you're stuck getting the little trades. But Absolute Green Lantern, the Sinestro Corps War. Hardcover. I'm guessing that's Jeff Johns. Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe. Why? Ooh, there you go. Breen. The official handbook of the Marvel Universe, Governor Edition.
Oh, that's Aaron's thing. I've got two. My ADD doesn't allow me to read all that text.
Well, why would you want to read it? It doesn't matter anymore. It's all been erased and ignored. It's not canon anymore. Yeah. Remember Siren's Gate? That trade's coming out this week. A great looking book, but hard to freaking read.
Man, I don't know if any issues came out after I dropped it, but
I don't think it did. I think it got canceled. But a guy using Daz Studios or whatever it's called, for 3D models and is putting it on to pose in the comic book format. Never really been done before that I've noticed.
It's been done before, but
interior.
Yeah. But yeah, and it's a guy. It's a guy that's known for covers. I forgot who it was.
Shannon Mayer.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. Problem I had was that the dialogue, or not the dialogue, but the story, it was cliche. Art was good on the interior and everything, but when it comes to as far as like the trying to read the dialogue, the font he chose was horrible, and the color scheme of it too.
It was like one of those free form, teen horror shows in comic book form. Yeah, every cliche.
A girl gets
the
bit
werewolf
by something.
Clan, the vampire clan, the mysterious woman that the other woman falls for because everybody's a lesbian.
They're trying to play off the Vampire Diaries and all that stuff. Of that. So.
But yeah, it was very, very cliche. But it was pretty to look at.
So, did you read the Justice League by James Tynion?
Some of it.
I didn't know I never know he wrote it. I know he was doing Batman, but I thought I always heard that Scott Snyder wrote it.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know if James Tynion co-wrote it or.
So, spinning on Dark Knight's metal, Scott Snyder and James Tynion reunite the world's greatest heroes to take the new league into uncharted territory. Author Lex Luthor is quietly building a team of his own, the Legion of Doom. Collects Aquaman 41 through 42, Aquaman Justice League, The Drowned Earth, number 1, Justice League 1 through 18, Justice League Annual number 1, Justice League Aquaman Drowned Earth number 1, Justice League No Justice 1 through 4, and Titans 28, and a story from DC Nation 0. So I guess it's a sub-story? It's not just Good Cross? Yeah, because I don't remember We also got because we got some good stuff, good pulls in here. We got Francis Manipul, Tom Napolitan. Oh, is the letterer who can't get his car started. Joshua Williamson is doing some writing as well in here too. Jorge Jimenez, Dan Abnett. You know,
Yeah, he was. He was writing Aquaman. That was right before he got Kelly sued off of it.
so this must have took place right around that time then.
Yeah, this was about 6 years ago, I guess.
Yeah. Because when was the first Dark Knight's medal?
You mean Dark? No, 2018 maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, way before I.
Gorgeous metal.
So DC Nation. Then there's the No Justice ones. I don't remember that because I wasn't reading at the time. Yeah, 2018. This is before I got back into comic books. And then we have Justice League by Tom, not Tom. I was gonna say Tom Taylor. Scott Snyder. Collect some of that. And then we go into the October. Yeah. Here Comes the Flood. October 41, or not October. Not Aquaman 41. Duh. Aquaman stories. And then it connects to. Yeah, people like, yeah, I'm guessing the rest of this run will be collected in the year of the villain omnibus. As long as the Batman Who Laughs isn't in this bullshit, I'll read it. But I don't know. Did you read the Justice League? Scott Snyder said you said you liked it.
I didn't like or dislike it. I don't really remember it. But this was right around the time that DiDio started undermining Rebirth, and it just kind of went downhill from there.
So, No Justice was a thing by them.
I think I remember kind of liking that series.
Yeah,
the 4-issue miniseries.
Yep. And that leads into get this one here. This is Duality Part 1, Justice League. It loads a cover, probably won't. Wow. You notice something when I look at this cover? Are these people writing here? They're all women. The women are the women. Huh? They don't. Back to 2018. Look at, there's not a single trans person with a dyed hair color. It's like, hey, we got Andrew Dice Clay to show up. Oh. So, like I said, I'll check this out. I mean, Zach said he liked, and I kind of like stuff that Zach likes too. But for as far as some of the DC stuff,
well, Zach definitely likes the modern stuff way more than I do.
Yeah. What is your Justice League run?
Oh, Bahaha.
Okay. Because I know sometimes people say like, "Well, my Justice League run is the Silver Age before the Baja."
Well, that's they're fun to read for comic book history, blah blah blah. But there was 1 year where Steve Englehart wrote it.
Yeah,
because DC wanted the Justice League to actually have a personality, because all the characters were the same and they all got along. They never fought. And so he came in and kind of turned them into a Marvel book.
Well, yeah, with the Baja, especially just like Europe.
This was 10 years before that.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, later on, we get stuff like Justice League, the Baja era, but we also get the Justice League Europe, which I guess was a spinoff, or is it own separate thing?
It was a spinoff from that because they had so many characters.
I like Justice League Europe, and I will probably see more of that on the channel. I love the whole interaction with Power Girl and Flash and stuff like that.
Justice League Europe was just, it was just another. It was like a second helping.
Yep.
Of Justice League, but getting back to I said the older stuff. Yeah. After he left, it kind of went back to the status quo. and it kind of was just existed. And then they tried the Justice League Detroit version, which was taking out all the big guns
Yeah.
and leaving Martian Manhunter, Aquaman, Elongated Man, and the 4 new characters. And that never really took off either. But it was, I think Jerry Conway wrote those, so it had a Marvel feel to it. And then when they did the Crisis, and they killed off a couple of them and just broke them up, and so they that led into the Wahaha era.
And then after that, we got Extreme Justice. Remember that?
Yeah, Extreme Justice was just not good.
But I'm curious to those in the chat, though. I mean, are you guys more into the old school Justice League, or do you like going into like the 2000s Justice League? No.
Well, 2000s Justice League had the Grant Morrison era and Mark Waid, which was very well done.
Yeah.
And I actually liked the issues that Bob Harris wrote towards the end. So it was post Identity Crisis. I hated that DC was getting that dark, but as far as stories go, the same reason why I go to bat for Civil War through Siege was, as in their time, they were really good stories, and they should have been left there. When DC when DC went dark all the way through Blackest Night, when they followed that with Brightest Day,
yeah,
but within a year of that, they blew up the universe and started New 52.
Yeah, I know, right? If they would have kept going from New 52, or I mean, never did New 52, I almost wonder if it would have just continued to just get better and better, or if it would have just stagnated.
I don't know, because Dan DiDio had his ideas, and he was always clashing with Jeff Johns. And I don't know if they would have sabotaged each other. It probably would have looked like the comic book company version of Kill Pop.
Wow.
With instead of brothers, it'd be DiDio and Johns.
I'm curious though if Johns would have just let go. Didn't interfere whatsoever and just let Jeff Johns do what he wanted to do. The Jeff Johns JSA universe, like that stuff, was good. And then his Green Lantern and all stuff like that, it just kept let Johns just basically being the Kirkman has his own ultimate universe. Jeff Johns has his own universe. That would have been.
I don't know, because if DiDio had been willing to get out of the way and let Johns go, we may have never, Rebirth would have probably happened organically, or never needed to have happened in the first place.
Yeah.
You probably don't get Bendis, so Superman doesn't get ruined.
Yep.
By this time, Jeff Johns might be, an executive, and they might not have lost all the talent he took with him to Ghost Machine.
Jim Lee wouldn't be an executive.
And you may not have ever gotten books by garbage tier writers like Joanna Stair,
Megan Fitzmartin,
and Jezdia Axelrod, and Megan Fitzmartin.
Yep.
Tim Drake would still be straight.
Mariko Tamaki would not be anywhere.
Yeah, she'd probably just be writing the sequel to I Am Not Starfire.
She'd be over at Marvel.
But it sucks to think about, because DC's talent pool got gutted, but they still have, I would say eight of the top 10 books from the big two are DC. Ultimate Spider-Man and maybe Moon Knight that you guys talk about.
Yeah.
But other than that, you've got the Green Lantern books, the Justice League, Justice Society, if it ever figures itself out.
If DC were to lose Jeff Lemire and Jeremy Adams and Mark Waid, I see them folding. Jeff Lemire's not a long-term guy either.
Batman, Superman, Justice League, Justice Society, Aquaman, Green Lantern Corps, World's Finest.
Just take away Mark Waid writing in DC.
I'd say
alone would kill
any of those are better than anything at Marvel that isn't Ultimate Spider-Man. And I would argue they're better than Moon Knight, but but I don't read
Moon Knight could be a
so
lot better. Moon Knight, I said, to me, it's this Jen McKay run. It's been the closest I'm getting, and we're gonna get to the original series. No,
and that's not going to change as long as
No.
Marvel is unwilling to pay. I mean, I don't know how something like that new Daredevil snuck through the cracks.
Oh my gosh, yeah. The Daredevil, A Cold Day in Hell, which is pretty much old man Logan, but it's old man Matt Murdock, who doesn't have his powers, and then eventually like something happens, causes him to get his powers back. He's now in his like 60s. He looks like Stephen Lang a little bit, and now he's got to stop what looks like one of his old rival villains and save the day. And it's just written so well, liking it. Hey, what's up, Glinzer? And we're up to Dungeon Crawler Carl saying Mark Spears. I'm not sure what that's a reference to. Is that a writer or artist? I apologize.
Is Mark Spears the guy, like the Ruby Spears animation? Is that the Spears from that?
I'm gonna look up. Mark Spears might be doing. Is he doing Scooby Doo? What is he doing here? Artists. Who's
winning, MK?
Mark Spears comics. It looks like he does some monster stuff.
God, he is awful.
If you can elaborate on that, a little more. Bankman with the handlebar WWE villain facial hair. Is that a current thing, or is it just yeah? I don't know. I've always had like the kind of handle. It looks that way a little bit. It's just the way it is, but more like Triple H, right? That was good. Currently reading JLA Bronze Omni Volume 1. Shocking, right? Just finished the 3-issue storyline for Starbreaker. Today, that story would have needed 12 plus issues. Sigh. What's up, KG? Saying that Storm is really good, Phoenix is good, and Cable and Love and Chrome is good. Ultimate Wolverine is good, and Hellhunters is great. Yeah, I'm not checking out the Storm and the Phoenix. The Phoenix, I'm just done with the Phoenix. That character should have never came back. That's the reason I'm not reading it. Cable, I'd have to. Cable, Love, and Chrome is good. Who's the writer on that? Like I said, there are. Just because we don't like the books doesn't mean that they're not good. It's just that we're just not into them. It's opinionated, everything. So if you like something, that's great. You said. It comes down to who is buying what. If you're spending on money on books that you don't like, or and with the cost of books coming up, like, yeah, the long run, I hopefully have enough people buying these books instead of just because Marvel's big thing is like we put out like 30 variants, especially with their longer run books, like they did with Steve Orlando Scarlet Witch and also with Moon Knight. They go about 15, 16 issues or whatever, and then they start at number 1 for like 40 more variants just so they can get the best off. Amazing Spider-Man is starting over at number 1. I don't. It's a Joe Kelly book. I don't understand it though. But it's like, is it going to be him with MJ again? Probably not, because the guy comes out and says, "F you to fans. We're not going to be doing anything with Mary Jane being with Peter Parker in the main universe." So I'm shocked that he even allowed it in the Ultimate Universe. But to be honest, I'm grateful for that. So Cable is Pepos is writing. It's okay. So that's the guy who did Space Ghost, right? Breed?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe Legitimate is good. I'm not, like I said, there's a lot of books that are out that I don't care for. I mean, it's, but we're talking. I know people come in here like, oh, you're just shitting on the new stuff. You guys are fans of the old stuff. And partially some of it is true, but some of it is generally I read some of the newer stuff. I just don't like it. And it's not because it's not like the old stuff. It's just that it's not that compelling to me. And then the price of the book is like crazy expensive.
Yeah, I've heard good things about Cable. And they said, Peppo seems to figure it out. But
yeah,
as far as as far as me shitting on most of the new stuff,
yeah,
I am completely unapologetic about it. I've been reading new comics since 1975. I know the difference.
yes.
This stuff isn't for me.
But here's the thing, though.
I'm not going to tell anybody that they're wrong for them reading it, but
no,
I don't like them, and I don't care.
Here's the thing, though. You're not just saying, "Oh, I hate the new stuff," and not buying anything. You are buying new stuff, sir. You're buying stuff.
I'm buying a lot more new stuff than most people still around from as long as I have been.
Yes. And if you wait a year, you can buy it for half off.
Well, half off of worthless is still worthless.
Hey, what goes for $4 now will be a quarter within like 3 to 4 months.
It sucks to not buy Spider-Man, Avengers, X-Men, Fantastic Four, Daredevil, Thor, Hulk, Captain America. Yeah. Those were staples growing up through my 20s, my 30s, and my 40s. But something happened in the last 10 to 12, maybe a little bit longer, and it's just not. They're not good to me. Yeah. So that's
look at the big prime example. The X-Men are not the X-Men.
No,
you can relaunch it many times. And here's the thing. Here's another thing with the X-Men. The search for Charles Xavier. It's the third time they've done that story. And it's watered down even more every time they do it. So there is some sense of why we're not picking up some of the stuff. Now, if you're a new reader and have never read a lot of the list stuff, it might not bother you as much.
And there was an article the other day from some, woefully misinformed person that Giant Size X-Men was the beginning of DEI in comics. No. That's, like I said, that's a nice lie you can tell yourself. But if you can't see the difference between the way that book was written and the way the X-Men are written now, you're just not looking.
That was Weston Think It Critical was talking about that. I believe with Aaron Sparrow, right?
Probably Doc.
Actually, no, wait, you're right. Doc, because Doc is the X-Men guy from Weird Science.
No, Doc's Wes's Ed McMahon.
But isn't he also known as Weird Science? Who's Weird Science on
that
show?
Jim.
Because Weird Science has his own channel he does, right?
Yes.
Okay, that I always get this confused because I know that like they kind of we talk about all the time. So I said like it's been a while since I've watched the Think It Critical, the aficionados. But X-Men, like I said, X-Men, the Krakoa era was just pretty much just like them written sort of character, and not just written on a character, but them written as villains, straight up the thugs. It was just like it was just gross. As like X-Men were never about the diversity and all this stuff. They're pretty much X-Men were just a bunch of people who were mutants and trying to save the world by also hiding their identities. They hid who they are. Of course, then it became as Chris Claremont really just took it a whole new direction when he took over.
Yeah, once like Sam, many younger people like the new stuff because they have no reference to the older stuff.
Yeah.
If you truly like the new comics for what they are and what they represent, there may not be a whole lot for you with the older stuff. Yeah. Because it depends. I said if you're reading comics for adventures, escapism, and things like that, you're not getting a whole lot of that with the new stuff, and maybe you might be more open to reading the older stuff. But if you like what new comics give as far as like the let's be honest, they're rather heavy-handed and ham-fisted in one direction. And if that's your direction, then you'll get a lot more enjoyment out of new comics and say, I do. I said, I've always accepted the fact that the people that write the comics don't agree with me politically, but for 30, 40 years, it didn't matter because they would present both sides and let you make up your mind. That's no longer the case.
So, Breen, you've been reading since what, 1970s?
To quote Paul Schaefer, the late 1950s.
No, that's when you were born. No. But you've been reading since the 1970s, right? That's why we picked up your
Let
first
me
book.
address what I said. KG, that's
We're not.
I wasn't singling you out because my eyes are so bad I can barely read the stuff anyway. And trust me when I say I'm glad you're still getting something out of them, because at one point I owned every Marvel comic from FF1 through Fear itself. I was the biggest Marvel fan for decades. And like I said, a couple minutes ago, I hate that all the titles I named off don't interest me enough to buy now, because I would like nothing better than to have like one more great run of Marvel comics. Because I'm in my 60s now, so there's.
So I was trying to pinpoint as far as your 1975 is when you dipped in.
Yeah, November. I think November 75 is when I started buying off the rack.
So my knowledge as far as comic book experiences always started in 2003. So you have all, like you said, like you go back and look what's from 75 on to 2003, everything that's gone through there. You went from like the best time of Marvel in the mid 70s and going through the 80s and then dipping down into the 90s, and then the 2000s started picking back up again. For me, it's like I've a lot of books I had no prior knowledge, so we started reading comic books on that channel. As far as Fantastic Four, X-Men, my only experience with the X-Men was Extreme X-Men. That was Chris Claremont back in the early 2000s. I never really sat down and watched it. I watched the animated series in the 90s. That was my limit of my knowledge, and some of the 3 crappy movies they made through us.
I will say, I came in towards the end of Marvel's, what I like to call Marvel's golden age, because if I'd gotten into comics at a younger age, like most people did, I would have been around for more of the early 70s stuff. Hell, maybe even the late 60s. But I think that right about at the end of 1977, Marvel hit a kind of a rut. And with the exception of X-Men, everything was just kind of treading water. And then Shooter got there, lost some talent to DC. But within a couple of years, we had Miller's Daredevil, Burns' Fantastic Four, Simonson's Thor, Denny O'Neil's Iron Man. I know I'm missing one. Roger started a great run in the Avengers, et cetera, et cetera. And since he chased Marv Wolfman out of the company and George Perez, we got New Teen Titans over at DC, which was getting the best of both worlds. But then the 80s, like I said, in Marvel, fantastic. First half of the 80s were just incredible. And there were good stuff towards the late 80s and the early 90s, and like the Peter David Hulk, but they absolutely hit the skids for a couple years when they licensed the characters to Image. And then the last few years of the 20th century, when they brought the writers back in and started giving a shit again, it was good. And then oh God, who was that guy that ended up Bill Jamas, and then Marvel hit another. Marvel's Ultimate books were better than Marvel's.
Marvel was
universe.
going to end around 2008 or 2009 with some of their stuff. Their sales were so far down. It wasn't until Disney decided to buy out everything for Marvel that helped save them, because they were filing for bankruptcy already at that time. I remember.
Yeah, I don't remember them filing for bankruptcy then, but they were on the precipice in the mid 90s. Yeah. But it's neither here nor there. But now, as I said, I think they had like a 5 or 6 year really creative stretch. But I don't, like I said, Marvel has just not been good for years as far as I'm concerned.
And that's the thing is, like I said, like a lot of times you'll come on the channel, YouTube, and some people are like, they're overly positive about, oh, I love everything. Everything's great. I love it. And then there's the channels that are like, oh, everything sucks. Everything sucks.
Hey, weren't we showing trades, or did we already finish them?
We already finished the trades, but
wow.
Finish my point though. I want to point out this channel, we talk about the things that we do like, and then if sometimes we'll criticize some books. We're kind of a balance. We're actually more realistic, because because if it were just, I don't like show channels, and I don't like channels that are just pure nonsense hate. Oh, it's a new thing coming out, we gotta hate it. I don't like that. And I don't want. I mean, we're not monetized. We're not getting paid. We're doing this just because we're having fun hanging out, just talking about stuff. Breen's got years on me of knowledge that I love to absorb. It's the guy who can remember everything as far as like what issue, the cover, and I can recognize that. But he's like, I don't know what I ate for dinner 5 minutes ago, like or a couple hours. So yeah, KG, we've been talking about Wes. Wes is a good guy. I like his channel. He has different people pop on there, so it's not always the same opinions. So there's going to be people you may disagree with. I know I've disagreed with Drew on there. Drew is a good guy. Certain things that he doesn't like that I think is okay. Doc is a really cool guy. I like listen to his opinion. Aaron Sparrow is another one who has the insider kind of thing because he's done some comic books. So it's kind of neat. And Wes is very knowledgeable too on certain things.
Well, I'll say this. For as little time as Wes has been doing this, he is he's got a lot of knowledge. Of course, yeah, KG, except for when he's making videos with sweethearts like me. then you get happy Wes.
Did you see that video I posted, Breen? Do you watch that? But 1975, was it a price for Superman 1 and Action and Batman number 1?
That's too depressing. I've got a price guide.
It was $750.
Yeah, I've got a price guide from 1982. I think Action Comics 1 was $1,800.
But can you imagine that?
Oh yeah, it's
$750 compared to what it is today.
I think oh God, what was it? I've seen a price guide where AF-15 was like $30. But Doc, when you get in Doc's wheelhouse, he is Mensa. I mean that dude. He's he's smart AF. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell between F-bombs, but yeah, he's Aaron, I don't know how how far back his knowledge goes as far as comics history and whatnot.
He's 53 years old, so I mean he probably started in the
I don't know if he was ever if he was ever as dedicated to comics as he was to toys and stuff. So I don't know.
I don't know. Oh, which one? Aaron Sparrow? Or talking about Aaron I Love Comics?
No, Aaron Sparrow.
Okay. So different.
Yeah, I know sometimes it's hard to tell the bald Aarons apart.
Well, no, like I said, because you call them both by Aaron. So
one of them can draw. One of them's an asshole.
Wait, which one can draw?
Lepresti.
Oh, the other Aaron.
He is bald.
Like I said, it's interesting talking to people that are comic fans. Then here's the other thing.
Let me clarify real quick.
What?
I was kidding. They're both assholes.
Here's the great thing about that. They're never going to watch this channel.
Well, I know Butler won't.
Yes. But what I was going to say, here's the thing about that is I like talking to other people who read other books. And because we all have different opinions on everything. So it's always interesting because, like I said, if you're liking the current Amazing Spider-Man, tell me, what drugs are you on? Or what is so dang special about that book? And also, the other follow-up question is, have you read other Spider-Man titles before this, or is this your first time reading it? Because we said, for those who, I came in 2003, I was reading some stuff, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. And then Breen's like, you never read their old stuff? I'm like, oh, I saw that Blockhead Kirby. I don't want to read Fantastic Four, but
Spider-Man has been bad. It's vacillated between bad, passable, unreadable for 20 years now.
Do you know the last time he was good though? Is that issue where he punches Peter Parker, goes in the prison, goes and beats up.
But that was a one-off.
That was a one-off, and that's the last time.
5 months later, we get one more day or brand new day, or
Yeah.
Ruin My Day or whatever the hell it was called.
I don't. Yeah. Read this never again day. But I mean, like so my thing was I got into comic books whenever I got into because of animated series. That's the way I got into it. As far as where Brain, there was no cartoon where there was the '60s cartoon property for the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, I didn't.
I don't know
about
if
them, though.
that didn't get you the comic books though.
No, we were one TV family, and
Yeah.
cartoons were never on that TV.
Probably a good thing. For me, I grew up with cartoons. I had Saturday morning cartoons, so I watched the X-Men, I watched Spider-Man, I watched Batman, and that's kind of what got me in the comic books when I got older. I was just like, you know what? I'm picking up because then they had the DVDs coming out, collection stuff. You can get all the stuff, so I was getting all it, and I was like, I never put two and two together that these are based off of comic books because there was other cartoons that were not based off of comic books, So I went and I discovered comic book stores in my area, started picking them up, started reading them. And then I had my older sister, like awesome. I think, I still think to this day, she got me the 40th anniversary collection of Spider-Man. So it had every single comic book, including Amazing Fantasy 15 on 11 CD-ROM discs, and I used Acrobat Reader to read them. And I was just able to just read them. And I'd get home from school, I'd read them, and then I'd go to work, on certain days. And then after that, I was reading like 20 issues because I was just like, click, read, because I was reading digital. I wasn't reading physical. So I was able to read it a whole lot faster. And like I said, I just fell in love with just the way Ramita drew Spider-Man. Sorry, Ditko, you made him look like giraffe people. But Angry Liz was always not a fan of that. But going through the years and just looking at how the compelling, and we were talking about this on the other night, on Sunday night, talking about how Spider-Man became kind of like a soap opera a little bit with some action and everything. It was the perfect storytelling.
All of Stan Lee's Marvel comics were soaps.
Yeah,
and
they're great.
That was one of the things that he did to differentiate from DC was he aimed older. And okay, one thing that DC books never had in those days were subplots or continuing stories.
Not until post-crisis we get a subplot.
That came later. But I mean, they before that. But in the '60s, because DC couldn't figure out why Marvel was eating into their market share, and they took all the wrong lessons from it. I mean, the go-go checks were there for two reasons. It would draw the eye on the spinner racks and at the newsstands, but they thought it would make it cool because go-go was in. But they didn't have. But their writers were people like Gardner Fox who were already in their 50s, and in the mid 50s was old.
Yeah, I mean, younger writers connecting more with the people around it and they have better ideas. So, it's just like, it translates better versus having someone in their 60s trying to identify someone who's in their 18, 15 years old. Hey, fellow high schoolers.
The smartest thing that DC did was bring in, they poached Dick Giordano, Steve Skeets, and Jim Aparo, and Denny O'Neil from Charlton. Denny O'Neil had been working for Marvel in Charlton, but then he went to DC, and so that brought in some youthful perspective. And then I think in 1970, Mort Weisinger retired, and Superman didn't necessarily get better, but we did get that one year that Denny O'Neil wrote that the facsimile led off. That's coming out tomorrow. But
let's see here. Look at some of the comments here. Honestly, you guys, Robbie and Weird Science are probably my favorite comic channels. Oh, thank you.
Wait a second. I got to ask KG if you're still here.
Yeah.
You said you like Wes, but he always sounds angry. Jim isn't exactly a ray of sunshine. I mean, he almost gets killed as often as Kenny does get killed in South Park.
You like Marani in our readings
about it.
Like Marani in our readings.
Oh yeah, if Jim were ever in one of the readings, Marani would have to read him.
Yeah,
he's always saying how he almost got killed by his kids or something.
Yes, and RIP comic historian. What's going on here? Well, also shout out to Henry Jamak. It's great seeing you here. Once it says you have to remember, Bankman, that comics really become collectibles until the 1970s. Before that, yeah, they're funny books, and yeah, and they're really. And here's the thing too about those: if you had a book from the Golden Age, the World War II, those copies, there was nothing to keep them preserved in.
Guys,
So
now I'm depressed. KG says he's my kind of stodgy. I think I'm like I think I'm like 10 years older than Jim.
but yeah, we look at here. It says, is Jackson Jackson did Jay enroll in the online English is funny course yet? What happened to Jay? He just kind of like stopped talking after he started losing like coherent sentences ability.
Well, he was typing like he glued his fingers together, so maybe he just gave up.
It's blaming the keyboard. That's what I say. Back in the day, there was no such thing as a long box. I'd stack the books vertically, reversing the spine of the book once in a while to avoid a leaning Tower of Pisa. Yeah, dude, Henry, I've noticed that too. When I get books, it's like I stack. It's like, why are you sliding to the right? What the hell's wrong with you? Then I realized, oh, this is just the curve of the fold and then the staple sometimes. But yeah. Once it is, well, stories got harder to do as original stories were more difficult. Nowadays, most stories are taken from older ones. They are trying to modernize and update. I've heard from several people giving excuses. Oh my gosh, we can't write Spider-Man and Mary Jane being married together. It's just too hard. They did it for 20 years. I hate that excuse. That's why they decided not to do it anymore. It's like if you cannot write a story with them being married and still write a good Spider-Man story with a supporting cast, you don't belong in comic books. You don't belong writing anything. Go, it's sorry. It's not that complicated because they did it so many times. Writing a married characters, it should never be excused. We can't do it. I hate
that's
that.
Not why they.
No. But I've
no. They can't. I mean, I said they can run out any excuse they want.
But I'm gonna say I've heard that from fans explaining.
Oh no,
too as well. And so yeah, and I'm thinking like they explain other married characters. Why is Reed with Sue? I'm still married, Yeah, I still hate Stan for putting Namor as a character. Well, Reed, if you don't please your wife every once in a while, she's gonna leave you for normal. Damn fish.
But yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I understand I understand why they would want it, but you can want things, and at some point when you realize you can't have it or it's never going to be, you have to be willing to move on. Marvel wants Carol Danvers, Kamala Khan, and Miles Morales to be the future of that company. All three characters, 2 of the 3 have been summarily rejected time and time again, and so much damage has been done to Miles. I don't know that you can. I don't know if you can even make that happen with him.
There's people I know. They're Twitch streamers, and I just made friends with him recently in this past couple months, and one of them is my friend Alan. And he's like, asked like, "Oh, you used to read comics?" So he's like, "Yeah." And then I quit. I got disinterested in them. And he's like, I was like, why do you leave it? He's like, well, it's just got the point where the stories became kind of mundane, kind of horrible. And he's just like, I kind of like lost interest in them, And he's like, I read manga, I read anime now, or watch anime. So a lot of people have left the hobby, even younger ones, and he's younger than I am. It's the whole thing is, thing too. Like I said, like there's a lot of these people who can't write good stories. Is because one, they're not fans. They're casual poser fans. They're noobs, or whatever. Maybe saw a movie here or there, but they're using this as a stepping stone to get noticed and then leave. They're not used to writing stuff like this.
And I think another huge problem in comics today are the new written and unwritten rules, where it's one of the tropes of fiction that has stood the test of time, or if you want to even say romantic fiction, which at the end of the day, comics are, is the damsel in distress being saved by the hero. Now, they say that this new, female audience they're trying to reach, they don't want that, but they look at, because they want everybody to be like Katniss, Everdeen or whatever. But look at Harlequin romances. There's probably more Harlequin romances sold than comic books over the years. That's what those are. It's the
Look at the dames that shot and killed the guy.
you take that trope away. You take that trope away from the fiction you're doing. You've basically taken a giant, part of what you do off the table. And I said, there's, I don't even think most women want to read about, girl bosses all the time.
No,
Carol Danvers is a girl boss bitch.
There's some, I'm sure there's a lot of women who just want to have like, they like the beefcake. You're gonna like, they don't mind seeing the strong male, so that's why you see a lot of those Walmart romance books still sell.
They said some survey, and I agree with the people say that these people were talking about the MCU, that 50% of comic book fans are women. Well, then in somebody's infinite wisdom, they completely changed comics to go after the other 50% and ended up driving away almost 100%.
You tell me that women did not like seeing Steve Rogers or shirtless, or Aquaman shirtless.
No, what they didn't like.
I'm just saying, there's a reason why a lot of those movies did well. Aquaman, the first one, and then he also had Captain America, First Avenger. Because they didn't nerf the women, and they did not nerf the guys.
Right, and I said that's what they probably what women and men neither one wanted was a Captain America who can't solve his own problems and needs Peggy to come save him.
So here's the other thing too. The whole thing with the Brave New World thing is with Sam being the Falcon America. He's not that good looking compared. I will say that he's not as appealing to women as Chris Evans was. Chris Evans being the hunk. Every time they showed him in any Avengers movie, remember he was splitting wood. It was the bare hands like this, with the tight T-shirt on, the good looking to the face. A lot of women were into that. They're not into Sam. Sam's just like, watch out, Sam, on your left. Like they wanted Chris Evans. So it just blew my mind. Or like, we're gonna get rid of wait, you're getting rid of Robert Downey Jr. You're getting rid of Chris Evans. And I don't know if they wanted out of their contract.
They did. It was Marvel would have been happy to even keep overpaying Robert Downey because look what they gave him to come back. But Chris Evans went from I will do this as long as they want me to I don't want to do this anymore.
Well, here's the thing. Robert Downey Jr. did not know what they're doing with this character. He thought he was going to keep making more movies originally. So when they did that in event, killed him off in Endgame.
Oh, no. He by that time had said he was leaving. They would not have killed. But Robert Downey Jr. made them.
He said in interviews afterwards that he did not know.
He was lying.
There's Henry Cavill, Captain America. Henry Cavill, Wolverine. We saw that the Calverine. Hey, look at Zach. Oh,
Zach. I can't believe that Disney wrote Robert Downey Jr. out of their movies.
Yeah, all you had to say is that he is taking a break. Do the Christian Bale thing. Remember the Christian Bale Batman? He didn't quit being Batman. He just took a break. He could have had right instead of, but Robert Downey Jr. They wanted to make it so traumatic and have him. Boop, he's dead. And I was like, what? But here's the thing about characters never stay dead. We saw this with Captain America in right after Civil War, shot and killed by crossbones. They brought him back. Different point in time. Don't know how that works, but still. StreamYard won't work on my phone. Oh, well, sorry. It's get a new phone. But or maybe you should go home on your PC. You know, I'm sure Izzy doesn't need you to make the day worse. Anyway, it's so sick. Falcon is on Captain America. That's why I say Falcon America. I don't say I'm calling Captain. It's more like the meme where you see Tom Hanks is on the boat and the guy comes in. Now I'm the captain. That's Sam Wilson coming in. That's Steve Rogers. Now I'm the captain. He's got the gun to the head.
Yeah, like I said, I don't want Sam Wilson as Captain America.
Yeah.
I don't want Bucky Barnes as Captain America.
Sure.
However, if the actor that's playing Captain America leaves, you have two choices. You either give it the requisite amount of time and then start recasting because there have been plenty of Supermans, there have been plenty of Batmans.
There is someone they could do if they really want to do. Have either have Bucky take over or you recast, and whoever recast was Alan Richardson, the guy who plays Reacher.
Yeah, but the problem is, Disney was so invested in DEI and everything, all of that the Captain America thing. I mean, it's not a total stretch, but he was Captain America with Falcon's powers. So, I mean, at least like I said, when Jim Rhodes was Iron Man, he put on the suit. And I remember even his fellow Avengers didn't know it wasn't the same Iron Man.
Until he said something in West Coast Avengers.
Right. So it'd be the same thing like I said, Bucky as Cap would just be Bucky in a Captain America suit. And even if Bucky would have been a better choice than Falcon, neither one's the right choice. I said, so if you want to make
Bucky made more sense with the MCU the way they're going it. It never should have been Falcon because Falcon was like a newcomer, where Bucky's his long lost friend, and Bucky it seems like he earned that spot.
Well,
that's why it was kind of like in the show when Bucky was kind of upset a little bit.
Okay, but if you go by the comics versus Sam and Steve were together, longer than Steve and Bucky.
Yes, in the comic books, but the MCU totally different story. Well,
so they just hadn't cast him yet.
Yeah.
But either way, I said it's the having Captain America as Sam Wilson as Captain America became as much about politics, owning the chuds.
It had nothing to do with the actual natural passing the torch. It was more like, we're doing this to appeal to people who don't read comic books.
It
was a virtue signal.
If Marvel, if Disney hadn't been doing so much virtue signaling, then then Falcon or Sam Wilson's Captain America could have happened organically and been accepted. Because at the end of the day, you don't have Chris Evans. It's probably too soon to recast. Because at some point they're going to have to just reset and say that MCU was then, this is now. That's their own pocket universe, and we're starting over. Not that you can't use some of the same people if you need to, but because Tom Holland might still be playing Spider-Man by then. But
I know you don't watch cartoons, but they had Earth's Mightiest Heroes. They had all this stuff going on, and then they had another series that followed up with a lot of people that I guess some people didn't like. And was Earth's Mightiest Hero or Avengers Assemble.
Earth's Mightiest Heroes, I watched and liked a lot.
Oh, you did watch?
Changed the format and brought in, I added Black Panther, and it's everything about the show changed because that Earth's Mightiest Heroes had a neat feel to it.
Sure. So
But
my point is they brought in their Avengers Assemble was a new cast going back to the basics. They got rid of Wasp and Hank. Those two left. They had Hawkeye. You had Black Widow, Thor, Hulk, Captain America, and Iron Man, and then they brought in the Falcon. Sam Wilson was, and this thing they reimagined it from. Well, I guess it wasn't a real match with MCU. It was still MCU's based. Him being a former Shield agent who ended up becoming the Falcon and joining up with the Avengers. And he was written way much better. He was written as an intelligent person. His Shield training is able, and he's able to do stuff, help out with Tony Stark. They were friends, and he was just a much better version than he was in the movie.
Well, Zach put it the way I should have. Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes was a cartoon about the comic book.
Mm-hmm.
It was replaced by a cartoon version.
Well, yeah, sure. Guardians of the Galaxy was the same thing,
and it wasn't good.
I liked
Earth's Mightiest Heroes was way better than what.
Sure, you could say that, but I'll say that Avengers Assemble wasn't good. It was still a good, entertaining.
It wasn't to me, but again, I'm a lot older, not a big cartoon guy.
Well,
when I find a cartoon that I actually like, and then it gets taken,
it wasn't for your demographic,
right? And it was replaced by something I didn't care for, and I said
the thing I didn't like was some of the character designs in the Earth Mightiest Heroes, but it was still a good show. So, but we're not here to debate which is better. I was pointing it out that it just seems that like Marvel, when it comes to their comic books or even some of their movies, the cartoon universe seems to be like miles better than whatever they're doing anywhere else. So I don't know. It's getting to the point where it's like before Ultimate Spider-Man came out. The new Ultimate Spider-Man, not the cartoon, none of that stuff, but as far as the Robert, not absolutely Robert Kirkman, but Jonathan Hickman's. There was no Peter Parker and MJ together unless it was in movie format through Sony, through Tobey Maguire, and then we just saw it more recently in Into the Spider-Verse. Yeah, it's just the point where it's like, what is going on? Are we supposed to like them together or not like them together? Make up your mind, because I'm getting like whiplash. They're here together and they're not together. It's like, I don't know, man. It's just the point where it's like, I've said this before, it's about DC too. I like post-crisis DC. I'm not a big fan of the Silver Age, but I do appreciate some of the stuff. We were being the bright and the bold. But I mean, for me, I've noticed that being the guy who grew up with the cartoons, I like the DC animated universe extended, basically comic book format. That I do a lot of the current DC or even some of the past DC, because the fact that it just meshes well. The world that was created by Bruce Timm and Paul Dini was taking like the best of, I guess, like the post-crisis and some of the other stuff, and just putting it together, and it's just kept it. And I think the other reason I'm liking it, a lot of that stuff more, because even the Marvel animated stuff, they have their own animated universe in comic format. It's not affected by retcon after retcon after retcon after retcon. It's just getting the point where, if new books were to get so bad where I couldn't read them today, like Marvel or DC, I'm going back and I'm picking up older stuff in the 70s when you started. I'm going back and I'm reading the older stuff because I don't need to buy Marvel and DC. I understand this channel is like, oh, we talk about the new books coming out, but if you watch our channel, if I hardly talk about Marvel a lot at all, Moon Knight and Ultimate Spider-Man, when it comes out, maybe that's about it. As far as DC goes, we still have some good books, but if DC were to drip off, a lot of the other books we're showing on this channel is all indie books. And sadly, that should say something about the comic community today is of what's coming out. If a lot of people who used to read DC and Marvel are now going over the indies, there's something seriously wrong. And especially we don't have new readers going in and reading the Marvel stuff. They are going over to the manga. So that's something definitely wrong we need to address, but this isn't a channel to address that. But what is Zach saying? He says, did you see Tom Brevoort's ridiculous double standards with Rogue and Gambit? Did not. I know that he's against Mary Jane and Peter being together, and God forbid. Did you Mary Jane is now a Venom, who doesn't make sense because remember she was afraid of Venom, deathly afraid of it. So I don't know. It's just like I said, there's no continuity, and that needs to be brought back. People need to, if something happens, it's something else. It needs that person needs to be held accountable. To say no, we can't do this. We already did this here.
You forget what's changed between Spider-Man 300 and now.
Quality writing.
Mary Jane's a girl boss bitch now.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, that is. I mean,
so a lot of Mary Jane fans online, know what they've said? We're okay with this if she berates Paul the whole entire time because they hate Paul. That's the only good thing come out of this.
And Zach said, "Did you see Tom Brevoort's ridiculous?"
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. So no.
Well, he said that he defends them being married because fans are invested in it. That was his quote. Well, the other reason why is Joe Quesada wasn't butthurt over Rogue and Gambit like he was for Spider-Man for some reason.
He wants them together, but then Marvel releases a thing with Carrie Andrew who's doing the Savage universe where she's banging Magneto. Makes sense.
It's a throwback story.
Why do we need a throwback story of her with another man if she's married to somebody else? Current comic books. You know what I mean?
Nope.
Yeah.
Who cares? I mean, but I agree with you. I said it's ridiculous
It is ridiculous.
Defend one marriage because fans are invested, and then tell the fans that are invested in the other one to go fuck themselves, which is basically what they do.
Well, as Thomas said, if you don't like what we're doing, don't read our books. Thank you. We didn't realize that he was a Kelly.
Yeah. Thank you, Tommy Sue DeConnick.
Yeah. I read throwback miniseries all the time, but not like I said. And there's a difference when I'm reading. I'm not reading the Savage one. I like the box because it has a Rogue on it. That's the only reason I bought it. I will not read stuff where we have an old man who's probably 30 years her senior, is making out. Now people can say there was no Gambit back then, but it was still kind of creepy.
Well, there was. He just hadn't been fully integrated in the team yet.
No.
Well, Magneto and Rogue got back together for a while.
Yeah, and that was even creepier.
2007.
Yes, that was even gross. That was more gross. Because here she was leading on Gambit, and then she's like, sorry, Gambit, he can touch me and actually put his dick in me. Yeah, that was gross. I didn't need that crap. It's part of my vulgar language, but yeah. And then we just saw this in the X-Men 97 cartoon. Same thing, because they're adapting the stuff. And they continued where they adapted that comic book where Rogue says, oh, I don't want to be with you, Gambit. I got to be with someone who could touch me. Yeah. By that logic, who can Wolverine be with? Himself. Or Sabretooth. Let's see here. Enjoy what you enjoy and not trying to talk you into anything, but if you decide to go old stuff, you'll do all right. Henry, I've been reading a lot more older books on this channel because we read on through our Fridays and Sunday night readings. There's a lot of stuff I've never read before. A lot of, especially on Saturday nights too. I read the Archie Turtles books that were done back in the day, and I learned something a couple of weeks ago. Gene Colan did art on one of those issues in the 90s.
Huh.
It did not. And I was like, what was it? It was just crazy. I'm like, we're reading. I was like, and also the art comes. This artist says Gene Colan, and I was like, I knew the art looked familiar, and obviously Gene Colan was probably towards the end of his life. Didn't he die in the 90s?
No, he died in 2011.
2011. Okay, so he had a couple more years earlier. But I mean, I did not expect to see him on an Ninja Turtles book, reading to your artist, and it was done really well. Because I know why I don't know as well, because I went to the next artist and I was like, ooh. But I mean, I've been reading a lot of stuff. I mean, I appreciate the original X-Men back in the day. I'm talking about X-Men Stan Lee prior to Claremont and Byrne. Fantastic Four, I've been enjoying those. Those have been fun. The Daredevils. Everyone talks about Frank Miller as their Daredevil, in the Central Run, and I believe it is. And it's one you need to read if you've not read it. But I still like the stuff before that with Black Widow.
Yeah, the idea that Daredevil didn't exist before Frank Miller.
Right.
Well, for one thing, that's also being disingenuous to Roger McKenzie, who set up a lot of the plots that Frank Miller ran with.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not, like I said, Frank Miller made that character his bitch. Yeah. No denying that. But there were 157 issues before he started on art and 167 issues before he started on writing.
Yeah.
And it, and a lot of them were really good. It's just that, it was a different Daredevil. Daredevil was a swashbuckler. He was, he quipped almost as much as Spider-Man.
Yeah.
But, it's like nobody seems to care that there was that there was anything before Frank Miller. Just like, and I'm not saying that the X-Men had its moments. It probably was a distant third in team books to FF and Avengers, but it's not like it was worthless.
If you really want to trigger somebody who's not a fan of the old school Daredevil, just show the picture of him slapping Black Widow's ass. How and she called it, you're chauvinistic, you're capitalistic pig girl, or something. I love it. But I mean, there's an issue where Hawkeye battles against Daredevil for Natasha. Yeah. Fun issue. I want to read on the channel, but we'd have to limit the cast down to like 3 people. It'd be like, it'd be 2 guys and 1 girl, and then that'd be it, because there is no one else in that book. There's no supporting cast whatsoever. But yeah, I love Daredevil. I want to read some more Daredevil on the channel. There's a lot of stuff, especially with Trusty. Trusty's great.
And then Daredevil and Black Widow fly back to New York to help them fight Magneto, which is why they were out there in the first place.
Yep.
Hawkeye, was busy throwing his temper tantrum, and that was within 6 months of the Avengers Defenders War.
Wow.
But by that time, Daredevil and Black Widow immediately left the team. Yeah. Daredevil was just there to help, and Black Widow left again because they were together, so they went back to San Francisco. And that's why they brought in Black Widow and Manus crossed over for 1 issue, and then they brought the Swordsman in. But yeah, back then, all the Marvel made sure all the pieces fit. Good times in those days.
Like I said, I like continuity, man. And having pulling people, it's like, so if this is going on, you can't. No, this doesn't make sense. The character Bibles they had back in the day. You had someone, and then Mark Grunwald. Man, I wish we had another Mark Grunwald, and as employed, was actually keeping track of everything.
He was the Marvel version of E. Nelson Bridwell.
He was awesome. It's just like,
and he was a better writer too.
Sure. But I mean, like, keeping track of everything. So if this is happening here, well, you can't do that. Sorry. If Spider-Man just got hit by a truck in his last stage, he has a broken arm, he can't be swinging with both arms miraculously and having a broken arm. So
remember when the Casket of Ancient Winters was going on in Thor?
During the
and it snowed in every book.
Yep. That was during the Surtur saga.
You have one man to thank for that. Jim Shooter was the reason why that shit, because he was a continuity,
And I forgot that it actually went all the way out to West Coast Avengers.
57, Henry.
Yeah. Yeah, West Coast Avengers. We just read the issue 3 or 4. And then beginning of that, they're helping clean up California because it had like snow on the freeway and everything. So
yeah.
But yeah, like I said, I miss the continuity. I miss when everything mattered. So if somebody died, it affected a lot of people, and that character did not just bounce back right away. Or sometimes it didn't at all.
Wow.
But like I said, I don't know. I said, and I guess there's a lot of people who just don't like the current books. I think once the dude, I think he brought up like a lot of it's just talking, not a lot of action, and that's been one of the problems a lot of people are having with the Ultimate Spider-Man by Jonathan Hickman. I think it's gonna pay off the end. I hope. I mean, but I do too. Like I do love books that have a nonstop action, but I also like the dialogue because it slows down the pace of the book, so the book's not just like nonstop, and then you're like, okay, there's like 3 words, and it's just all sequential art, and then you're like, okay, where's the rest of the story? You know, but I don't know. Like I said, everything is written for trades today, which also makes it kind of annoying. Back in the day, imagine waiting a month for a brand new of Daredevil or Spider-Man or even Fantastic Four, and you got a solid story, either in a 1-part or 2-part. So that makes it horrible now because you're like, I got 10% of the story. Now I got to wait another month or 2 weeks.
Timing. It just makes everything horrible right as Zach's coming on.
Why? Because you got a haircut?
I did. Got a beard cut too. So it's all neat looking and clean now.
What's with the V-neck?
It's a t-shirt.
But there's circle ones and then there's V-necks. Oh.
Yeah, the V-neck was on sale the day I was at Target, so I went with this. I went with the one that was on sale.
Was it in the tux? Was it in the text? Was it in the tux section?
Yeah, man shopping at Target.
I mean, yeah, they got some good t-shirts. They've actually got some. What was that?
Oh, he doesn't even know what that's. Wow, I'm impressed.
I know.
He said it before. You both said that before, like several times.
I know, but
yeah,
I'm still impressed you remembered.
I'm gonna buy another one. I'm gonna try to get that thing that says "Get off your ass and knock on doors." I love Bosch. It's great. Zach, you're missing off. You're not watching Legacy.
Did you, Zach? Did you pour one out for our dead homie Jimmy?
Which Jimmy?
Jimmy Robertson. The man just won the street. The man just won the street taco.
I thought you meant Jimmy Quirks, and I was like, Jimmy died.
I was like, what? I was like, Jimmy Kimmel. Yes.
Jimmy Kimmel. Wait, no, Fallon's the funny one. Kimmel's the not funny one. Never mind.
They have their moments.
I'm not
Fallon
sure.
has been funny. Fallon at least has a history of being
okay.
funny.
He's funny adjacent.
Did you see the Mike Myers came on SNL on
Which
Saturday?
One? Who? Michael Myers, Shrek, Austin Powers.
Yeah, he was pretending to he was making fun of Elon Musk.
I haven't watched Saturday Night Live since Tina Fey was on the show.
They were doing
actually no, that's not
it was
true.
It was a Trump like. Finally, I was shocked. There's one thing that they have someone other than Alec Baldwin playing Trump.
I was about to say, I thought that was specifically reserved for the murderer guy.
So, the shooter.
Yeah, that guy, the shooter.
No, not Jimmy Hoffa, Henry. Jeez. I mean,
nobody knows where that guy is.
Where are the files of Jimmy Hoffa?
Yeah, we do. He's in the end zone at Giant Stadium.
No, but I was gonna say, oh crap! Now you derailed me.
It's not a difficult task.
Who are you again? I lost my
train of thought.
Hi, Zach.
I'm late. That's what I am. I'm late. Constantly.
Well, Zach, since we got you on here, we're 2 minutes away from $2. Tell us, what is your top 5? Count them down.
Ooh, what is my top 5? Hang on, let me open up League of Comic Geeks. What does come out for? By the way, this is for you. So don't say I never did anything nice. There's a new Common America campaign that starts tomorrow. So
okay, I've been looking. I've been checking. Kickstarter every week. See if there's anything going on.
It starts today. It goes tomorrow.
Also, I saw that they are now selling the volumes on their Iconic Comics. You know.
Yeah, on their website. Yeah.
So I was like, dang.
Yeah. Tomorrow, I think the new one is for like the.
They're like $10. I think I saw. I was like,
nicely priced.
I'll get back to what the shipping is on that, Jim.
I don't think it's terrible. I think I got one thing from their website directly. I don't think the shipping.
You know what? I'm really mad. I have a Common America book somewhere. The number 1. I don't know where it is, but I know it's somewhere.
Check all those boxes behind you. It's hidden in one of them.
I have.
It's like the golden ticket.
It's cute that you think I just have these boxes.
I mean,
just one room.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 that I can see. 11 that I can see. And then there's the plastic ones. Those are comics in those boxes. The plastic bins.
Remember, I stack them like this, and then I turn them.
Yeah. I can see at least 11, so there's probably 20 in there.
Real quick for you, do your top 5.
And then I have two next to me.
As we cruise into hour 2.
Hour 2.
Or hour 3. I mean, I just want to point out that in those 2 hours, sorry, Maranya, this lump has moved a grand total of changing the side that it's sleeping on.
I keep forgetting he has a cat now. I keep forgetting that.
No, I don't. I have a doorstop.
Do you want to know how crazy tonight's been, Zach? I am one of us popped in. I haven't seen him in a while. But
who popped in?
I am one of us. He's one of the newer guys on I Love Comics, but he's popped in here tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Marania said greetings everyone in the studio audience, and then never made another single comment after this.
Wow.
And then on top of this, Howler Mouse popped in randomly.
Oh, that's cool.
Jackson Roykirk has been threatening us the whole entire night by being here.
I see MK, I see some Glinzer and some J, some One Slick, Summoner.
KG Comics. It's like, it's been a very active audience tonight.
Henry, of course I see Henry, Jeremy. Yeah, cool. Well, hi everybody.
Yeah,
how's it going?
And then the chat died with Jimmy Hoffa.
Yeah, well, everything dies with Jimmy Hoffa. Okay. 5
Hey, speaking of which.
Oh, there she is. Coco recharging. Yeah, she will probably have zoomies.
No, she's got to recharge her battery so she can throw up and poop on the kitchen floor again.
Right. You know what's gonna end up happening is you're gonna go to bed, you're gonna fall asleep again, and then she's gonna jump on the bed and scare the crap out of you again.
Possibly.
That's
true story. Happened to him. He saw him the other night. He's like, Zach. He's like, oh, is this laying down?
Yeah, I kind of forgot that I had a cat, and then I said, boom.
It's like, Elizabeth, I'm coming home.
Nice Sanford and Sons reference. Okay, so I think I've got 5. I've got 10 books that I'm supposed to be pulling tomorrow. I think I've whittled it down to 5 here for the top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so number 5 on the list is going to be, we're starting off with Aquaman number 4 in Hot Water. That's Jeremy Adams, John Timms. I'm sure one of y'all has brought that
We
up.
talked about that.
Okay. Number 4, we're going to go with Transformers number 19.
Talked about that.
Talked about that one. What about number 3? Have you talked about Vatican City?
We did talk about that.
You did? Okay.
It was it was on our pull list, though.
I'm actually surprised. I just looked it up, and the artist, I've only heard about this artist through, of all things, Comicsgate. The Narwhal, it's a weird artist name, but I know
Narwhal, isn't that the thing that swims in the water?
It is.
I think
Narwhal, bye, buddy. Hope you're fine. Yeah, that's a Narwhal.
Didn't he draw for Zach?
I think he did. He also did something for John Malin.
Jawbreakers, maybe? No.
Let me hang on. Let me pull up.
I don't know. But we're talking about it's another vampire book. They're in a Vatican. And I was joking with the
it sounds cool though.
I was joking with Brandon. I said, "Watch, the villain's going to be a vampire pope."
That'd be wild. I don't know, because Mark Millar is Catholic, so I feel like he wouldn't go that far.
No, it's the
didn't Mark Millar do the boys?
Everybody's a vampire except for like 2,000 people holed up in a city.
Yeah.
Yes. That's it.
It's 3-issue series. It's weird to see how they get out of it.
Yeah.
And this obviously can't be connected to his other stuff.
Right.
Because
we know Huck's coming out.
That would be interesting if they found a way to connect this. Like if it was just like set in the future, maybe that would be interesting. I don't know. I'm curious about it though. So that's number 3. Number 2 is going to be Green Lantern Corps, issue number 3. Jeremy Adams, Fernando Passarin, Morgan Hampton. Red Lantern Pirate Adventure is what I'm seeing here. Fate of Thanagar. We're going to have Kilowog, Jon Stewart, Hawkwoman, Dexter. So a bunch of Red Lanterns are going to be in this one. That sounds pretty cool.
Ooh, here's my theory of how they connect this. Remember, because vampires are eternal.
Yes.
They can have the villain here, didn't get involved in big game, but was behind the scenes.
Maybe.
But the whole world are vampires. It would have to be
no. If this is the fear far from the future, so they could literally go back and bring one of the characters back who's a vampire, go back 1,000 whatever years or 100 years, whatever, or 20 years back to where the events this, and then the new stuff could lead into this future.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Number one book of the night, though, or of the week, it's gonna be Amazing Spider-Man relaunching number one. No, I'm just kidding. I wanted to see if that got a reaction. It's Absolute Batman issue number 7. New arc starting, guest artists. It's not Nick Dragotta. That's kind of a.
We also talk about that too.
You talked about Absolute Batman. You want me to talk about the books that you didn't talk about? Because I know that y'all didn't talk about Amazing Spider-Man or Ultimates.
Oh, by the way, real quick, Henry, I am just feeding the cat what its previous owner did. I'm just following what they did. Unfortunately, from what I understand, this cat averages about 1 puke a week. So I guess it's just something I've got to live with. And at least she found the kitchen floor and not the couch and the carpet like the previous two.
It's a short hair cat too. And what's up to M7LOZYLO? Asking y'all like Marvel or DC Comics?
So right now, DC, and it's not even close.
Yeah,
DC is currently DC. Overall, in general, I like them both equally.
I'll answer that part. Is I've always enjoyed reading Marvel better, but oddly enough, I think I like collecting DC better because they would do more oddball stuff, which they would do, digest, like they release, they'd be in the middle of a comic book, like they had one comic book series that had standard size comics, digests, and treasuries as part of the same run. Makes it a bitch to put them in a box, but it's kind of interesting because they do when they made all the 80 or 100 page or the 80-page giants, the dollar comics, the random giant issues that you never knew they were coming. It's just they were kind of more fun.
Yeah. So if you want to, and he says it's pronounced Milo Zalo. Milo Zalo, that's the link right there. If they have to get produced, that is actually our YouTube channel link. That's where we are predominantly a YouTube channel, but we do stream out to Twitch. Mainly we're YouTube first because YouTube allows you to basically have backlog of stuff you've done. We have 5 years of content on YouTube. So if you but I like going on to Twitch because there's people who just don't go on to YouTube as much. They're Twitch predominant because Twitch obviously is a video game nerd kind of like website with women in their bikinis. So if you like content like that, a comic book content, we really don't just talk about them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And we'll be airing it as far as to stream streaming on Twitch and YouTube around 9 p.m. Eastern, and then on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays and Mondays nights we're constantly doing readings. We take old books and and Breen joins me. Zach used to, but we get a bunch of other friends and we just take turns just reading character parts. So it's a lot of cool stuff. Yeah.
Which explains why Zach doesn't read with us anymore.
Well, Zach discovered the opposite sex, and he said, "You know what? I'm tired of being with a bunch of guys every night."
Nah, he sprays cool repellent like other guys use Axe.
I said Zach did not deny that. I just said,
not denying. No, I met a girl, a very lovely girl, and yes, my evenings became more busy.
He did not catch it. What I said.
No.
He said you don't want to be. He's tired of being with a bunch of guys every night.
That is not entirely inaccurate. Not entirely.
But every once in a while, you do still like being with a bunch of guys.
Every once in a while, it's important for guys to get away and have bond. Yeah, that is accurate.
Yeah, Vegman, as soon as he figures out what we're doing, we're both going to get a pixel finger size, FU.
I feel like we should all just take a photo, or we have whenever a pixel flips us off,
Yes.
Screen cap it, print it off, put it on a popsicle stick, and hold it up.
You've been doing that same village people coming to get me picture for years. And
Years? When is the last time I've done that?
It feels like years. Maybe I'm wrong. It feels like years.
Years.
But
no, Zach.
It's like dog years or something.
I can't help it. You don't want to be cool.
This guy. That still grosses me out.
It never gets old.
It never gets old.
Still grosses me out.
And also, Milo, thank you for the sub over on YouTube. Great. Hope to see you more often, man. You know, like I said, you have questions about comic books and stuff. You know, we'll answer them to the best of our knowledge, and we don't shame anybody for what they like or don't like here. We just ask.
That's a lie. That is a lie. I am shamed against constantly.
When's the last time you were shamed?
What was the last week I had Ultimates on my pull list or Ryan North on my pull list? Well, it was that time.
Zach, we've never shamed you. We've said you're wrong. There's a difference.
Oh, okay.
If we shamed you, we wouldn't let you on the channel.
They gaslight too. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, it's better than using charcoal.
I actually prefer charcoal. It takes more time, but I think the flavor that you get off of it is better.
You're like, I built fire. I accomplished something.
I do like fire.
I feel like every time I play with like a gas grill, it's like, whew. It's like Ethan Hunt when he's in the Mission Impossible. He's hanging out.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, okay, I didn't blow myself up today. Did a good job.
They got another trailer for the new Mission Impossible.
Oh, dude,
movie.
the new one looks amazing.
Looks
It's part 2.
Yes, but it's not called Dead Reckoning Part 2. It's called Final Reckoning, which I don't like. But yeah, that movie looks great. I'm gonna see it day one. Zach is cool. He's the freaking VP. I even got my beard trimmed tighter so it looks more like our vice president. So, no, I've got a few other. I got Geiger. That's on the list. Uncanny X-Men is on the list. The Moon is following us. Number 8 that made the list. Ultimates number 11, and I do have Amazing Spider-Man number 1. I don't know that I'll pick it up, but it does have Pepe Larraz's art, which I
well, Zach, I think what you should probably do is go to the store, pick it up, and then put it back down.
And then put it back down.
Now,
pick it up, see the price tag, put it back.
My number 1 for this week is Geiger.
Yeah,
it's not even in your top 5. So it begs the question: where did I go wrong? I tried to bring you up right.
The most.
And
that's
also
a weekly segment. Where did Breen go wrong?
I try to give you instill in you the values that you would need to be a cool comic book guy.
A cool guy?
Yeah. You know what we went wrong when we told Zach he's not allowed to steal cake?
That's it. You took away my sweet tooth. And that made me a curmudgeon.
Well, Sweet Tooth got canceled years ago.
Yeah. and he tried to make it into a show.
Yeah, that's it though.
Wait a second. Here, MK. Yo, who would win in a fight between Sweet Tooth and Baby Teeth?
Baby Teeth.
I don't know. I didn't read either one of them. But...
I don't know.
You know what I think would win?
Best?
Little baby hands. Tiny baby hands.
Tiny baby hands. Zach, do you have tiny baby hands?
No, I do not. My hands are actually freaking huge.
Yeah.
See those? Yeah, you've got. See, when I was a kid, there was the whole gag. It's like, hey, if your hand is as big as your face, you might have cancer. And so you put your hand on your face, and then somebody walks up and just smacks your hand.
Well, oh, that hurts. At least you don't have cancer.
Yeah, there you go.
See, back in my day, they just shoved you in a locker. They didn't care.
I didn't have a locker. I was homeschooled.
I know. I had the short lockers. I was like,
maybe if your parents had invested in a locker so they could shove you in it, you might have turned out different.
Maybe. That's possible.
I always wondered if Pixel was homeschooled because he said he was always in the closet.
No, he lived in a closet.
Yeah,
Harry Potter lived in a closet. He wasn't homeschooled. He went to not border school.
No wonder you didn't go for Hermione.
Hermione.
At least I got out of public school before it became indoctrination camps.
That's true.
Dude, I remember being in high school and I remember like it was like early 2000s when I graduated, very early. And I just remember like middle school and stuff. It's like there's a lot of stuff they don't teach you in U.S. history stuff. And I remember like my mom and dad is like, wait, they're not teaching that. It's like, and then so I thought that was disturbing. Then I see like my niece and nephews like how much that I was taught was cut out afterwards. I was just like. Yeah.
Well, a good example, if you went to public school, in the last 20, 30 years, you come out of there thinking that the only people that practiced slavery were white Europeans sending them to America, and that's it. And you don't learn how global the slave trade was and is.
And how like ancient it was.
Well, here's the thing too.
Little things that to produce narratives.
Yeah.
The other thing I'll mention too is that it wasn't just outside our country. In our country too, you actually had blacks, only other blacks.
Yes.
So it's and they will not teach you that. No. But
that kids is as far off the road as we're going to veer.
We are
a comic book channel.
Yes.
Comic book and mock Zach.
So where we went wrong is that it's hard to like learn Zach, teach him new things because Zach was always the best student in his class. He's always the number one in gym class. He's got the ego problem.
Valedictorian, most likely to succeed, homecoming king.
And took himself to the prom.
I actually didn't have a prom. I didn't go. I was too cool for the prom. So
voted most likely to get in a fight because his dad would kick his ass.
My dad actually would. When I was young enough to get away with it, my dad would like not. He was not a spare the rod dad when I messed up, which was
he's like, give me my other bat. That was covered in blood too much.
He's not Negan, okay? Gosh.
We got
they added comic book Negan is now a skin and
I love that meme with Negan and he confronts Alexander. He's like, you take away our food, we'll starve. He's like, really? You're the biggest one here.
I've never wanted there to be voice acting and voice lines in Fortnite more than when Negan became a skin. Because I want him to go, hot diggity. I want, what's his name, the actor's voice. Whenever I like
Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Jeffrey Dean Morgan. I want to hear his voice whenever I hit somebody with a pickaxe.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Well, Mark.
Oh my goodness.
History's
I would pay money for that.
Fun fact: hands in art should be measured from the chin to what should be the hairline. All right, so it varies for every kid. History in school today. George Washington was a racist slave owner. MLK Jr. and Harvey Milk were perfect. Also,
Harvey Milk, but MLK Jr. had
also Harvey.
Well, Harvey Milk was an openly gay councilman.
Yeah,
I think
I knew that. Yeah.
was assassinated when he was running for mayor or something like that, if I remember correctly. But
yeah, MLK had his issues too. Overall, I think he was a good person, but he had his issues. But so did George Washington.
Well, he was a serial philanderer, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, George Washington had slaves, as did 99.9% of people in America. It was not
actually. It was actually the percentage of Americans that owned slaves were very small.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Also, Lee Harvey Oswald did not kill JFK. It was Harvey Weinstein. Go tweet that.
That doesn't sound accurate.
You know what? 20 years, no one will know.
Maybe.
I thought it was Donny Osmond.
Under 4%. Thank you, Rhaegar.
You know what it was? There was no person that killed him. He just happened to be a random bullet that had been flying, and he just drove right into it. You know? Although I do like the ice bullet theory, though.
The ice bullet? I've heard about the ice bullet.
Because no one says, like, oh, there's no way that it exists. I'm like...
I've heard that theory. That's pretty wild. Anytime ice is used as a weapon, I'm for it. That's a wild theory.
The driver turns around, shoots him with the ice bullet, and it pops his head back. You see that? It's like, yeah, crazy. Rager coming back with under 4%. What's up,
Just
Rager?
how I like my milk.
What is on Rager's icon? I'm trying to see what that is.
That is that a Final Fantasy character?
I thought it was feminine Leon from Resident Evil.
Nah, it looks like Sephiroth.
Yeah,
I could be wrong though.
Sephiroth, isn't that from
Inuyasha? No,
the brother.
No, definitely not. He is the guy from
Harvey Milk. They made a biopic about him, done by Sean Penn, which presented him in the most positive light possible. Hilarious.
Sean Penn in a positive light? What?
Yeah, the one we can't see. President Rufus Shinra from Final Fantasy number 7. See, I never would have guessed that.
Oh, it's President Rufus. Okay, that makes more.
Because it looks like a girl from this angle. Because it's such a little photo.
Well, that's because he's got those sharp jaw lines.
The pointy chin lines that always girls have.
A little bit. Fun news. I found out yesterday that a Goofy movie is 30 years old.
Do you watch the new video that they dropped with the actors?
The voice actors in the car singing the song?
Yeah.
I did see that.
Yeah. It popped up the other day. I was like, and then I guess people are still waiting on the singer from that movie. So they drop another album.
I thought it was Michael Jackson for the longest time. When I didn't read the credits, I was like, this is Disney Michael Jackson.
Speaking of icons, and we can't see them, Glinzer's is a bunch of floating skulls.
Whoa! Glinzer, dude, Halloween's like in 6 months. Chill out.
Yeah, so I bet if they were making the Milk movie today, they would probably test him playing that part.
Probably. Because it's like, what? You have to be gay to play a gay person. You have to be Jewish to play a Jewish
person. Howard Hughes is the guy who created the airplane, the Boeing, right?
Yes.
You ever seen that?
Leonardo DiCaprio played.
The Aviator. At the end, he's like...
Aviator, yeah.
Yeah, bring in the milk. Bring in the milk. So whenever somebody thinks anything about milk, and I think of that stuff, that movie, because it's such a weird movie, and it's kind of sad towards the end because he kind of like crazy a little bit.
Yeah.
Memphis.
That was a good movie for him, though. He did do good in The Aviator, if I recall. That was one of his better films, I think.
Yeah. Then he did The Revenant.
Revenant was wild.
There we go. We got to make it full screen for all
the fans. She's going to leave as soon as he turns the camera on.
You're muted, Green.
Coco.
Back over here, you lump. You lump.
Wow. She's able to just
walk
your adoring
public wants to see your big butt.
Onlybutts.com.
That's right.
Does she clean the floor and she walks across it?
You have to drag her. Like a dust bunny.
Well, she's long hair. I mean, I'm curious if you're aware how that looks bigger than 10 pounds.
Yeah, it's
because she's been lumping more and more.
I don't think she's much more than that, but she feels like a lump when she like climbs on my stomach.
The bony little paws that dig in.
Yeah.
Is she declawed on both feet? The front.
I don't know if she's declawed in the back paws or not.
Well, the front they do it in the front.
Yeah, she's declawed there.
Oh. Because that's another thing too. You have a cat because we never declawed our cats, but when they crawl on you, they just like the nail gets in you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My sister's cat will do that if you're not careful. She's pretty soft. But
all right, people, I'm out of here.
I'm out.
Screw you.
Yep.
I love that.
I got floors to poop on.
And that was the Cocoa of the Week.
Cocoa of the Week.
I'm gonna.
She's gotta go drop her pebbles on Bream's kitchen floor. Cocoa pebbles.
14. I'll guess that cat's weight 14 pounds.
Yeah, that's a pretty good guess.
She got
13.
10. I guess 10 is normally the average weight they're supposed to be. But I'd say 12.
And she got mad at me tonight because I had to yell at her. She was sitting on the kitchen table trying to eat an empty Coke Zero case.
Yeah, they chew on the plastic and all that stuff too.
Yeah. They do. Yeah, they will chew on anything: plastic, paper. Izzy's cat once ate like, what is this, 7 inches of yarn. They'll eat all kinds of stuff.
Dumb ways to die.
Yeah. Seriously, cats chewing on yarn. I didn't realize how deadly that was, but it gets all wrapped up in their
normally they play with their kitten, they play with the yarn, but like, yeah, you should really just they'll eat string, anything. They chewing on stuff, They have those like little they look like real rat toys. The mice, it has the fur and stuff. They'll eat that too. All is plastic on the inside. We had one on the string. I just drag it around. That cat went crazy after it. But I am curious though if his cat will chase it with a laser, a laser pointer, or be like look and be like, you chase.
Most cats will at least once or twice. Some get really into it, and then some really don't.
Right. So, alrighty though. Nothing else really to talk about. We're talking about cats now. We just showed a cat. But if somebody wants to start clipping, like we'll just have the cat compilation of this Coco every time she's on the channel, and I'll have like an intro, like they're cool. Like whenever Coco appears on the channel, it's like we'll play the music and everything. And they'll have like that'd be kind of funny too. And they'll just have like the little shades pop down on Coco's side. It's like, what's up? Deal with it. Your cats don't chew on electrical wires in your walls like mice. Yeah. Well, cats will chew on wires though. Computer wires.
Yeah. Coco decided that she's not into that because they're all right here. Anytime I'm gone for hours, she could, if she wanted to, she can make my life miserable. But
I like it. Some cats will actually jump on your computer table and go across the keyboard because they want attention. Our friend Celeste happens to her too.
I said, I've been here enough times when she's tried to she'll put her front paws up on the table, and I'll tell her not to, and I'll push her, nudge her off of it. I think she's gotten that message.
Sure.
But anywho,
anywhere.
Everybody in the world's probably already seen it, but I started watching Shrinking yesterday. Have you seen that?
Mm-mm.
It's the guy from How I Met Your Mother and Harrison Ford.
Jason Segel.
Oh, it's on Apple. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic show. It's great. I'm four episodes in, and I've been watching The Pit, which is really, really good, but it definitely got its lefty on in the episode I watched today.
Yeah.
An anti-vaxxer punched a vaxxer today in the ER and started screaming, and the person that was against the vaccines sounded like an idiot, and of course the person that was vaxxed to the max, they're the good guy. And then this other guy that Butch from Gotham, that's all that is on there, Bankman.
I love Butch from Gotham.
He was
that
because I said that that progressives always put the truth in the mouths of the people they want you to hate.
Oh yeah,
because they want he keeps getting passed over for people with that's more injured. Mm-hmm. But he goes, unlike most of the people here, I actually have insurance and I pay all kinds of money, so these people don't have to pay anything. And he's the bad guy, and he's the bad guy because at the end of the episode he punches a woman in the face.
Oh,
so it's like, great show, but god damn, is it far left?
Yeah, I found out. So I finally got up to season 3 of Ted Lasso, and the first 2 seasons are pretty good. They have some small lefty jokes here and there, but overall it was really good. And then you get to season 3, and it just goes all the way up to 11. I was like, this isn't even enjoyable anymore. So I'm gonna start watching Severance. I've been hearing that show is supposed to be phenomenal.
There it is.
I have seen, now that you said Harrison Ford and the guy from How I Met Your Mother, I have seen that pop up on my Apple TV. I do want to see that. And then there's a movie with Anna Taylor-Joy and the awful Mr. Fantastic from that Fantastic Four movie. But there's a movie, I think it's called The Gorge. Or The Pit, or something.
You talking about the Fantastic?
Yeah, Fantastic. Miles Teller. The guy from what else was he in? He was in Maverick. He was in Top Gun Maverick. The other guy.
He was Rooster.
Yeah. Was it Rooster? Okay, I knew he
Yeah.
was Goose's son, but he and Anna Taylor-Joy, they played like these two military people that are on both sides of this mysterious gorge or canyon or whatever, and there's like demon monsters at the bottom of it that they can't let get out. So that one looked really interesting. I don't
New
watch that.
episode of Daredevil dropped today too.
New Daredevil today. There was a lot of new anime stuff started up.
Lazarus started on Saturday. That's the makers of Cowboy Bebop.
Lazarus, it did. I forgot about that. One Piece
I watched it. I watched it.
New My Hero Academia out.
So you can tell it's by the same creator because there's a guy doing a lot
music.
Same music, the jazz music when he's doing when the main kid is like doing parkour, escaping from people, running around.
Yeah.
It's pretty much a young Spike Spiegel. I love it.
I like that. No, I saw a trailer for it last week, and I was like, "This is cool."
Yeah,
so I'm gonna look at that. There's another series of My Hero Academia. It's like a spinoff series called Vigilantes.
Oh, really?
And you know how like All Might was like that world's Superman.
Yeah.
Well, this one has a mentor figure named Knuckle Duster, and he's basically Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to see that.
I watched the whole Devil May Cry series.
Cool.
Devil May Cry series on Netflix.
The new Devil May Cry I heard about. I heard about that one. My brother watched it.
It's adaptation of the manga.
Yeah.
Takes place between games 2 and 3. It was good. I liked it. But here's the thing: I never would expect in a million years. Limp Bizkit is the intro music.
Oh no! Who was there was a band I forgot who it was. Kaiju number 8 had an American band do the opening for it. I can't remember who it was.
Limp Bizkit's been Red Tours has been touring with Limp Bizkit over in South America. He did
One Republic. That's what it was.
One Republic.
One Republic did the opening song for Kaiju number 8. Yeah.
Is it too
not
late
quite
to apologize?
as crazy as Limp Bizkit? That's pretty crazy.
Is it too late to apologize?
No.
No,
a little bit cooler of a song than that. Actually.
But Limp Bizkit though, I was like, keep rolling, keep rolling. I was just like, this shit intro should not be that awesome.
That's actually wild that they got Limp. I didn't know that. That's actually crazy.
But they took some liberties, they changed some stuff about some characters, but overall, in general, it's as I said, it was a very interesting and very well done anime. Done by the same people who did the original Castlevania on Netflix.
That was a good show. I like Castlevania. I didn't watch the Nocturne one that came after that.
I'm still waiting for well, after this I'll be watching Rookie, the new episode.
Rookie, yes. Did you see? Are you caught up yet?
I watched last week's.
You saw the April Fool's one? That episode was wild. I actually really dug that episode. That was crazy.
They basically just terminated like what are Rookie? We're gonna do the Purge.
They did the Purge, but it worked. I thought it worked. I thought it was really good.
The story was kind of weak. A girl who works social media says all tickets are free, and then she says all crime is legal for today.
Yeah. Because people are idiots and will believe anything they read online.
So all Los Angeles turned into the Purge.
Yeah. I thought it was cool.
And I mean, let's got to follow up with some other characters that we haven't seen in a while. So the husband and wife team, they were friends of they were at the land. He's the guy gets. The
big guy that punched the cop. That guy.
Yeah. A couple.
He's dead now though.
Yeah. Shocking. So. But what was shocking was about who his murderer was. Anyway. So, but so that's I've been watching that. Bosch Legacy drops on I think on Wednesdays. When is Bosch Legacy drop? Is that a Wednesday drop?
I can tell you right now.
He says into the void again. Whenever Breen leaves, I feel like I'm gonna ask a question like, "Hello," and there's like nothing comes back. It's just like a void.
It is every.
He's watching baseball probably.
Followed by 2 episodes each week. What day of the week though? April 10th. April 10th. So not tomorrow, but Thursday. So that'd be Thursday night.
Thursday. Okay. Well, that's what Reacher was.
Yeah, Reacher was a Thursday. Yeah.
Okay. So
and now there's no more Reacher. Reacher season 3 ended, so there's no more Reacher. So I'm just gonna be watching anime. I started watching. This one's been out for a while. I think the whole season's been done. There's one. It's called Freerin. It's a fantasy anime. It's actually it's pretty cool. It's like this immortal 1,000-year-old elf, and all of her like original D&D style party dies, and she like inherits their apprentices. So it's like it's almost like Arrow. You know how Arrow would do the flashbacks and then cut to modern day? It's kind of like that, but it's got more fantasy elements to it. It's pretty cool. I like it.
There's also a new,
pretty good too.
There's a new Mobile Suit Gundam.
I heard about that. There's rumors that Sydney Sweeney is going to be in a live action. Is it Gundam? It's some giant mech movie.
Is she the giant mech? We see her boobs bouncing and she fattles.
That would be absolutely insane.
You know what? No live action My Hero Academia. She's the giant girl.
Not Lady? Yeah.
Yeah.
She would be Not Lady. We should cast all of My Hero Academia. Of course, with American actors to tick off everybody, because there are certain people on Twitter that be like,
here's something I never would have thought I'd see again. Apparently Barney came back in October on Max.
The purple dinosaur?
Yeah, Barney's World.
Oh, that's weird.
They're in episode 30 so far.
I was like 6 years old.
So
Emma Frost is coming to Marvel Rivals.
So Vigilante's episode that dropped. Dude, if you look at Lazarus, look at the issue 1 or episode 1.
Yeah,
it's Cowboy Bebop. The purple.
I'm gonna look it up tonight. I'm gonna watch it tonight after we get done. I'm gonna watch it tonight. I want to watch that. I want to watch the new My Hero series.
From Old Country Bumpkin to Master Swordsman, episode 1 dropped too as well.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is. There's a lot of new animes dropping.
Yeah.
On Netflix, so I saw the
somebody should go pick them up then.
Yeah. Shield Bearer dropped on Netflix.
It sounded like Goofy.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry. What were you talking about?
No, I said that one you were talking about. There were a couple. Was it 2 years ago? You jumped on when Rob was gone. You jumped on Extreme Movie Show with me.
Yeah.
You're talking about Shield. I think it's called the Shield Bearer.
Rising of the Shield Hero.
Yeah. It's on Netflix now, and that's the one
nice.
I have not get a chance to watch. That's a new one I'll be checking out.
The first season I think is really, really good. The second season has some neat concepts, but it does drag a little bit. And then I think the third season's about to come out if it hasn't started already. It's interesting. I like it. It's one of those guy gets sucked into a video game world kind of things, but it works pretty well. The first season I think is fantastic.
You know what's speaking of all the Disney stuff? You know what's been popping up on all the the pirate sites I've noticed lately?
No,
it's been Walt Disney presents Pluto's Christmas Tree, Donald Duck, Winter Storage, and then just Donald Duck and stuff, and it's Chip and Dale in there too. Donald, yeah, a lot of old,
the short
golden age stuff, like videos.
Nice.
The first animation videos I had.
I remember watching those at the library. Like those.
Was that Eric's? Hold on.
I was watching a bunch of old Roadrunner cartoons last week on YouTube.
Rigger, if that was my impression of me, that's not a good one.
No, that was like old man yells in the cloud.
Because he has to pay for it now, right? An Apple.
Huh?
No, an Apple is their program is called the cloud, their storage stuff. So and they charge you stuff. It's like the store on the cloud. I'm like, no thanks.
Yeah.
He hashtag me too to video game world.
Yeah, I think he's talking about Rising of the Shield Hero.
Oh,
the guy, the main character, gets me too. But
I've always wanted to watch Goblin Slayer because so many people said like, "Oh, you should not watch that." So I was like,
Goblin Slayer. I started to. Yeah, it gets.
Zach blushed a little bit.
It's one of those manga that when you see it in the bookstore, it's wrapped in plastic, so you can't go through it. There's a reason. There's a bunch of reasons.
I never made it past the first episode of Arrow. It was because it was too dark.
That's fair. The first episode of Arrow is weird, especially if you're hoping for classic Oliver Queen, like with the funny hat and the boxing glove Arrow. That never happens. I think they did the boxing glove Arrow trick one time.
If you wanted that version of Arrow, you should have watched Melville. That's more of the Brave and Bold Arrow.
Kinda. That's fair.
Yeah. Totally different things, concepts, but Arrow, you can after you can watch the first, second season. After that, you can quietly just dip out.
Yeah. I liked it all the way up till probably when. What is the one where he has a son? Where it's revealed he's got a son. Up until that season, I thought it was pretty good. Like the Damien Dark episode, I really enjoyed. Or season, the whole season with Damien Dark, I really enjoyed.
The reason I got
Once they get to the point where there's like 6 people on Team Arrow and they have to split into 2 teams, that's where I'm like, okay, this is way too big a thing now.
First season of Arrow, I think it was great because it was just him.
Right.
No one, he didn't tell anybody, and he was going around just murdering people. So you filled the city, and he put an arrow through you, and killed you. I was like, dang.
That was a little dark
because it was such a polar opposite of what we had with the crazy or weird, quirky Justin Hartley Arrow in Smallville.
I like weird quirk. Green Arrow is not supposed to be Batman. Just because they're both rich doesn't mean they're both supposed to be broody.
Yeah, the Flash was good in the very beginning, and then it's another show because once it become all about the team and less about the hero, I lost interest too, bro. I don't like that.
That's fair. I also didn't like that they ditched Black Canary and put him with Felicity. And Red Arrow or Arsenal, whatever you want to call him, he was off the show in like 3 seasons. He was gone.
Here's the thing about that show. Hey, you watched the guy played Roy.
Yeah, Roy.
You had no idea that he was gay. Like,
no, you would not have.
And because it wasn't a big deal, they wouldn't bring it up.
Mm-hmm.
The first actually gay character on that show was William. That was many seasons in.
Was it not Mr. Terrific?
Well, Roy wasn't playing a gay character.
I'm saying, yeah, it's like we didn't. I don't think there really was a gay character until we got into the Flash Forward ones with William.
I thought Mr. Terrific was the first one they put in there.
Yeah, he might have been, but
that was like, yeah. But
how many arrows did they have? How many seasons? You mean?
Like 7 or 8?
Yeah.
Way too many.
8 seasons, I think it was. Yeah, and it was like a.
And then he ends up becoming the Spectre at the end of it all.
Yeah.
I do want to see that new Suits show though that he's in. Stephen Amell. They're doing a Suits spinoff, like Suits out in Los Angeles, and so he's one of the lawyers. That looks like
what's crazy about this is that Stephen Amell wasn't he on that show Hung?
I don't know.
Prior to Arrow,
I know wasn't he in wrestling or something?
No, that was afterwards. He did that.
Okay,
but I thought he was on the show Hung along with the guy who played.
I don't know what the show is.
Punisher. It was about an escort service, yeah, and he was the upcoming new guy. So
I would not know.
A comic book show that was good, but I had no expectations of being good was The Gifted. Truly, the girl who played Polaris,
Polaris, yeah,
Polaris, was awesome in there. And Marcos, whatever his name, Marco, I had no idea it must have been a new character they made up or whatever. He was, like I said, these are some interesting characters. John Proudstar was done well.
Yeah, Proudstar was good.
They even had Blake on there.
What was it? The Zemo twins? Didn't they have the Zemo twins? But they didn't call them Zemo.
They had the Cuckoo sisters were in there. The Cuckoo.
The Cuckoo
girls were in there.
Were they? Oh, I didn't watch that part.
There was one girl playing 3 different characters. Sisters.
An X Factor show would be actually really cool. Have Strong Guy. And...
Didn't we have an X Factor show called Mutants? The mutant ones back in the day?
Did we?
Mutant X, I think it was. The guy who was Lex Luthor in the Dean Cain show was in charge of it. But anyway, yeah, I think I'm trying to think of back in the day. You know what I want back? Dinah Meyer as an older Barbara Gordon.
Oh, from that Birds of Prey show?
She's still hot looking, bro. Oh, New Mutants. But no, yeah. I mean, honestly, I would bring her back, have an older Barbara Gordon, and have a Batman Beyond live action show. The guy who played Beast Boy on Titans did that fan movie, the Batman Beyond thing. Go check it out. It's really good. It's available on YouTube, and it was done really well. Him in the suit and everything. I would tell you, they can do a Batman Beyond TV show if they really wanted to. So
I can see it. It could work. I think I'd want to see it as more. You could definitely do it. What's the show I'm thinking of? Like one of those Blade Runner animes. Like you could definitely do one in that style.
So they did a Blade Runner TV show.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And it was horrible.
Well, okay.
The only thing coming on there was the girl that he was pretty much helping out, trying to find her sister or whatever. And
I'm talking about the animation style.
Oh, there was no animation on it. There was a live action television.
Oh, was it a live action? I thought it was an anime. Oh,
I know there's a Blade anime. I know that there's a live action one.
Anime.
The one on Spike.
I'll have to look this up. I'm not a huge Blade Runner fan. I was pretty sure there was an anime.
Oh, Blade Runner. You're talking about Blade? Okay, I think you said Blade.
No, not Blade. Like
Blade Runner. The Blade Runner was
Blade. Not Blade. No.
Okay, Blade Runner was just a Hardwick. What is it? It's called Blade Runner Lotus.
Yeah,
that was all CG anime.
Gotcha.
And it was done well. They even had a spinoff comic book. They did through, I believe, what was doing. Was it Titan? I think. But anyway, speaking of stuff like Blade Runner and stuff, we got Tron coming up, the new Tron movie.
Dude, I thought they forgot about that. Yes, I really did.
Jared Leto looks freaking good.
He does. I forgot because he was in the second one. He was in Legacy. My brother, I know, is really psyched about it. He's a big Tron fan.
Blade had that guy from Onks named Sticky Fingers playing Blade. Heard it was bad. It was bad.
I hope the new Tron does well because I don't remember the last one doing well from a box office perspective. So I hope this new one does a good job.
Here's the thing about that: the if you see how the trailer for the new Tron thing, it looks like the real world is bleeding over.
There's the two worlds are colliding. Yeah.
I don't know, and it sounds like you hear Jeff Bridges' voice in there, so I don't know if he's going to be in the movie or not. I did not look up anything else. I just saw the trailers on YouTube, and I was like, "Wow, this is cool."
Yeah.
So you see a cop car gets cut in half, because the motorcycle.
Because the motorcycle with the hard light that comes out.
There's normal, and then they just apparently they turn on the lights whenever they want to. So it turns it on and just cuts it through, and I was like, "Dang, Tron has always been ahead of everything as far as technology and the software, the future, the vision. So it looks great, even with Tron Legacy, and now with this, man. What's up? But we got MKF30 pops up with a new question: Megan 2.0 or Terminator 2.0?
Terminator. Megan is just weird.
I think it means Megan 2 or Terminator 2 because there's no 2.0.
Yeah, Terminator 2. Judgment Day, not Judgment Days. I know what it's called.
Yeah, I think, and I bring up he's saying that there's Daft Punk is not no longer doing the music. It's now 9 Inch Nails. I think that'd be an improvement for the movie.
9 Inch Nails is pretty cool.
Yeah. Rhaegar disagrees. He says it's going to sound weird. I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah. Speaking of things that don't sound weird, have you been seeing any of these videos, people at the new Universal theme park for How to Train Your Dragon?
Oh, yeah. So they have robots now with their little things.
That's a different topic. That thing freaks me out because those little robots have always freaked me out. Just because they're cute now doesn't mean it's okay. But that's a different topic. The guy they got to play Hiccup at the theme park is perfect, like a perfect copy of the animated movie. It's insane. Everyone's saying that Disney World's in trouble. I think they're right. The dragons look insane.
So they're actually doing a live action movie come out this year.
They are, but I don't think the kid in the trailer, from what I've seen, he doesn't sound as goofy as the kid.
I think they erased off one of the characters. I don't know if it's the main girl.
Astrid, the main girl.
Really?
The main girl. It's not as bad as you would think it would be. I don't think it's that bad, but you can tell if you compare.
Wasn't she a ginger?
Huh?
Wasn't she a ginger?
No, she was blonde. She was blonde eyed, blue hair. Why can't I talk right? Blonde hair, blue eyes. There we go.
It kind of makes sense because they're in a Viking freaking world.
Well, I mean, they had in the movie she was voiced by a Latina, but in the live action they were like, "Oh, we'll just carry it over," not realizing that it is different when you're doing voice acting to real acting.
Yeah.
But then at the theme park, they're going with the blonde hair, blue-eyed original version
because kids want that. They don't want that. The kids are not going to go see the live action. They like the animated one.
Yeah.
But
the new How to Train Your Dragon World looks wild.
But the new at the parks now is the new thing. They have the robotic ones now. They have the rubber skin over them, and it looks just. It comes up to you. They got little Toothless comes up to you. Then they got the big dragon with the blonde, and it's just like it's like it looks so crazy. They're able to do now. The first thing I thought though when I saw like the little Toothless running around, it reminded me of remember those like robotic dogs that the military uses to climb, the ones that climb up the stairs and come kill you.
yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
We know what to do to Disney and World Universal. Heck the robots.
Yeah, I'm telling you, just because they look cute now does not mean that they won't take over the world at some point.
These are dogs that are robots who collect the information about you.
They are. All the little kids that go up and pet them, it's going to collect their DNA.
Yep, and then they'll clone your child. They'll put your child, and then they'll abduct you. It's
just like they clone those dire wolves.
Dude, the dire wolves. When I first saw the guy hold them, I thought it was like Barney, the white version of Barney from Geiger, the two-headed. It looked like a two-headed wolf. I was like,
it was two separate puppies.
They couldn't tell at first because their heads are so close to the other. It looked like you had like two-headed wolf there. I was like.
It's so crazy the amount of people I've seen freaking out that they've cloned dire wolves before the guy who writes Game of Thrones could finish writing the series that had dire wolves in it.
So here's the thing, though.
The thing?
It's yes, the thing. You know,
the thing.
The thing that grinds my gears about this. It's not really a dire wolf. It's a gray wolf that kind of mutated.
Right. It's not a genuine.
So it's not a clone.
Right.
It's just a mutated gray wolf.
Correct. And it will probably still eat everybody that cloned it and learn how to open doors.
I still don't believe they've ever actually physically cloned from DNA up, and it is just it's a clone.
Yeah.
They say
they've started doing that with they didn't do it with the mammoths yet, but they have taken like the woolly part of a woolly mammoth.
You're telling me let's bring back the woolly mammoths. Sure, let's bring back everything.
Where are you gonna put them? There's nowhere on Earth. Everywhere you put a woolly mammoth, it's going to be too high with all the wool.
So where they put it in the woolly mammoth, it's going to destroy the ecosystem over because you have to be over where the polar bears are. It's going
exactly. And it's going to kill all the polar bears.
They were killed out because they couldn't adapt.
All the ice plates or whatever.
They were killed out because they couldn't adapt to the climates.
Exactly. There's a reason we don't have them anymore. I like them. They're cool looking, but it's like, let's be logical. Where are you going to put one?
So here's the new movie. They're going to have a horror movie. They're going to clone a caveman. And the caveman's going to go around starting to kill people.
Yeah.
It'd be Encino Man.
Encino Man, definitely. But this time, he's a killer.
He's a stone cold killer.
Now, the next movie...
Taking killing back to the Stone Age.
I think the next movie I'm going to go see, it's either going to be the new Mission Impossible or Thunderbolts, whichever one comes out
Thunderbolts,
first.
That's coming out. And then there's an unknown title where it says, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer.
They're doing another one of those?
They're doing a sequel of that. Mortal Kombat 2 comes out this week. Or not this week, but later this year.
October. There's the Ballerina, which has the girl from the John Wick movie.
And Keanu Reeves is in it.
He is in it. I thought it was an April Fool's joke, but apparently they really are working on a John Wick 5, which blows my mind. I don't know.
And Rhaegar is the robot dogs Metal Gear. That's what I think of that too. It's just
yeah.
I'm just waiting to play a button and then like a gun pops out of the top of the pierces to the rubber and you can use it to hunting down people. It's like fuck soon. I like how everybody was so creative. They used the Game of Thrones pictures for their stories.
After the fourth one, I was like, okay, this isn't fun anymore.
MKF, what's with you in the questions? I'm gonna start thinking you're a robot.
He is. He's trying to collect human knowledge. By the way, the answer is Barney Rubble. That is the correct answer.
Barney Rubble is more popular. If you ask kids today who've never watched Flintstones, they'll say Simpsons.
Will they? I feel like kids today wouldn't know.
I don't think kids know who Flintstones is.
Maybe Barney the dinosaur, but I don't think kids today would know Barney from The Simpsons. Or
I don't think they actually. Honestly, I don't think any kids today. You ask average like 10 to 15-year-old. They have no idea who's what the Simpsons are, or even the.
They're just going to tell you Minecraft knowledge. That's all they're going to tell you is what they know about Minecraft.
Speaking of Minecraft is making bank, bro.
And I'm so flabbergasted and upset about it. This movie looked terrible to me, but apparently the 10-year-olds don't care.
Because the 10-year-olds have the eyes of a child.
They're looking at making a sequel already. It's been 3 days, and they're already talking about it.
I am actually thinking about watching it.
God go with you. I will not. Mark Millar went to go see it, though. He said he saw it with his youngest son, and his son was whispering to him, explaining all the different terms and everything. And he's like, this is like when I was whispering to my kid about banthas and the Phantom Zone. The circle is complete now. I'm like, no, Mark Millar, why? Why?
You know what's next, though, right?
After Fortnite. I'm almost a little bit more open to Fortnite, as long as they don't get Jack Black or Jason Momoa.
That's it. I want my Elden Ring and Dark Souls movie. Dark Souls as a movie would be just crazy.
I don't want either of those. My brother plays Elden Ring. That game is nuts.
Kids have no idea who Barney Fife is. It took me a minute to remember.
Barney Fife? Yeah, they don't know who Barney Fife is. If Barney Fife is an option, I want Barney Fife over Rubble.
You can mention the words Tailspin. The kids have no idea what that is.
They don't know what Bonkers is.
But they'll tell you who Steven Universe is.
They don't know who Wishbone is.
A lot of kids today have like short-term memory. They don't go back and watch older stuff. So whatever's currently on TV, that's what they know.
It's because of TikTok. All because of TikTok.
They can tell you what Corey Kenshin's doing.
Who?
Exactly.
Yeah. See, I don't know.
He was
kids. I think I'm gonna bail. I gotta cover the store tomorrow, so I'm gonna get a decent night's sleep.
I hope you get a big enough carp. You know, you need to cover it up.
That's yeah. All right, kids. Well, this was fun. I will see you guys later.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow night.
Night.
Have a good night.
Yep. Yeah, we went a little longer because Zach showed up late. No, because there's no cover ranking over at I Love Comics. Because
if there was, it'd be over there.
No, yeah. Well, I know I would be over there, so I'm bringing. I know, but Zach's a little iffy, but
I'm not always there. I'm a wild card.
So, for those who are wondering, like, why we're going a little longer, that's because of that, and also because the fact E is not doing the cover rank tonight because he is over in Chicago.
Is he really?
Yeah.
He's in Chicago.
Ashley. Picking her up, and then they're gonna go do some sightseeing stuff. So he was talking about he might do a hangout call tonight. I haven't seen anything from him at all. He's like, if you guys want to, just do a hangout on my channel. I'm like,
yeah.
Oh,
that's fair.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I like having content on this channel up. No, we're going for 3 hours, but man, you've been here for an hour, right?
Yeah, about an hour. Yeah. Guys, it's been an hour already. Summertime, MK. I think July. I'm going to be going to see that one too.
That's the thing. As I was on before, I still know what you did last summer. Mortal Kombat 2. How to Train Your Dragon. Jurassic World. Tron. What year is this?
It feels like 2013-ish, but I'm okay with it.
Because
the new Lilo and Stitch movie actually does look good. I don't like the
live action one.
Lilo and Stitch actually looks good. That might be the second good live action movie besides The Jungle Book.
Weren't people upset because the girl didn't look the proper skin color?
The weirdos who care about skin color say that. All the normal people don't care.
Right.
They think, oh, Stitch looks great, Lilo looks great. That's all we care about. And that's all you should care about.
Highlander. Oh, yes.
Is there a new Highlander movie?
Cavell's supposed to be in it.
Oh, that's right. He is in that one. You're right.
But I'm still waiting
Superman.
I'm still waiting for Warhammer TV series. When is that coming out?
I don't know. I don't even know. Have they started filming that yet? I don't even know.
I don't know.
I'm looking forward to that.
So
I'm very excited for the Superman movie now that we know the Superman robots are in there. That's
sure.
Cool.
Sure. The dog is too small though. We need a bigger dog.
The dog's fine.
I like the he's like a giant lab.
The dog's perfectly fine. I think that a smaller dog works a little bit better if you're trying to convey how strong it is.
Shit, I think I'd be shitting my pants if it was a Great Dane with superpowers. bigger dog.
No, Rhaegar. The new Jurassic World movie comes out in July.
And who's in that?
Scarlett Johansson and Marshala Ali, I think, are the two big names.
Is Chris Pratt done with that series?
I guess so. He's
Alan Grant and the rest of them.
To my knowledge, I mean that's what the trailer showed.
So this is where the breaking point. This is where people stop going, or it gets good.
But people went and watched the first Chris Pratt Jurassic Park movie. I mean, that movie beat Avengers. That had a big box office, and it didn't have any of the original cast members.
Sure. Chris Pratt is more popular than Scarlett Johansson.
I don't know, dude. Scarlett Johansson.
At the time when they came out,
there's a different draw.
Here's the thing. At the time, Chris Pratt, when that first one came out, he was Star-Lord.
Yes.
So he had a lot going. People were hating on him for being Christian and all this stuff until much later in his career.
Even now, a lot of his movies still do well. I mean, Mario did great, and that was just voice acting.
He gets snapped away by Thanos at the end of the last Jurassic Park movie.
He's got a new movie he's making. I think it's for. I don't know if it's for Netflix. I think it's an actual theater movie.
Ooh, speaking.
Go ahead.
MKF just brought up Stranger Things. I thought that show was over.
Nope. Still waiting. And they're doing the dumb thing where they're splitting the final season into two parts, just like they did with season 4. It's like, we're going to make it go. And they did it with Cobra Kai, too. Split it into different. I hate that trend.
I have not gone back and watched Cobra Kai because I just have no inkling to go back. I watched the first 6 episodes of the season, the final season, and I was just like, it was just so bored to tears.
I like it. I like that kind of stuff.
Now we're going to have actual, people from, Japan come over and fight and all that stuff. As, or they're going to fight, and just I don't care anymore. They left it off at the end of season 5. We could have ended it right there.
You could have. I do wish that they had brought Hilary Swank in from the other Karate Kid movie.
The one we do not speak of.
Hey, that would have been a cool part to bring in. It's like when they incorporated parts of Thor 2 into Endgame. It actually made that movie viable. They could have done that for Karate Kid 3 or other Karate Kid, whatever it was called. But they didn't. So I am also disappointed that William Zabka is not going to be in the Karate Kid Legacy movie with Jackie Chan and
Karate Kid Legends.
Huh?
Karate Kid Legends.
Legends. Is it Legends? Oh, it was Legacy. Okay.
Jaden Smith isn't going to be in there at all.
Well, that's good. He was kind of
They replaced him with Ben Wang. That kid is awesome.
He looks better from the trailer than Jaden Smith.
Everybody said he is a young Jackie Chan. Let's
really.
Yeah,
that's quite a thing to be called.
Even Jackie Chan and them said in an interview that they're talking about the trailer. He's like, he reminds me of a young version of me. He has my mannerisms down. Whenever he gets fights, he goes, "Ooh, ouch!" and all just like that stuff. He does the comedy ballet stuff, and they said when they were scouting for people, this guy had put so much effort. He was already doing the martial arts and all stuff, learning it. And when he did the screen test, we're like, how can we not go with him? So not sure what else he's been in there too, but
this is the only thing I've heard about him for.
Honestly, though, if we could get a whole new series of Jackie Chan movies with a new actor, because I'm always looking for the next martial arts actor.
Yeah.
This kid has been
do a lot of martial arts movies. I remember when I was a teenager, they did more martial arts movies than they do now.
So you know where this kid's from? American Born Chinese. Isn't that the Disney Plus show?
There was American Dragon, Jake Long. That was a Disney show.
The Disney Plus, the live action
cartoon.
Oh, I'm talking about back in 2023.
Oh, I don't know. The only thing I knew that came out of Disney at that point was the DuckTales remake.
He actually is Chinese. He's from China. He was born there. He's 5'5". He's 25 years old. He is He's proficient in several martial arts, including karate, Wing Chun / Kung Fu, Gumdo, Kempo, and Taekwondo. So honestly, I would love to see more martial arts stuff, films.
Yeah. I love those old Jackie Chan movies. I know it's more of an action comedy, like the Rush.
What I've seen of it, Rhaegar, he says, it doesn't count unless the people say that. He can't just say that and make it so. He doesn't have to. I looked at it. I've been watching Jackie Chan movies for most of my life, dude.
Yeah.
And I'm watching this kid and some of the trailer stuff, he acts like a young Jackie Chan. No. But anyway, though, let's see here. Bringing Swank for Cobra Kai spinoff. Would you really watch this Cobra Kai spinoff without Johnny Lawrence?
Well, I don't know. I think it would depend on the character that it follows. Like if it followed like the Mohawk kid,
Spike,
I would probably watch it. Or if it followed not Ralph Macchio's daughter, but the other girl, Tori, I would probably watch that. But if it followed like Danny LaRusso's son, no, I would not watch it. It would depend on the character that it followed. Like if it followed Miguel, the main guy, I think he's cool.
Miguel needs to be in another Blue Beetle movie.
He was actually the one good part of Blue Beetle. I actually
deserves a better movie.
I really liked him as Jaime in Blue Beetle.
Honk, aka Eli.
His family, I could have done without. Sigourney Weaver as the villain.
He was like the Proud Family mixed with Blue Beetle. It was weird.
Kind of. Honestly, that's actually scary accurate. That's scary how accurate you made that.
I have a knack for these things.
What was it? They were playing like AC/DC when they flew the giant bug. The bug was actually cool too. But I think if you had him and then Jason Sudeikis or somebody like that playing Ted Kord, you could actually have a really cool Blue Beetle. Also, I hated that the villain was basically just another bigger Blue Beetle.
Jason Sudeikis as Ted Kord?
Yeah. I could see it.
I would see the guy who played Starman.
Wait, who played who?
Mikhail, whatever his name is.
Miguel?
No, Jason Mikhail or what is it? Is it guy who played Starman on Stargirl?
Oh, Joel McHale.
Joel McHale, sorry, yeah.
I could see. I can't see him as a brainy guy. I could see him as Booster Gold, maybe. But I can't see him as like a brainy guy.
Yeah. He would be great as Booster Gold.
He would be. He'd be a good Booster Gold. That's true.
Sigourney Weaver does not really make a good villain. See Defenders.
Yeah. She was the weak point in the Defenders for sure.
For Defenders, I really cared about the villains. It's more about, hey, we're getting to see the heroes interact with one another.
That's true. I mean, all I needed to see was them fight a bunch of hand ninjas. That's all I really wanted to see. Would have been cool if they put Bullseye in there too.
The other big news is that because of the tariffs on China, China is no longer going to allow anything in the U.S. to be in their country. So it means Disney, stop carrying to China. Let's make a good Shang-Chi movie.
Thunderbolts is going to be, I think, the last MCU movie that gets shown in China for a while, it seems.
No. Sorry, China.
That is interesting. That is a very interesting, because Disney does pander a lot of their stuff.
Well, they edit it because there's certain things that have to be edited out of shows because they're not allowed to show in other countries. Because Miss Marvel was no exception to that. That TV show had edited. It's
very interesting.
Because they can't have rainbows in the Middle East or something like that.
Yeah, well, they don't allow any LGBT propaganda.
Which ironically, neither does China.
Because Islam and the Communist Party,
which
are
China does not allow that either.
China is not. China is very that I don't know what exactly it's up to now, but like they only allow their population to play a certain amount of video games. Like they're very much focused on
but I mean
their youth have to be have a healthy mindset. I guess they view homosexuality as a mental illness.
China you're not allowed to have any LGBTQ.
You cannot be gay. You cannot.
They don't even allow some of this. There are some shows I've seen the dramas, like K-dramas, but they have the Chinese dramas where there's like a gender swap, something like that. But very recently, they started doing that. For the longest time, they wouldn't even allow that, even the humor aspect.
Yeah, right.
But they were like periodic plays. There's one that's called Mr. Queen. I'm not sure if that's Korean or whatever, because Korea does this too. It has the gender swap thing where a guy bumps ahead, wakes up in the feudal Japan, and he's in the body of a woman and has to navigate. It's like just weird dramas like that for humor and stuff related.
Yeah, right.
We've had American humor here. We had two. We had I wouldn't say it's humorous, but it's kind of bombed. It was Dr. Jekyll and Ms. Hyde. There was that. It was a Tim Daly one, and the Helen Hyde was played by what's her name? Sean Young. Spacey, and Jeremy Piven was in that movie too. Jeremy Piven, who's been popping up in a lot of stuff I watch. I just reviewed Heat over on later tonight on Extreme Movie Show. Jeremy Piven just pops up randomly in the movie. It's like, what? He was like the vet guy who's basically sewing up and helping up, with Val Kilmer got shot in the neck. So he's like throwing it. It's like this. I said Jeremy Piven was a character actor, just randomly pop up in movies. That was always fun. China is very superstitious. Playing or watching shows and games with ghosts and undead are basically heresy under their dictatorship. You're also not allowed to mention anything cool.
Anything spiritual, they're very tough. Like they basically rebranded and have their own version of Christianity, and you act like that's the state sponsored.
There's so much stuff we're talking about that I know a lot of people on Twitch avoid talking because they're afraid of being canceled.
Yeah,
for streamers. So where I'm like, right now we're streaming to Twitch too. So I'm like, if my channel on Twitch gets nuked,
this is gonna be
I don't care because like YouTube, as long as you're not like getting political, they don't care.
Yeah. There are certain words you still have to avoid, but
sure.
Yeah. I'm not. China is wild.
Like I said, everything I say, I've always said I take with a grain of salt. I'm not very knowledgeable, but I hear a lot of things, so it's a lot of it's weird to say. So.
Yep.
Why does President Z look like Winnie the Pooh? Yeah, that was crazy because like remember was it the Olympics? They were not allowed to have mention that, so everybody in the stands was just throwing the Winnie the Pooh dolls onto the skating ring.
Yeah, I recall that. Yeah,
yeah. So do they have a Disney World in China? Probably not.
I thought that Hong Kong, I think, has one.
Tokyo.
No, Tokyo is Japan. I think they had one in Hong Kong.
Well, Hong Kong's not China. Well, now
but it's China adjacent.
Because China just took it over again.
There is one in Hong Kong, yeah. Disneyland, Hong Kong.
Yeah. Because I was wondering about, it's like, if there's a Disney World in China, there's no Winnie the Pooh mention whatsoever. There's no way they allow that.
They actually have, what rides? Because sometimes they have rides that we don't have at ours over here.
Dude, like, one thing, I mean, I'm not a big fan of Disney World and Disneyland stuff.
Yeah.
There's the one thing, if I go outside the country, the one thing I want to do is like try all the different McDonald's through Europe and stuff. Because all the different menu options they get over, they get real.
So I have been to McDonald's in Singapore, which is over in the Far East, and so they cater a lot to Singapore. Is kind of like a melting pot of all the Asian cultures. You have China, Japan, India, Philippines, all them. The hamburger, no, there's no hamburger because they don't use beef because you can't eat cow, according to a lot of like Hindu or Buddhist religion. You can't eat cow. So you have no hamburger, no Big Macs, no quarter pounders. Basically, you have chicken sandwiches and you have the fish sandwiches and maybe chicken nuggets. At least that's how it was. This is like 15 years ago when I was overseas. So I don't know how much, if any, that has changed. But I used to eat a lot of McSpicy chicken sandwiches. And the fries are about the same.
Well, and then it's like you can get you're in Europe. I forget what country it was. But you get like spaghetti and stuff like that.
Spaghetti.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, they do change up some of the menu items. Yeah, I guess you're right. Starbucks did. I know Starbucks has.
Thank you for your service, Rhaegar. Said you went through twice on deployment.
Nice. I used to study at one when I was over there.
Yeah,
I was Rhaegar. It was an internship for the summer. It was the summer I turned 21.
His parents recommended, why don't you go leave the country for a while so we can have some time off?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they didn't have time off. My brother and sister were still at the house, but yeah, no, I spent a summer over there. It was a neat experience. Pizza Hut was weird.
They're like, this boy eats too much. We need to get him out of the house.
Dude, I ate a lot over there. You know, RFK is onto something because I ate a lot over in Singapore and I lost weight. Partially from walking everywhere also.
Oh, yeah. Transportation.
But like the food, like even the snack food over there, way healthier than what you see. And McDonald's, like I was just saying, the McDonald's food is cooked better.
Man, you go outside of the U.S., the McDonald's is like actual legit food.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's like if you want to lose weight, I mean, it's an expensive plan, but if you can leave the country for a summer, that's a pretty good way to lose weight.
I feel like you also just sweat it out too.
Kind Singapore can be kind of humid. I mean, over there in the Far East, it's kind of on a similar.
I never, like I said, I was looking at the map, bro. I forgot that Louisiana is at the bottom of the country. I thought there was a state below you.
Nope.
So,
We're the
I always
bottom.
thought that Alabama was like below you or above, like right there.
They are in rankings. No. They should be. But no, we are right there. We are on the Gulf of America. We are on that line.
Yeah, no wonder you guys get those horrible flooding. Yeah, you're just right on the ocean.
We're below sea level. So
Yeah.
I mean, the city of New Orleans is
Tampa's no different though. Tampa gets the storms too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know a lot of people that went on missions, but I was like, I always thought about it as like, I was never offered, but even through church, I was like, I really don't want to go to another country and risk be like, oh yeah, you're Christian, we behead you.
There wasn't really. There are areas. I think we went to Indonesia for 1 week, and we weren't in the big city, but I mean they have a large Muslim population.
You know what I mean? Like I hear it on the news. They're abducting Christians. They're getting hostage, and I'm like, I don't want to put myself in a situation. I'd rather get mugged here at 7-Eleven.
That's fair. I mean, I know that was in Africa. That's been going on in.
Well, I mean,
over in Asia, most places were more open.
Look at Burma. Burma, they've been doing it now.
Burma, yeah, you're right. You're right.
It was even touched upon in the Rambo movie.
Yeah, I remember that. Rambo.
The big old knife he had.
I love that Rambo movie.
Yeah.
It was not Rambo First Blood Part 2.
But
it was
yeah, I mean, that's scary. Especially in other countries like that too. You have like the means to defend yourself. You don't have guns, and if you hire people for protection, who's to say that they're not going to be paid off by somebody else? You know.
Yeah.
So these people are very trusting in the Lord. Like I said, to go in some of these countries. You know.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you have to be.
Yeah. The Philippines, you go to the wrong island. Ugh.
Yeah. Same thing with Indonesia too. You go, there are some places like you travel a lot of places by boat, and if you go to the wrong island or if you go to the wrong town, it can get dangerous pretty quick, from what I've heard.
Right.
We never did anything like that. We were like a bunch of students, so they didn't send us anywhere super dangerous. But yeah.
That had been most uncomfortable part of life because you're not in your own bed.
Oddly, dude, I'll sleep anywhere. I mean, I guess I did get a little homesick towards the end, but it's like the bed was not.
How long were you gone?
3 months.
I can't picture being somewhere 3 months. It's not my own bed, comfortable, and just being able to do what I want to do when I want to do it.
It was smaller than it's a size bed. So
and you're like 6 foot, so imagine being in a bed as maybe someone that's 5 foot.
6 foot in a city state of people whose main height does not go above 5 feet. So it's like you cannot lose me in a crowd.
Where are your knees at the end of the bed?
Yeah, well, yeah. It was a good time, though. I'm glad that I did it. It was a good time. But
right. Did you get a suitcase that has a bunch of like postmarks on it, little stamp stuff?
No. Actually, I'm kind of like I wish I had been more into manga at the time because I would have brought back a whole extra suitcase of manga. I was still reading a lot of Western American
Customs. What you got there, son? Nothing.
Actually, Customs did stop me because before I don't know if Nutella was cool in the United States yet, but that was the summer I discovered Nutella, was when I was overseas. And so I actually brought back a jar of it that had been opened and I was eating out of. I did get pulled aside for 5 minutes in Customs. That was also the year that, was it bird flu or swine flu? I think it was swine flu.
Swine flu was 2000.
That was 2007, I think. Wasn't there 2009?
It was during Obama's years. Yeah.
Yeah, 2009 I think was when it was, because that was the year I turned 21. Swine flu was the big thing because they had like all these thermal imaging things at all the airports. So you had that. Plus I had like an open food thing coming.
Did they like testing for drugs and stuff for that? Make sure it's on.
They looked at it. I don't think they tested for drugs. I think the guy who looked at it was more knowledgeable. But he looked at it. He looked at me, and he was like, "Okay, you're fine.
You eat it. See if you die." Well, wait.
Yeah, right.
Like they come to country, it's like got this. It's like little did they know that I have diamonds inside the Nutella.
Right. Yeah.
Smuggling diamonds. Yes. Yeah. It was Obama. I thought so because I'm like, I don't think it's before Trump. Trump.
Yeah, it was before Trump. It was
Trump had
definitely before Trump. I think he had just beat McCain, I want to say. Because it was his first term.
So are we going to have like some different animal flu every time there's a new president?
I'm waiting for
Didn't Biden have one too?
The what?
Did
I know there's bird flu and swine flu. Those are the only two I know. I guess West Nile was like a mosquito flu, so maybe you could say that. But those are the only three I know of.
Yeah. So, all right, there. It seems like the only one in the chat right now is Rhaegar. We have 8 people watching. I know I'm one of them over on Twitch.
I'm one of them on YouTube.
Yeah, MKF30 just kind of dipped out. Marania decided to just put us on the back burner just as a background noise.
That's fair.
I think that Brian Stram just probably went to bed, probably.
I have my own background noise.
Maybe he did go to sleep. I know once a dude went to bed.
Yep.
Lenzer was here. The last thing he said was about an hour ago, saying that sorry to evil black cat, but the new EBC is Eric Breen's cat. Coco is now, yeah. Yep. CBC. Wait, we're gonna start calling her CB because now she's a Breen, so we're gonna call her Coco Breen.
Coco Breen? I like that.
Yeah. And Henry Jeremick was here too, but he didn't say anything. So maybe that's still here. I don't know. Let me look at the chat, see if there's new comments. I'm learning stuff from you guys.
Learning? I don't know what you're learning from me.
She's learning that she'll never talk to us again.
Probably.
These conversations.
I'm learning how to clean griddles with ice.
The chat usually does when I get here, Rhaegar. Seems to be that way. But here, to be fair, though, a lot of people are probably we've been going for 3 hours.
It's late. It's about 11:30 where I'm at.
It's 12:30 in the East Coast.
Yeah.
But, clean McGriddles.
Yeah, I'm watching I'm scrolling through Twitter and there's a video about how you clean those giant grills with ice, like if you're at McDonald's or Waffle House.
I just froze. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
My camera just froze. You froze. Everything.
I hear you.
I know. I'm waiting for it to catch up or drop.
That is very weird. You look very smug, like you're
I don't like you.
Let's see. MK says, Venkman and Zach, how about Switch 2 controversy? People blaming prices on Trump's tariffs. Others feel gaming just...
Did you see that? I jumped. The camera get back on.
Personally, the Switch 2 was already priced before... It was already priced up high before the tariffs came out.
Yeah.
So people that say the tariffs are the reason, they can go jump in a lake because they're wrong. And then and also $400 something for a new game console is not wild. Like the PlayStation 5 sold.
So here's the thing. The Nintendo Switch 2, they're saying $80 for like digital or something like that. And then
$80 for a digital for just one certain game. This is not every game. It's just one certain game. It's the new Mario Kart.
No one could spend $90 on a game. Remember it used to be 70 and 60 bucks?
I remember when it was 60.
60 was the normal for the long.
But here's the thing, and I do think Nintendo is a little guilty of greed here because I think they know how bad folks wanted a new Mario Kart. And so it's kind of like one of those cases where it's like they think, oh, the customer wants it so much, of course they'll pay $90 more, which is kind of a douchey thing to think.
If they have exclusive contract with Sega and they want to make a whole new Sonic the Hedgehog game out there, or remastered, like I could see them doing that. But I mean, like so far their Sonic games lately have sucked. I have not liked any of the Sonic games since the original Sega Genesis.
Sonic Adventure 2 Battle is still the best Sonic game, I think.
Sonic.
What was the one I played? Sonic Superstars. That one's fairly new. That one was really good. If you like the Sega Genesis games, Sonic Superstars.
I think it was for the Wii. It was the Sonic Rings. When they went from like the good looking art to like the 3D CG, it looked like Sonic Boom.
Yeah. Look up Sonic Superstars. That one is actually really good. I have it on the Switch. It's 2D. It's 2D, like classic Sega looking.
Is it a Mario Party thing or is it just Sonic?
It's just Sonic. It's not a Mario and Sonic Olympics thing. It's Sonic and a few other characters, and you go through the courses like old school Sonic. But yeah, the $90, that's only Mario Kart. There's also a new Donkey Kong game coming out. I think that one's $70. There are several other games coming out that are priced somewhat normally. So I think it's only one game, and that's Mario Kart.
need more Nintendo 64 exclusive games coming back and remastered or IPs continued.
They Nintendo on the Switch. They have like a special, like a Game Pass,
like Mario Party or Mario Kart. Zach does not interest me. They've done so many of those. I'm like,
I love Mario Kart. Honestly, I love them both.
You know what I like Mario Kart? The original Mario Kart.
All right,
that's what I like.
If you want N64 games, I mean, the Switch has. No,
I'm talking about Mario Kart for Super Nintendo.
Oh, see, I can't help you there. The Switch 2 is going to have a Game Pass for the Nintendo GameCube games, which has me really excited because I love the GameCube games. Those were fun.
I haven't desired to play Sonic since my childhood. Like the chase the games just changed slightly. It's fair. You grow out of things.
Sonic is fun. Sonic was my first video game. Sonic and Hedgehog 2.
Yes, the mechanics have changed a lot.
Yeah. The new Mario Kart looks insane. It's like open world.
Since the original Mario Kart was on a remote, everything, and it was you have the control. Now the new ones are meant more for like using the nunchucks like they were in the Wii. So they have changed as far as control style and stuff, the way you can play them.
Yeah.
I literally cannot play the new ones. They're hard to control. Where I can go back and play the original one with no problems whatsoever. Let's see here. Switch is still more affordable than the PS5. People like $800 and then no disc drive and stand.
That's true.
That's the thing too. I hate the whole new thing was everything's going to be
digital.
Yeah. And I hate that. I'm saying like it's not turning into I hate this. I hate that. I'm just saying it's like it's kind of dumb as far as we're gonna say console, but you can download the game.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I want a physical copy. Well, then you got to pay more.
Now, I say I don't like that. I am planning to get the Switch 2 bundle, which has Mario Kart for only $50, and it's digital. But it's also $50 and not $90. So there's a compromise there. Yeah. But yeah, I know I'm going to be playing Mario Kart for hours and hours and hours.
For $90 to play a Mario Kart game.
Yeah, I can get it for $50.
Yeah, I better come with the arcade console. It's like I don't. Remember, like $70, $80, or $90 was like if you got the collector's edition for Xbox 360 games.
Yep.
You got like the Halo, and it's like if you want the extra statue, whatever comes with it, it was $120.
Sometimes more, depending on the game. Like my brother got those new Final Fantasy games, the collector's edition with the statues. Those are like $200 things.
Yeah,
it's insane.
I'm
just like I go for the standard, or I wait till the game goes on sale.
Did you ever back in the day go to any of those launch parties at GameStop at midnight?
Yes, yes I did. Yes, I did.
Did you ever like play the games, the Mario Kart, or not Mario Kart, but they had Mortal Kombat?
I think I went for Pokemon one time.
They had Mortal Kombat like tournaments and stuff.
No, not for that. No, I know they used to do those. I know they used to do them for like Super Smash Brothers. Yeah. I think Street Fighter did one. I was never one of those guys. I would go in, grab my game, and then just go home and play it. I forgot the last game that I did that for, though.
Yeah, I was a guy who basically got a PS3 when it came out. I was like, oh, this is cool. The new Raw versus SmackDown. And then I realized it's just John Madden head coach. You don't get to play. I'm like, I don't want to be a freaking coach manager. So I was so pissed. I was like, well, fuck it. I returned it the next day to GameStop and said, yeah, this thing sucks. I'm going to get the Xbox 360. Because the Xbox 360 had a lot more games that I was more used to. I only got it because I was a PS2 guy. I had PS2 and I had an Xbox 360. And I didn't like the way the PS3 was the display because they changed it from the PS2 format.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw my friends at Xbox 360, went back there, got it. And I was like, dude, ever since then, I was like, I was never an Xbox guy. I was Sony.
Yeah, see, we had an Xbox for a week. I think we got it as a Christmas gift.
Yeah.
We had it for like a week, and then we're like, oh, we can't play Mario on this. That's the GameCube. So we went and used the money to get the GameCube.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy too now. Whenever I see people like the Twitch streamer girls and all stuff, I only time I pop is like it's not for the girl. Is when I look at it, it's like, is that a GameCube?
Yeah, dude,
Let's take a Dreamcast.
The GameCube to this day, I will die on the hill that it has the best video game controller.
Believe me, because we always joke about gamer girls, like, oh, they don't exist. It's like some of them actually do their research when they actually.
I think some game girls are legit.
Yes,
to say that as a generality, I think is wrong.
Well, yeah, sure, but
Yeah.
I mean, like when I see like they actually have like a GameCube or a Dreamcast, unless they hired a nerd to tell them about these systems, you know.
Yeah. Who's gonna get a Dream? Yeah, if you have a Dreamcast or a GameCube, you've got some significant nerd cred because that's not something some normie goes.
So Dreamcast, my buddy had that. I remember, like, what is this poor man's PS2 or PS1? And he had it, and we were playing. I think it was BioWare.
Oh, okay.
Which was basically like the Resident Evil version. And we were playing that. I was like, this is actually kind of cool. They had some cool games on there too. It's been a while since I did anything with the Dreamcast, but I've seen them going for $100 still.
Yeah, I mean they're like a big collector's item now. Yeah.
I went and I got my half price books. I got a PS2 because mine broke. The drive broke off it, and they don't want to read the disc anymore.
Yeah.
So I ended up getting one from half price books. Got one for $100. I haven't used it in a while, but I mean that thing was working like a champ. And here's the thing too. There's a lot of games that we only had games only on PS2 and never went to anywhere else.
Never got remastered. Never got re-released. I think some of them you could play on the PS3. I'm not sure, but yeah, no, you're right.
One of them was Champions of Norrath. Was the top-down like kind of like dungeon crawl game, and I think it's one of the longest running RPG games. It's franchise is based off. I'm trying to remember what it was. But Champions of Norrath is, let me look at here. It was part of EverQuest. EverQuest is one of the longest running online
EverQuest, yeah.
So it was a spinoff from that, and I was like, it was a really good game, and PS2, and I was like, oh, this is really fun. But dude, if you looked at seeing how much games go with the box, I still have some games that have the Super Nintendo boxes.
Dude, my brother's got a handful of N64 games that are still in the box. He's got like a Donkey Kong 64 and a Wave Racer or Wave Rider.
I have Rogue Squadron.
Rogue Squadron's a good one, yeah.
Yeah. And I was just like, what was the other one? The pod racing one?
Oh, dude, that game was fun. Oh, I love Star Wars Pod Racer.
I still, the one that no one will never be worth any money, even though it's old and it should be worth money. Superman 64. I still have that one.
That one. That's a collector's reason for an entirely different. That's collector's edition thing for an entirely different reason.
There was a Justice League game on the PS1.
There was. There was also a Justice League game on the PS2 and PSP. It's called Justice League Heroes, I think. And
maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Maybe it was PS2.
You went in like 2-person teams, and it was like a drop down thing.
You could play as a Flash and
Flash, Green Lantern, Superman, Batman, all the. I think Zatanna was the 8th member or something that you could use. It's a pretty cool game. I had the PSP version. Lets you have. They also gave you Aquaman, Black Canary. You had a Hal Jordan skin, if I remember right. It was Hal or Kyle. I can't remember. And Supergirl. Aquaman, Black Canary, Supergirl. Yeah, I think Green Arrow was already in the main edition too. So it was pretty cool. Pretty cool game.
Rise of the Robots on PS1. Never heard of that. Legend of Dragoon. I remember that from PS1. I remember that being a really popular game. Soul Calibur.
Mm-hmm. Soul Calibur. That's getting a remaster on the Switch too. They're bringing back like the GameCube Soul Calibur, the one with Link in it. I know my brother's really excited about that.
Link? You mean like from Zelda?
Yeah. There's a Soul Calibur. I think it was 2 or 3. Because they'll have like a special guest fighter in each one.
You know what? Maybe it wasn't Soul Calibur. I'm trying to think
of Soul Calibur had Link in it.
There was the one where you play as this guy. He's a blue skin. He has a giant sword. And you go around. Like I say, Kane. That was the other one too.
I don't know what you're
That was
talking
look up Legacy of Kain. That was a good game.
well, no, I know about Legacy of Kain. I don't know the fighting game you would be talking about.
No. I think I was getting confused. Soul Calibur Legacy's game, but Soul Calibur did
okay.
come out originally. Yeah.
Yeah.
The game. I saw my friend. His name's Honorable Douchebag or Honorable D-Bag. You know, he's on Twitch. They were talking about games early this morning when he was on stream. It was like what games they could easily bring back and actually be popular right now.
Yeah.
And Devil May Cry, the original trilogy, could be remastered.
Devil May Cry they could do really good with.
They have the voice actor still.
I feel like if they wanted to reinvigorate the Dragon Age franchise, they could remaster the first one because that first one is really good.
And give us bonus content.
Yeah.
It'd be great too.
Rogue Squadron. They kind of did a Rogue Squadron game. They didn't call it Rogue Squadron. They just called it.
What about Star Wars Dark Shadows?
Yeah, I did just get Star Wars Outlaws. It was on sale on PlayStation 5, so I picked it up for like $30. It's the one with the girl that everyone was saying was ugly and was like frumpy looking. I'm playing the game right now, and it's actually a lot of fun.
Did she use the power of Me Too? Yay!
No, it's a lot of fun. Quick side note. I'm scrolling through Twitter, and they have feedback from a test screening on the Thunderbolts, and a lot of people seem to actually really like it. I
don't know. Maybe they changed it up because the fact that after seeing how bad there's many reshoots.
Yeah. Well, so like the top comment says, if you're feeling jaded by the cape genre because they're all feeling the same, this one is worth checking out. Also, the team dynamic is great, and it's supposedly it's testing really well with the audiences.
If I watch it, it's for Yelena.
Yelena, dude, I was watching the new trailer or whatever they had recently, and I thought in Black Widow, David Harbour, the Red Guardian, was kind of almost a little too much.
Can't
but
be.
In this movie, I'm kind of all in for the
David Harbour. David Harbour is a great actor.
If he goes over the top, I'll be okay. I also really want to see what they do with U.S. Agent with Wyatt Russell's character.
So David Harbour was also in the Alan Wake game.
David Harbour was?
No, sorry, Alone in the Dark.
Oh, okay.
Alone in the Dark. He was the cop you're playing as in that game.
Okay.
Yeah, you're looking for the guy in the mansion, trying to look for her, and her father, and you get involved in stuff.
Yeah.
But
you just said Alan Wake. I was like, my sister's played Alan Wake.
No, Alan Wake was a different guy.
Yeah.
But Alan Wake did have the late voice actor for Max Payne make a cameo in number 2.
Oh, okay.
What we see here? Rhaegar also brings up. Oh yeah, the one that actually was the worst was actually Star Wars Masters of Terras Kasai.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah, that was the martial art.
Do you know the one? The one I hated the most? Yeah. The one I don't like was Jedi Power Battles.
I remember Power Battles.
A lot of people liked that, and I was just like, "This is a side scroller." I know it is. I was like, "Yeah."
Yeah, but Rhaegar, he seems like I don't know something about the way it looks. He looks different. I can't explain it. He looks different in the Thunderbolts trailer, so I'm curious. John Walker also looks cool.
They're talking about Zelda in chat too. Breath of the Wild is solid. I have friends who used to argue about Majora's Mask versus Arcana of Time being the best Zelda game.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask are.
Which one started off with the freaking spiders in the cave in the battle? Dropping the ceiling.
There's probably multiple ones.
Well, it was the first Zelda games coming out that was on one of the newer systems. I think it was not on the Wii.
This would have been
64.
Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker. Both of them have giant one-eyed spiders.
Which one could you go fishing in? Wasn't that of
that might be Ocarina of Time?
Because I remember you had to play the flute and all that stuff.
That's Ocarina of Time.
Yeah. I remember that my friend would be playing. I was like, this is such a weird game. So what are you doing? I'm just fishing.
Yeah. That's a lot of games now. Monster Hunter, you can do that. Monster Hunter, where you take giant swords and fight dinosaurs, you can also fish.
They peel a Monster Hunter. Kitty cat.
Actually, I really do like Monster Hunter. Is a lot of fun. They give you like these giant crossbow guns. It's a blast. It's fun.
Yeah. I beat all the Zelda games except for Game Boy games up to Zelda 64. I haven't played anything newer than that. I don't know if there will ever be another Soul Calibur after 6. Bandai Namco has been silent about anything not name taken. True. They did the HP Master a few years ago for Devil May Cry. Probably not going to do anything bother with a remake. I want the trilogy. I want the 1, 2, and 3 done. I don't want because they did 3 and they did 4, and then I think 5 was the reboot, or was 5? They don't. I know there was a reboot one, Devil May Cry something else, and it was just a totally new direction. Here they're making Elden Ring for Switch 2. Not my thing, but
yes, they are, which is crazy to me that the Switch will actually have the technology to play it.
So I gotta ask, Devil May Cry did have a remake and it was dreadful. You talking about the reboot or talking about this remastering of the first game? The first game was fun. The only thing that sucks is some of the combat style. But you never knew. Which is it? He says Menke says you never know they brought back VF. I thought we'd see another virtual fighter. I don't trust people who get the screen things early. Often those are critics or influencers that have an incentive not to be entirely honest. You catch my drift?
Yeah, but it's an audience testing. It's not like an early
Wes gets new stuff.
Wes sounds angry all the time, though.
Somebody else said that in the chat. He's like,
I've noticed that though. I was listening to you when you read that the first time. I was listening, and as I was listening to you say that, I was like, he does sound angry all the time. Like I've listened to like 5 or 6 of his videos recently, and they're not always like the bad videos, like this comic is bad. Sometimes it's this comic is good, but he always sounds just a little pissed off. And I'm like, dude, what's the matter? Are you okay? Did someone kick your dog or something? But
probably
that's why I've been listening. I tend to listen more to who is it now? He and Eric Sully, they do a comic podcast now. It's not Geek Easy.
Would you prefer Wes to say the same thing and just sound happy on beat?
Yes.
You know what I like is
yes.
right.
I believe in the power of positivity. Yes.
You know what I'd settle for variety, grumpy days, and then positive days.
What is the name of that podcast?
I don't know. John Walker is the only one I'm really interested in seeing how they do with him.
Yeah.
Cool. I love that the John Walker thing where he's going up to kill the guy. I put it says Snickers. Grab a Snicker bar. Do it yourself. Don't really like Red Garden as a character. He seemed like a clown. He was a short-lived character in the comic books, and he didn't really stick around.
He hasn't been used a lot recently.
Last time I remember the comic books, he got shot in the head in Winter Soldier.
Oh, did he? Well, he got better.
They shot him in the head, and they brought Bucky back.
He's back somehow.
So the one you're talking about, the different Dante, that was
Weird Science.
That's the reboot. It was on the PS4, I think it was.
Weird Science and Eric Sully are the two from the comic.
Oh yeah, I love Weird Science.
Weird Science is good. I like Weird Science.
And then you get the other guy. I think it's who does the Doc, the X-Men stuff.
Doc also sounds angry all the time, though. I think Doc has rubbed off on Wes.
So here's phrasing. But Doc legitimately has a reason. Where the rest of us have actually had characters we like Superman come back and actually get good stuff.
Yeah, right.
Meanwhile, Marvel. It's still on fire over there.
X-Men, yeah. Although I like Uncanny X-Men, but I feel like Doc probably wouldn't care for Uncanny X-Men too much.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. Marvel's got like that new cosmic stuff coming out this summer that Hickman's writing. I don't know. That could turn out being really good. Good. Yeah. Power positive thinking.
There's only one new game I'm actually looking forward to for as video games coming out, and that is the Blood of the Dawn Walker.
Oh, okay.
Where a guy there's during the
oh wait, I think I do know what you're talking about.
Where his younger sister is dying, and she has like leprosy, and like they're gonna kill her, the king stuff, and he comes across this covenant of vampires, and they like turn her. And then they slaughter all the king and all that stuff, and it's like, it's like you have no jurisdiction over here, buddy.
Yeah, right. I know exactly.
So he's a daywalker now. He goes get to seek his revenge on people. It's just like,
yeah,
graphics look great and everything.
Because the company I think that's making that are the guys that made Witcher, The Witcher 3. So yeah, that does look cool. So I do wanna play that one actually. I also want to play. There's a new. Did you ever play the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Shredder's Revenge, the little like beat 'em up?
No, I did not.
That's really fun. It has like it has a Usagi Yojimbo DLC actually, which is crazy.
Well, Usagi Yojimbo actually was in the Turtles back in the day.
Exactly. But the fact that they brought him in for DLC for a video game, I thought was nuts.
Yeah.
But the same company is making a Marvel game now. It's that same like beat 'em up style, but it's called like Cosmic Invasion, and it's like 90s style Marvel heroes versus the Annihilus wave, which looks really fun.
It's funny that Rager says Doc is the bad cop on the show. Sully plays the good cop, and Wes is a straight man, and whereas Aaron is comedy guy. And then when Josh shows up on there, is he the gay man one?
He's the token gay. He's the token gay guy. I feel like Aaron's also the bad cop though, because Aaron's also angry all the time. He's the heel guy. I don't know if he's the comedy guy. He's the heel guy.
I like Drew because Drew. Even though we don't agree on sometimes, he says like, "Oh, this is horrible. They shouldn't have direction." I'm thinking like,
yeah,
how did you not like this? It's like,
dude, that's what I say when Wes says something about one of the books I read. It's like, how do you not like this? What are you talking about?
Well, you're usually talking about Ryan North.
I talked about him 2 times on this channel. I swear.
Okay, so where do you rank? Okay, let's go back to the Fantastic Four.
Okay,
ranking best creative teams for Fantastic Four.
Just all of them, or
storytelling?
Just like,
yeah, all of them. Everyone since then, since Stanley all the way up to the present. Who is your favorite?
I mean, it's the Hickman run. That's the number one.
All right, that's your favorite. Who's
that's
the best?
The top? Wait, what's that?
Who's the best now?
Probably, I'm gonna say probably the John Byrne is probably the best. I think, at least going by, because I feel like that's also the longest running run. Also, is the Byrne one. I could be wrong. If Breen was here, he'd correct me. But I'd say probably the Byrne run.
Stanley, you heathen, and Jack Kirby.
He would say, yeah, he'd probably, yeah, of course he would. He would say Lee and Jack and Kirby were the best one, but I don't think so. I think Lee and Kirby, I think they laid a strong foundation, but then like Byrne and Hickman and Millar and Mark Waid, even all those guys, I think they just built on that foundation a lot. But North is not. Listen, recently his run has been garbage, but I think when it was first starting, he had some really interesting ideas that he was using as far as their powers, I thought. But yeah, just recently, it got to where I couldn't justify
the only Ryan North. I'll say this for Fantastic Four. The only thing I ever liked by him was that one issue with Sue Storm and they're like the 1940s.
Oh yeah, the pulp detective one.
Yeah.
That was a good one. It was good. The dinosaur one was also cool. The dinosaur.
I did like, but I also did like the tie-in to Blood Hunt.
The Blood Hunt tie-in was a good one.
Reed and Alicia are trapped in New York, and they're now by Madison Square Garden or something like that door, and they're like, Reed stretch his body so to protect everybody from the vampires trying to get through them.
He really evolved Reed Richards' powers in a really cool way. I thought he used Reed's power and Sue. He basically made Sue a Green Lantern, and I don't like that he gave the Human Torch a mustache. And
then he also gave Human Torch a bug.
They did that too, and I really don't care for that. Also,
if you guys want more hot takes, and
follow me on Twitter. I'm full of them.
Follow him on Twitter, and you'll find us. I actually agreed with Zach on something today.
I saw that, and I was like, "It's not April 1st. What is this?"
So
I said that Kitty Pryde, her best romantic interest in her whole history at Marvel Comics, was when she was engaged to Star-Lord from the Guardians of the Galaxy, and not when she was with Colossus, which is what every other Kitty Pryde fan will say.
And I agree with Star-Lord. It made more sense.
Star-Lord
did in the original Ultimate Universe, Ultimate Spider-Man, they did hint that Kitty Pryde wanted to date Peter Parker.
Kitty Pryde did date Peter Parker. Not she wanted to. They did date for a while. They broke up, and then she dated, what was that? The big bald kid, Kong or whatever his name was. I forgot. But
Yeah,
She did date Peter Parker for a while.
And it was kind of weird because Bendis had the Ultimate Spider-Man going on, and then they had the female version clone wanted to get with Katie Parker.
Spider-Woman? The Spider-Woman clone?
Yeah. Just the Jessica Drew, who's basically the female version of Peter Parker.
Yeah.
Had feelings for Kitty Pryde, who was her roommate.
Yeah.
That series should have kept going.
After a certain point with Ultimate Spider-Man, I just dipped out after a certain point. Before he died, but not before
he died. I kept reading it towards the very end, and I was like, they should have kept Miles in that separate universe. It would have been much more fun. It's kind of like we're looking at that Justice League Unlimited right now. There's no somehow that's connected to the other one, the Superman story, because they mentioned that Lex Luthor being a good person in the Justice League Unlimited. Although I would prefer Justice League Unlimited to be not connected to anything else and just be its own separate thing.
I mean, it's got to be. It's because
I don't want anything tied to Heroes in Crisis.
Nothing is. What's tied to Heroes in Crisis?
Have they retconned that on existence? I know Jeremy Adams tried to.
Nobody talks about it anymore. Jeremy Adams was the last person to talk about it in Flash when he retconned.
Is it the same universe though?
Yeah, probably. I mean, what reason? There's only the DC stories only take place in one universe.
I don't,
except for like the Elseworlds that they're doing.
I don't want it tied to Lazarus event. I don't want it tied to.
You're gonna have it tied to everything, just like everything in Marvel was tied to Blood Hunt last year.
I know. There's a reason. This is a reason why I like the DCAU extended universe. DC. Yeah, as far as the cartoon stuff, comic books, because they weren't tied to any events. They only had their own things in there, and
Okay, but there's nothing else. No other events are going on that bleed over into Justice League. Like they're gonna have like that
not yet
time travel story with World's Finest. That's gonna cross over, I think, with Justice League. But like Summer of Superman, I don't think any of that's bleeding over into Justice League.
Here's the thing: you're gonna start seeing more probably. I don't think you can escape it. It's like
would you expect to see Avengers?
I don't want
and not see an event affect them.
I don't want Night Terrors or remember Night Terrors went over everything.
Yeah, Green Lantern actually did really well with Night Terrors. Jeremy Adams did really good with it.
It's not the only one.
Dude, you're not incorrect, but I don't think it's a terrible thing. I mean, it's just part of what happens when you're telling all of your stories in the main universe. No, MK, I was kind of disappointed in it, to be honest. I'm not going to get issue 2.
Here is the hot take of tonight.
It was okay.
I liked it.
Yeah, you like all the little kid Sonic the Hedgehog books, though. Not that was worded weirdly. You like all of the Sonic the Hedgehog comics, though. It was geared too much for children, and there's a certain point where I can't read something that's
the same IDW personality that he has going on. He's had since it was a Sonic from the movies. The way you think about it, personality, and I loved it. It was like, what better way to get kids who are fans of the current movie into reading a DC comic book?
That's fair. I'm not a kid though, so I would rather read. I say with a giant wall of action figures and Legos behind me.
Neither am I. I'm an adult.
Yeah, right. I'm an adult. I like the art. No, I like the older ones because even though they are written obviously for children, as most comic books are, the older ones they're written with a better humor and like a better wit. The current ones, like I tried reading the current Sonic comics. And they're just, I don't know, I don't know if you wouldn't call it simple or, I mean, so many pages are just sound effects and action panels. And that's fine for a little bit, but after a while, I want something with a little more substance to it.
I would say the way Sonic is written, the sequential art and stuff, is no different than The Walking Dead was with Robert Kirkman.
Yeah, that's fair.
Or Invincible.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. I
didn't care too much for the first issue. It was okay. I don't think I'll go back for the second one, though.
But that's all right. You don't have to go back because you can watch me because I'll be showing it off every Thursday when it comes out.
He will. That'll just be one less book that we repeat each other on.
Right? So, it'll go along just like the new Batman, Absolute Batman.
That's right. I'll read Absolute Batman, so you don't have to.
How many books do you have in your pull list this week?
This week I think I have 9 or 10 this week.
Because I actually had let me look.
Let's see. I have 9 books. 3 Marvel, 3 DC, and 4. No, that's not right.
I have
Scratch
6.
that. 1, 2, 3 Marvel, 2 DC, and 4 indies.
Really? I have 3 DC and 3 indies.
Yeah, I have X-Men and Ultimates, so I have 2 Marvels.
I have a notification on my League of Comic Geeks.
And then I have Absolute, Batman, Aquaman, and Green Lantern Corps, so those are my 3 DCs. And then I have Geiger, Transformers, Vatican City, and The Moon is Following Us. So I have more indies than Big 2 this week.
I got some guy trying to fight with me from like a comment I made back in February 3rd about Scorch 38. You know,
what'd you say?
He was talking about, he's like, oh, because the original comment this guy said, this is the first book the tariffs are going to kill for me, which sucks because it's $2.99 for a Spawn, but I kind of like reading it past. Anyway, so I was like, he's like, but I can't in good conscience give Todd McFarlane any more than $3 for this. And I said, bro, it's still $2.99 in the States. About back in, because I'm in the 27th of February. And he's like, this post was prior to current administration failing to do what they
Oh my
do that
gosh.
thing.
Oh my gosh.
I'm aware it hasn't changed yet. Thank you for the info either way. So then I'm like, that was back, and I never replied back to him. He's replied back to me 2 days ago. He's like, where are you at now, bud? I'm still paying $29 for the book, bro. Like, what do you want me to say?
It's absolute. Dude, people are in they get such a hate boner for Trump. It's crazy. I don't know if I can say that, but I just did. So
you just did. I don't care what you do.
they just can't wait to blame him when.
But if, like I said, if Twitch gets their panties in a twist because we've said so many things in here that, oh, you can't talk bad about China. You can't talk about it. It's like, if you say that, right. Twitch is like, might go after you. And if they do, I'm not an affiliate over there. I'm not getting paid by anything. I said,
right now I am on X every day.
I don't know.
I need to stop doing that. I need to get out of there, or at least not be on there as much.
So I don't know. I said it's free speech. I can say what I want to say.
I find people over there all the time that hate Jeremy Adams for some reason because of the joke he made. Remember that time he made a joke about...
Clarify. Where? Twitch or on?
No, not Twitch. I'm sorry.
League Comics? Okay.
Yeah, because he made some joke about Cassandra Cain and Red Hood dating or something like that, or how he would have them date if he wrote a Bat book, and people were like, "You can't have them date. They're like brother and sister," or some nonsense like that. And I was like, first of all, that's my whole argument against Nightwing and Batgirl dating, but nobody wants to listen to that.
Because Silver Age, sure, that was more geared to that way. But it got into post-crisis, that was not the case.
Yeah, Nightwing belongs to Starfire. But people hate on Jeremy Adams because of this joke. I'm like, dude, he's a good writer. What are you talking about?
So
he's living his Jeff Johns Green Lantern era life right now. Yes, MK, absolutely. Give X a break, and I'm checking it for the 5th time today. So, absolutely. There's some good stuff on Twitter, though. Although the Studio Ghibli stuff last week was a little crazy. Can we not do that? But there's some good stuff, though.
Yeah, I'm looking for a Vatican. I gotta add Vatican City my pull list in here because I didn't have it on there. I didn't even know it was even coming out this week.
Yeah. Kind of surprised me too.
How far down is it? Holy crap!
It shouldn't be that far down. It was also Mark Millar. There's still apparently a good number of people who don't like Mark Millar also, which blows my mind.
Because they base it off The Boys.
Well, no, they just don't like
people will be like, The Boys is very disgusting, but then they'll support other stuff that's very disgusting too.
Oh yeah. What's up with anime? People will say, "Oh, anime is disgusting," and I'm like, "Dude, you're a furry. Like, calm down."
But at least I'm not, supporting The Boys. That's ultra.
I have enjoyed all the Emma Frost memes that I've been seeing. There are a ton of Emma Frost memes on X, which are hilarious.
Oh, no.
Because
apparently now, since it's midnight, I can add books to my collection now.
Oh, nice.
I already pre-rated the Fire and Ice when Hellfree's over. I gave it.
Oh gosh,
I gave it a half star.
Warner Brothers wonders why they're actually. I did read something interesting that Warner Brothers is doing today. Let me see if I can find the article real quick.
Ooh, what else here? Zach saying, make me low key likes. We weren't saying that, but honestly,
not putting words in my mouth, Radar.
Yeah, put other things.
No, don't do that either. Wendy's is having limited edition DC Comics kids meal toys.
Let's see what subject lost.
Wendy's is teaming up with, this is what the official name is, Warner Brothers Discovery Global Consumer Products. Right. To drop a collection of limited edition kids meal toys featuring fan favorite DC superheroes and villains. The toys come in 6 collectible sets with 18 minifigures, designed to delight Wendy's and DC fans of all ages. And they don't show all of them. They only show Batman, Robin, and Harley Quinn. But Harley Quinn is dressed like original Harley Quinn from the animated series with like the Harley Quinn outfit. And Robin is like Batman 66 Robin. Like he's got like the little tunic and tights. So that's kind of interesting. And they say even though it's a kid's meal, they are encouraging adults to buy them as well. Because they know that adults will go for collectible toys, which is hilarious.
So I've noticed there's a shift online, especially on social media. People are saying that Blade's never coming out now.
Blade, the Marvel movie that they were filming forever? I saw that.
That some people exited the thing. There's no chance of it ever doing it.
I believe it. I mean, that movie was supposed to come out a year or two ago, wasn't it? I mean,
yeah.
Whiz. Yeah, that movie just Wesley Snipes predicted it. He called it.
Here's something you didn't know. The Devil May Cry anime that's on Netflix started production in 2018. Kevin Conroy was recorded his lines because he's one of the major villains in there. So it was weird hearing Batman as the vice president of the United States. So they finally did an announcement in like 2023 teaser trailer and then released it this year. So it's weird because we all thought, the last recorded thing was released was going to be like, Justice League versus Suicide Squad with Batman being a villain, Kevin Conroy. But learn that no, he was also in Devil May Cry anime, which may get a second season.
We'll see.
Isn't the boys that Garth dude?
Garth Ennis?
Garth Brooks?
Garth
Ennis, he had the boys, yeah. But the people associated with Mark Millar too. That's I said. There's a lot of people who just don't like the boys and like anything to do with that.
I don't think they like Mark Millar.
The reason I bring that because people confuse them because the fact that Mark Millar did Ultimates.
I don't think they like Mark Millar because Mark Millar came out and said a bunch of things about the comic industry that
before that they never liked him begin with.
Really?
A lot, and there's always been a blacklist for as far as him.
Turn off your screen, old man. We're not being loud. Breen says keep it down. He's trying to sleep.
How is Coco Breen? Yes, she now has your last name now, Coco Breen.
Coco Breen.
I'm cuckoo for Coco Breens.
No, Coco Breens is what she leaves on the floor.
That's why they call her Coco. She leaves little Coco shells.
So I went to go get my oil. This is a weird story. I went to go get my oil changed on my car earlier this week, and I had it done in the morning. So they're playing one of those like talk shows on TV, and they had Alan Cumming, who played Nightcrawler in X2, and he's 60. I didn't realize this. He's over 60 now, but he's going to be playing Nightcrawler in the new Avengers Doomsday movie. and he was talking about when they got him all done up to play Nightcrawler in X2. It took like almost a day of people like painting and tattooing on him, and now he's like, oh, now it's just stickers. And so I just got this idea in my head of him being on set, and like he starts sweating, and the blue sticker starts peeling off of his face. It's like, I hope those are good stickers. Anyway, that's all I had. That was my side story.
There's a Supernatural revival?
Please no. I'm not strong enough.
You don't like the show?
I think I lived through enough of it. I don't think we need to revisit every show just because it went over.
Just because you didn't like the best show that was on TV for the longest time was Supernatural doesn't mean that you
the best show. Can we honestly call
what
it?
What was airing during when Supernatural was on for 15 years?
What else was airing? Smallville. I think Smallville for a while was better.
Smallville faded out, and Supernatural kept going.
What else was on TV during the era?
And Jensen Ackles came from was over. I guess he was.
Oh yeah, because he was that quarterback, wasn't he? In the first season,
they dated Lana.
I remember that guy. What else was on TV during the era of Supernatural? I didn't watch any of these shows. Grey's Anatomy, Gossip Girl, Vampire Diaries, True Blood, and Bones.
True Blood was pretty
good. Heroes was only good for one season, though. Lost, Big Bang Theory, The Office. The Office was good. Modern Family, and American Horror Story. Those are the big shows.
What's with everybody like? Everyone's now everyone's like, oh, I'm anti Supernatural. Even MK's like, it was fun, but like a fat kid overstayed his stay.
That's great. I like that.
I don't trust your opinion anymore.
That's funny. I like that. That was hilarious. Gilmore Girls. Was Gilmore Girls? I didn't see it on the list. I see Gossip Girl.
Gossip Girl was a new show because Gilmore Girls was off the air by then.
Yeah.
Gilmore Girls was on the WB.
I'm not anti-Supernatural. I like a lot of the actors who are on Supernatural.
I say
it's cool that they all carried over to The Boys. But
the first 4 seasons were good with Lucifer, and then it jumped the gun and started going crazy. What went down for me for Supernatural was when they revealed who God was.
Yeah.
In the show. And I was just like, yeah, you
I didn't care for those episodes because it felt like a little too close to sacrilegious.
Oh,
I did like the monster hunting episodes. Those were cool.
I mean, they were doing blood rituals on the show.
Fair. Very fair. The Scooby-Doo episode is still one of the best episodes of television of all time.
Because Jeremy Adams wrote it, that's why.
Yeah, it's one of the best television episodes of all time. So you should, if you see one episode of Supernatural, Rhaegar, it should be that. It should
Supernatural
be
was
Supernatural
was started off, with their, with the boys roughly working together. It was in there, and they're hunting monsters. It was a monster of the week. Different they had vampires, werewolf, genie, all different kinds. And then they eventually came across like the Greek gods, or not the Greek gods, but like Lucifer, preventing him from getting out of the cage and rising up. That was the whole first season. They had to deal with the different archangels, meeting Castiel, the yellow demon who slaughtered the spoiler. Well, not really anymore, but Sam and Dean's mother. And just teaming up with their dad, Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Jeffrey Dean, I love that guy.
I know, right?
I just watching interviews of him or seeing it, like he and his wife seem like one of the coolest, most normal couples in Hollywood too. Like I would have a beer with that.
Hillary Burton.
Yeah, Hillary Burton. That's her name. They seem like cool.
They're both kind of left.
Yeah. But are they like crazy left, or are they at least a little center left?
Every once in a while they'll say something, but I'm pretty sure.
Like, is he Alan Richson levels of left? I don't know.
Well, anything center now.
Maybe he just says it because his publicist is like, look, you need to say, because there are celebrities that will do this. They'll post stuff on social media just so certain fans won't go crazy.
Here's something most people don't realize. Just like OnlyFans, it's not the celebrity that's running it. It's somebody else is running it.
There you go.
Hillary Burton is crazy left. Thank you very much.
Just like the president on Twitter, probably. It's usually an assistant or an
I thought you were sleeping.
Yeah, Breen.
Rager,
I had
I'm
a
not
shot
gonna.
to cover.
Rager, I'm not gonna try and peer pressure you into watching Supernatural, but I'll just say, at
Just
first I saw it and I was like, okay. Then I started watching, and as the seasons progressed, it got funnier and it got more fun.
Just the one episode, just the Scooby-Doo episode. That's all.
How about Nobody running? Nobody number 2 is coming out later this year.
It is, and I am stoked to see that.
It's
That is one of Bob Odenkirk's best projects.
It's not Wednesday night. Oh my gosh! Then I shouldn't play this Mad Men in the Box episode for you. I'm not gonna play it.
I haven't listened to that. I haven't fallen asleep to Mad Men in a Box in a long time.
Do you want to fall asleep to Pixel? Whispering.
Better than falling asleep with Pixel. I feel like that's his fiance's job.
I don't know. I've never done that before, so I can't.
I've never done that either. I'll leave that to his fiance. Yeah, no. That one weird. You know what I miss listening to when I fell asleep? I miss Ash's story time with Ash.
Ash's lullabies. Who's
what
Ash?
Story time with Ash. He would like read you a bedtime story.
Wasn't that the dude that used to have a channel?
He did. He did used to have a channel. I think I came across. He interacted with me. He commented or something on my Twitter account a while back.
I stopped following him because of his tweets and stuff. I didn't agree with him. I just didn't care to see it.
Some of his stuff did get a little,
but I mean, I don't hate the guy. I do miss interacting, talking about comic book stuff. The only problem is that
he doesn't talk that much about comics.
I think the major issue we had him is not because of personal. Is just that whenever we tried to stream together, he's 3 hours behind us.
That's right, because he's in California.
Yeah, or 2 hours behind you and I, but 3 hours behind the East Coast. So it's hard to like do a live stream on a Tuesday night or whatever, or Monday night, whatever, and then by 2 o'clock I'm falling asleep.
Yeah,
literally.
Yeah, because we're like 2 hours from that.
Didn't get sicker than that. No. Skip
did.
Skip had passed away.
Was it throat cancer or something?
Stomach cancer.
Stomach cancer. That's what it was.
Yeah. Remember he had a problem. The first thing I knew right away, he said he was having stomach issues, and I knew he had acid reflux, like I did. So I thought maybe it was that. But then I was like, when he said it was cancer, I was like, oh, like that's even worse, man.
Yeah.
37 years old. That just still blows my mind.
Absolutely.
So we talked to. And I hung out with you. You guys were doing the Hickman reviews on
Twitch. We're going through the Hickman
His channel is still up on Twitch.
It is.
I don't know how long before they take it down before like it's because there's no interaction with it, no updating.
Yeah.
Like some
channels. He Rhaegar says he meant Ash, not Skip. So he thought Ash just got sick.
Ash, I don't know. Maybe
I don't know either.
Just like I don't. LK had some stuff to take care of. I don't know.
Ash doesn't really talk about comics anymore. Like if I look at his Twitter account, he doesn't really he'll comment on something every here and there, but I mean maybe he just dropped comic reading.
He had mentioned something one of the times we were streaming. He said he kind of like the new comics. He kind of just lost interest. He wasn't here. He'd have 1 or 2 books.
Yeah,
there's a lot of books he just went up. He did not.
He doesn't read Marvel or DC at all. I mean, to my knowledge, he was only reading a handful of indies.
He was reading the Brewbreakers
and like Ultra Mega, maybe Usagi Yojimbo. Like those were the main ones.
He didn't. Yeah, so it was like impossible to review something with him because because Zach and I were more like, ooh, that looks shiny. Let's go pick it up. More as Zach, but I'm almost there.
I don't go for the foil covers.
You don't have to go to foil covers, man.
Tom King has a romance comic coming out, or he had a romance comic out?
Exactly. That's right here.
What? Well, I'm on comicbook.com, and it says it's time. One of the headlines is it's time for romance comics to make a comeback.
Ultra Mega, not
Ultra Mega. Not MAGA. Mega.
With the E. Samurai Doggy was another book that Ash and I were bonding over that abruptly got canceled because the company that was publishing went under.
Yep.
Was that Alterna?
No, it wasn't Alterna. Alterna's still going.
It was another one.
I type Samurai.
There was Alterna, and then there was another Antarctic Press.
No, Antarctic Press is still going too.
I thought it was Eternal.
Samurai Dog Aftershock.
Aftershock, okay.
Aftershock. So, yeah, it went for at least 5 issues from what I'm seeing. 6 issues. Maybe it was just meant to be a miniseries. I don't know.
I don't know.
Unfortunately, 7 issues. It went up to 7 issues.
It was supposed to be 7 issues, Samurai Dog, and only one more issue to go, and then it was going to end.
Yeah.
But
unfortunately, with miniseries, even if it's a really cool concept, a lot of times you just don't get the audience buying it, and you have to wrap it up early. Unfortunately. So, on that note,
do you ever notice if you've gone to see? I don't know how often you go to CBR, but have you ever gone to CBR and realize it's less comic book news now? It's more movie.
I have noticed that. I actually, it's still in my bookmarks, dude. The opening page does not look anything like it did even 3 years ago. No, it is. I hate this.
It's getting the point where
they had to do it because CBR and a whole bunch of other outlets like this, they had to sell their titles to bigger companies because they weren't making money. They weren't, I guess.
Yeah, comicbook.com is. I think comicbook.com is a sister site to the CBR.
Kind of like that. But yeah, I think they just had to sell their name or their site to a bigger company, and now that's why you have movie news and TV threads and all.
Wasn't it CBR was normally comic book reviews?
Comic book resources.
So it's another sign of comic books going in the way.
There's no comic books on this front page.
No.
The only thing I see that's comic book related is Blade's Marvel Comics and Cinematic History.
They're all opinions, and they're in depth, and they have nothing to do with what's going on current news.
Everything else is movies, TV shows, and anime. There's no Western comics, no Marvel or DC on the front page. That is absolute. If I scroll down, is there any? There's Dragon Ball. There's Attack on Titan. I don't see anything. Daredevil, the TV show. But
yeah,
I read
the title. It was a spoiler. It just said some explosive setup for the finale, I guess.
Oh, Daredevil.
Yeah, so I think number 9 is gonna be the last. We only have 9.
I think it's the finale. Yeah, I heard some people on Twitter saying that this episode.
I need 10. Give me 10 at least, you bastards.
Man, I hate it. I'll go watch like an older show like Frasier or something, and it's like 24 episodes a season. I'm like, dude, we can't even get 10. Like, what
because they're becoming more and more like the British television series where they have like series, which is like 6 or 12.
Well, Sherlock, you had 3. I mean, granted, they were like 2-hour movies, but you would only get 3 of them in a season.
Yep.
So, this is actually pretty cool. Somebody made like a little poster of Justice League Unlimited. That's actually pretty neat. I'm going to click and save
that. MK, I'm going to get you a shirt that says, have you ever seen Terminator Zero on Netflix?
I've not seen Terminator Zero.
Good. It's a good one too.
I'm honestly not a huge Terminator fan. I've seen 1, 2, and 3, and I saw Genesis, but I'm not a huge... And I saw Salvation.
Terminator 1 and 2, that's all you need to do. You don't need to watch anything else after that. And play the game called Dawn of Fate for PS2. And it's basically a prequel to the first movie. Or, no, the second movie.
I don't know. I really like Salvation.
Take it back. The PS2 version or an Xbox is called Terminator Dawn of Fate, was a prequel story to the first movie, before the Arnold going back in the first movie to kill Sarah Connor and stuff. It was, People bitched with Wanda's Vision, supposedly too long season. Blame them for Marvel Disney cutting series off at the knees with super short. But here's the thing. What was Wanda's Vision? How many episodes was that? 10? If it's only 9 and they're cutting down 1, I don't see that being an...
Also, WandaVision was only 1. It was a 1 and WandaVision was 9 episodes. It wasn't 10.
It was 9.
But it was also like we didn't get a season 2 of WandaVision. It was just a one-time.
Agatha All Along was the second season.
Oh, what's that?
Agatha All Along was the second season, wasn't that?
Oh, God.
Loosely tied connection.
How many episodes was that? Episode count.
No. All I know is that we
that also had 9 episodes.
Zach, we won. We got Brainwatch Hawkeye.
Nice. What do you think about it?
You enjoyed it.
Nice.
And we want more of the Swordsman.
I do. I want more Jeremy Renner. I want more Haley Steinfeld. I want more Kingpin. Who else was in that show? Swordsman. You said Swordsman though.
Yeah.
I want Hawkeye on his freaking Sky Cycle. I want the Sky Cycle. That's what I want.
Give me the Renta Bros.
I also want more of Lucky the Pizza Dog.
Yeah.
Although you should never feed your dog pizza. It's actually very bad for them. One thing I learned from my veterinarian ex-wife is do not feed your dog pizza.
I know that apparently I read online that movie Champions, or not Champions, Marvels, the Marvels, the sequel, sets up a Champions spinoff they could do.
Yeah, it does. It does.
You have Haley and you have the girl from who played Miss Marvel.
Kamala Khan, yeah.
Yeah, Kamala Khan could be.
Yeah, that's not the best end credit. The only good part of that whole I saw that movie twice because Izzy actually really liked it.
Brand new day, Spider-Man introduced Miles Morales.
The best part was Kelsey Grammer's Beast at the end. That was the best part.
Dude, Falcon Winter Soldier was one of the very first series.
It was.
So, yeah. So it's like
that and Loki.
So it sounds like they pretty much started giving shows more number of episodes.
Loki was also a better show than Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Well, hell yeah, it was.
Much better. Much better show. And Tom Hiddleston is teasing that he will be back for Avengers Doom. Like everybody else. It's just going to be everybody. I don't know why we're pretending that
Soldier they made a mockery of Baron Zemo. I just want to dance.
You know what? I will allow that. That was entertaining. I don't like what they did with Sharon
New challenger, Star-Lord versus Baron Zemo. Dance off.
I don't like what they did with Sharon Carter. That was the travesty.
Yeah, Sharon Carter was horrible in that. Didn't make sense.
Making her the villain? No. It's a terrible idea. Spits on.
And here's my theory on that. Why she was a villain. Because Steve decided to go back in time.
Now, if somebody at Marvel, Feige, had a brain, they could have made it to where Sharon Carter was a Skrull and tied into the Secret Invasion. First of all, the whole Secret Invasion show is garbage. But if they wanted to do it halfway competently, they could have had Sharon Carter act out of character and be revealed as a Skrull, like they did with Don Cheadle's War Machine.
Sharon Carter was disrespected in that show. Yes. But that Falcon was never a good character.
Falcon was a great character. Hush your mouth. I love Falcon.
Bucky was turned into what was me PSD. I'm gonna go on a tour of apologizing to people.
That was an interesting take. The guy's been alive for more than half a century. A century. Yeah. He's gonna have PTSD. I thought it was a valid thing. And then they brought Wakanda in, the stuff with his arm and everything. I thought it was valid. It was good. It just wasn't as good as Loki.
No. Loki was different, entertaining.
Yeah.
It was more the magic base too, so.
Yeah. Yes, Haley Atwell, who just turned, I think, 43 the other day, does not look it.
The villains in the whole thing, Falcon Winter Soldier, the activists with
the terrorists
with the serum. How small they got a super soldier serum?
The terrorists? We're calling them terrorists, right? Because that's what they are.
They're
kind of what they are.
They were activists.
They were terrorists.
They were the green people. They were the Greenpeace.
They set people on fire. Loki was a great show, Rhaegar.
So what you're saying to me, if they were terrorists, U.S. agent was justified.
U.S. agent is 100% justified. I will die on that hill.
You get what you gives to you. Yeah.
John Walker did the best he could with the hand he was dealt. He was just trying to serve his country, and what did it get him? His best friend died because some 20-something girl with no education thought it was smart to go blow up buildings.
Rhaegar, or not Rhaegar, but MKF. I'm not going to read your comments anymore. You're starting to sound like Jay Lucian earlier, who couldn't.
Do you guys think the new Thunderdome movie? I think you mean Thunderbolts. Yes, I do think it will be better. Yes, I do, because it's a smaller cast.
don't acknowledge him unless he's gonna type it out perfectly. You know,
Doomsday is going to have like 50 million people in it. Thunderbolts has 7. Okay, Thunderbolts is going to be the better movie.
Can you tell us where
100%.
Zach? Can you tell us where they had the Infinity Stones in Loki?
They had them in dresser drawers because they were basically paperweights.
Well, once they're out of their own timelines, they're useless. They don't work anywhere else.
Yeah. Once you go out of the universe, like the TVA is outside of all the multiverses. It's like I can't quite explain it.
I thought
they have no effect in there. It's like a neutral zone.
Thought that was hilarious, you know. And if Loki escapes to a universe and takes Infinity Stones with them,
yeah,
it would have been funny.
Yeah.
But
I don't want to see current Green Hulk ever because Mark Ruffalo's Hulk is garbage.
The biggest problem I had with Loki, though, even though it was an entertaining show, was the fact that they are making Loki to be an anti-hero.
I'm okay with that. Honestly, I think you can do it and it works.
I'm tired of redemption for villains.
On all villains, yes, but some villains it works. I think Loki, you can make it work. But when you start doing it to Thanos, or you do it with Ultron, or you do it with MODOK.
You know, when Thor brutally murdered the Thanos, who was sitting there and just kind of like he just brutally murdered him on a cold, which heroes don't murder.
Go out to Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
What's that panel where she's like, "My villain, stay down."
Maxwell Lord. Yeah.
Well, no, I think it was after that. I don't remember.
Maxwell Lord, she snapped his neck.
She did snap his neck. There's a reason Wonder Woman has like 5 rogues and Batman and Superman.
She did that so that Donna Troy could take over being Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Cassie could be Wonder Girl.
That never happened.
Well, that was the 2000. Wasn't that the 2009 series or 2006?
World War III?
No. Donna Troy taking over Wonder Woman, Agent Prince.
Yeah, that was during there was that 52 or yeah, it was that series 52 where Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman like they went away for like a year, and everybody else had to kind of like pick up the pieces. And yeah, I think that was when Donna Troy took over.
I will say one thing in this, as far as MKF, I know he's directing all his questions to you.
He is asking a lot of questions. Well, I'm the one answering.
Super chat. Oh. That's questions. I will say this: the actor for Homelander could be Barry Allen.
I'm so sick of Barry Allen.
I want a blonde Barry Allen. Hell, even Ryan Gosling would make a great Barry Allen.
Ugh. Barry can stay dead. Wally.
Well, no, I'm saying
Wally forever.
No, if this gives them a chance to do a proper Kid Flash Wally West with Barry and watch him grow up.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of the weird one we got with Grant Gustin. So
Grant Gustin was pretty good, I thought.
Yeah, but he wasn't not as Barry as he was more acting like Wally.
Yeah.
And like I said, I want a built blonde comic book character. So.
Too much Hiddleston hate in this chat, by the way. Tom Hiddleston is too good an actor to get this kind of hate. His Loki is great. People are like,
so Marani, you just said the only reason Loki got a series is because all Hiddleston, wow, he's popular. So why would you not give him that?
Exactly.
I'm sorry that Loki was popular. Should Thor have not got 3 movies because he was popular?
There's a reason Thor 4 didn't do as good as 1, 2, and 3, and that's because
we'll talk about the 4th one. It doesn't exist.
The 4th one was kind of
thunder and no love.
Dude, Christian Bale really got shafted for that movie. That was not a good film for him. He did the best he could do, which was really good. He put like some good performances in there, only for Taika Waititi to.
You don't see Zach too often with these questions.
That's fair. That's fair.
Fine. If that's the case you want it, then. There.
Oh, now I'm on the left. That never happens.
Some of your hot takes push you too closer to the left, far left.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, we're doing hot takes. Okay. Black Cat is better than Catwoman. Anne Hathaway is the best Catwoman, by the way, followed by Halle Berry. Henry Cavill's Superman is my favorite Superman. Not saying he's the best, but he's my favorite. Zach is the liberal. Words I have never heard. I am the most conservative person in my friend group, and I've never heard that I'm the liberal of any group. That's hilarious. What else do I have? Kitty Pryde and Star-Lord should have been a couple that got married. That's a fact. What other hot takes do I have? The Hickman run of Fantastic Four is the best run. I've got more hot takes than this. I'm blanking on them all. Nightwing and Starfire belong together, not Nightwing and Batgirl. We don't need to see the Joker and everything. Of course, I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's everybody's take when it comes to Batman. No, Michelle Pfeiffer is not hot, actually. That's another hot take of mine. Michelle Pfeiffer is past the point of being hot, I feel. I feel like she's overdone. She's been overcooked. She's been hot for too long. What else do I have as far as hot takes go? Zachary Levi's Shazam was good. Both of them. Both the movies were good. Anyone that says the second one wasn't good didn't see the movie. Loki was a great show, and it deserves a third season. I will go on to say that. It deserves a third season. Maybe one where he goes and saves the Warriors 3 from dying by Cate Blanchett's hand.
Where we put Jack Black as Volstagg.
No. We need to get, what's his name? Was it Ray Stevenson?
He's dead.
He is dead. You're right. We can't really do that, can we?
Here's something they could do.
Yes, the Shek and Shazam, Rhaegar. Yes, you are right. That was a great film. Anyone that says otherwise is a shill.
Zach!
What?
Up here! No, they need to have David Harbour in a fat suit and be a Volstagg.
I'll allow it. Also, we need to make recasting in superhero movies more acceptable because it is ridiculous that we can recast people like Thunderbolt Ross and War Machine, but not Black Panther. That's ridiculous. We should be able to recast. There should be no reason Steve Rogers grew old. We should have just recast. You could have got the guy who was Homelander to be recast.
All right. This is just getting a little too hot for me. I got to be off the screen if we're going to do this.
Which King Shark do I prefer? CW, Flash, or Suicide Squad? That's actually a good question because Suicide Squad King Shark is fun, but he's an idiot. And Flash King Shark is actually terrifying.
Here at the Geeky Poop Show, we do not promote and endorse anything that Zach says. Anything he says will be held to Zach only.
Because they're cowards at the Geeky Puppet Show. Also, there are no puppets anymore at the Geeky Puppet Show. Does anybody ever question that? CW Flash King Shark.
Oh no, he's starting to learn.
Blue Beetle and Black Adam were not great. They did have great parts, though.
Sir, when you started saying like there's no more puppets, it's like Velma. Every time you question me, I must reset again.
Black Adam had some good parts. Mainly Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate was the best part.
Terrence Howard, I don't think he'll ever come back because you see what he recently did.
Nobody did.
He talking about how there's no masculinity is gone.
Dude, Anthony Mackie said the same thing in an interview recently. He's talking about how he trains it. He's like training his sons to be like proper men.
He was talking about the P. Diddy parties and all that. Terrence Howard was. It said, so he's like,
and he was at them or he didn't go to
I don't know if he was at them, but he said he like accounts and stuff with people and stuff. These new people.
Yikes.
Like people
if he didn't go to them, then he's a better person than I've given.
Did you saw about LeBron James or whatever his name is, the Laker guy who was
LeBron James is also highly overrated. He'll never touch.
He faked another injury on the ground for 5 minutes. We're like, oh.
Did you see where he cried and bitched a fit at Stephen Smith because Stephen Smith dared to critique his son playing on the Lakers?
Mm-hmm.
He went after this guy who broadcasts, and he's a sports talker because the sports talker was bringing up a perfectly valid point about how LeBron James's son, who plays for the Lakers but is not equipped or good enough to play for the Lakers, he was talking about that, and LeBron took offense at that and went after him basically. Yeah, Stephen A. Smith.
All right. So
like,
when
dude, Ron,
when
chill.
Melania says go, you can bid for a date with Zach.
Please don't. My girlfriend will object to that.
It's for charity.
For charity, I don't care.
Yes.
Which charity? I'll write the check to them myself.
which charity?
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I think we might have that charity up there.
I honestly haven't liked Terrence Howard.
There it is, right there. If you want to donate to the charity right above, it's ko-fi.com/Palpatine and enter a chance to win a date with Zach.
Donate to not spend a date with me, and you'll come out ahead.
Donate now.
Don Cheadle got old after Civil War. I got kind of tired of Don Cheadle after Civil
Wasn't he in another movie, spy movie? Don Cheadle?
Don Cheadle?
Or am I thinking of... I get confused. I thought he was in another movie where he was like a spy.
I don't think so. That's what I'm aware of.
Not
a fan of... I don't know what Hustle and Flow is, Rayar. I'm not familiar with that. I'm afraid to Google it. It sounds like a 70s porno.
Just go... Yeah, Jay earlier, Vigman said, I reminded him of you. Not sure what that means, though. And Jay's like, just let it go with complimentary. So, for those who are wondering, then welcome back, Jay. Jay earlier was flubbing up words. I'm not sure what that was all about. But, yeah, Breen was getting on this case.
Okay.
So, I have the problem with Twitch because I'm on the mobile. So my autocorrect will pop in and it's like, I did not type that word. So I gotta like reply real quick for someone else types in the chat so they see so the two messages are connected. Otherwise your reader's like, huh? What does that mean?
So I'm taking Spanish lessons on Duolingo on my phone, and I spend a lot of time typing words in Spanish, and it gets logged into my autocorrect, all these Spanish words I'm talking, like the predictive text. So then I'll totally unrelated, I'll just text a friend or my dad or somebody, and one word will start off like a Spanish word, and it'll just plug in there. And it's just like, Zach, why are you text? What is this weird word? Why did you text Spanish for suitcase?
They're like, what's with this Yo Quiero Taco Bell?
Yeah. Quiero, like, what are you talking about, Quiero? Like, what? So, yeah. It's fine.
Also in Flow is why Terrence Howard got cast in Iron Man. He basically plays a pimp.
But he plays an army guy in Iron Man, which is like the opposite of a pimp.
John Cheetos.
So, which universe was this from? Someone possessed the Flash, looks into a mirror and says, "If nothing else, I'll figure out the identity." That's the Justice League episode, the Great Brain Robbery.
That was a Justice League cartoon.
Yeah, the Great Brain Robbery. One of the last episodes, I think, actually. Which is funny because Michael Rosenbaum.
So he switched bodies with Lex Luthor.
Yeah, and Michael Rosenbaum, who played Lex Luthor in Smallville, but voiced Wally West in Justice League, actually ended up voicing Lex Luthor in Justice League because of the brain switch. Also, that's one of the few episodes where they show yellow being a weakness of the Green Lantern, because he throws like a platter of yellow Jell-O at a Green Lantern bubble and it goes through. I thought that was pretty cool.
Alrighty. Any more questions for Zach? This is like Q&A like they have on Elite Comic Geeks.
I know. This is like when you go to a Comic-Con and they have the conventions and like the question setups, the Q&A setups. It's really weird.
Zach, where can we find you next?
Huh?
Where can we find you now?
In front of my television. Actually, I don't even know.
It's like Pablo in my house.
In my house, maybe watching Lazarus or Daredevil or something.
That's another show you guys have not checked out. Lazarus by the creator of Cowboy Bebop. Same style with the music and a lot of parkour in this very first episode. Nice. And I just loved it. Parkour. The Office. Parkour.
My brother just started watching The Office. He hates Steve Carell's character. And I told him, don't worry, he'll grow on you. He's like 5 seasons
she said.
in. He's like 5 seasons in, and he's like, nope, still hate him. Still can't wait for him to leave. Just wait, you'll get there. He just got to the episode, though, where they do the fire drill, like the cold open where they do the fire drill. He texted me today. He's like, Zach, I could stop watching TV for the rest of my life now because nothing will ever beat this scene. Like he was crying, laughing, watching it. So
you're like it's like 5 years later. I win.
I win. Actually, I won when he started watching Parks and Rec because Parks and Rec is a better show than The Office. Yeah, it is.
You're not washing your hands? No, because I'm evil. Classic.
I remember that. Zach, what advice do you have to get a girlfriend? I don't know. Dude, I don't even know how I got a girlfriend, to be honest. I had a friend.
I'm not
matchmaker. What do you think about Carl Urban as Johnny Cage? I like it. I would have liked Joel McHale a little bit more. Talking about Joel McHale earlier, I think he would have done good as Johnny Cage. But Carl Urban, I think, will do a really good job.
I would say have a steady job, be don't smoke, don't drink, and just be polite, and eventually you'll probably run into someone.
Definitely, you have to have money. So definitely have a steady job.
Well, you live on your own. That's the thing. What's thing? You have to be able to live on your own and have a future like set up,
Yep.
And the right girl will meet you when you meet her. Yes. That's why I can say, because you're gonna meet a lot of girls who are like, well, what do you bring to the table? Those are the girls you avoid. Don't
fall for the girls that say, oh, you have to make at least so much money a year, and don't do that. It's a trap.
Yeah. And just don't just go on, just don't be like, hey, I think you're pretty.
Yeah.
You got a cute. Don't say you got a cute voice.
Yeah. Don't do that. That's true. Right, you don't make. That's not a bad point. Go to church.
That's the thing too is like you could say go to church, but I remember there were girls at my church that were like, yeah, they weren't really there. They were only there because their parents forced them.
Also true. Radar says he's never seen The Office or Parks and Rec. Yeah. Parks and Rec is probably the better show. I think it's the funnier show.
MK, keep doing what you're doing on YouTube. You maybe will meet a girl that way.
Exactly. Maybe you'll meet a voice acting girl.
Girl who shares the same passion as you do for Chucky. You'll eventually come across one.
Oh, is he a big Chucky fan? Oh, MK. Yep. That's so weird.
He likes, So the social Christians, ruin church. They do.
Yeah, they do. That's true.
Well, thank goodness they don't go to churches I've been to. A lot of them go to the ones where they don't teach you your sin and stuff. They do the feel good churches.
Yeah,
the churches
the feel good church. Yeah, that's a good way.
The Church of the United States. Those ones.
That's true. Oh my gosh, they put Sabrina Carpenter in Fortnite. Oh my goodness, that's bad on
Sabrina Carpenter's in Fortnite now.
They put Sabrina Carpenter in Fortnite. That is.
I could see Sabrina Spellman or Sabrina Carpenter.
Sabrina Carpenter, yeah, that's
Ooh, you know what I learned?
Not going to backfire at all.
You know what I learned? There's a Turkish version of Sabrina the Teenage Witch, like based on the 90s.
Interesting.
And things you find
out. That show only lasted. It did. I learned this the other day. It didn't last as long as I thought it did.
Oh, the Sabrina one.
Yeah, the sitcom Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
3 seasons, I think.
Yeah, I think it was only 3 seasons.
But it was every Friday night on TJF.
It was TGIF, yeah.
Yep.
No, I'm sorry. I must be thinking of another show because this one it says it lasted for 7 seasons.
Maybe you're thinking of Chilling.
Maybe.
Chilling is a Netflix one.
Wow, this had 163 episodes. I did not remember it being that long. Wow.
It is like I said, if you are a fan of the Archie stuff, that is probably the show to watch. That is the most, I don't want to say most accurate, but I mean the most kid-friendly, catches the spirit of the Archie stuff.
Yeah.
Sabrina Carpenter is
a very promiscuous singer that parents take their 10-year-old kids to see in concert.
Have you ever been in a mall or in an era or whatever back in there, like a couple of 10, 20 years, not 20 years, but like 10 years ago, maybe 6, and you hear the song, ding, dum, diddly dum, 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 because about thumbs. It's once you look up Sabrina Carpenter thumbs music video, you'll be like, oh my gosh, that's who that is. Yeah. It was like everywhere.
Oh yeah, they got a bunch of Fortnite, Mortal Kombat characters in Fortnite. Yeah, I honestly, I don't think I played Fortnite in a few months. I've been playing Monster Hunter and Marvel Rivals and a few other games here and there, but I haven't played Fortnite in a while. I'm waiting for One Piece. They say One Piece characters are coming to Fortnite, so yeah.
Why just make a One Piece video game?
They try, and sometimes they get really close, but there has not been a good One Piece video game.
You literally can play as a One Piece and you play as the main character, and he has the powers of Mr. Fantastic. How can you not do it?
It sounds like it should be easy, right? But for some reason, Bandai Namco, who makes all the One Piece games, they have not made one. They have not cracked the code. They've come close. There's a few games that are decent, but they aren't great. They're good, but not great. They've got one that's kind of like the Dynasty Warriors games where you like fight 1,000 dudes with one character. That one's okay.
I hope the new Netflix series comes out soon.
I think it's later this year. I don't know when.
I hope it's this year because
it's going to be this year. I just can't remember when. It's this year though, for sure.
All right.
So Fortnite has more IPs in the game. Absolutely.
Well,
Smash had a few, but
yeah. Well, honestly, he was trying to say I think Fortnite trying to break the record for the most IPs in the game because.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, he wears flip flops and the straw hat and the red vest, and he stretches.
That's and it also has the Catherine Hepburn hat.
It's a straw hat. It's not Catherine Hepburn.
Freaking clean.
The audacity. What was I typing? What was I looking up? I don't even remember.
The only anime I've been watching lately, I've been having fun with it, has been the Rurouni Kenshin, which has a very bad.
I started watching Bleach the other day. My brother's like, "Stop! You should read it." So maybe I'm gonna read it.
Rurouni Kenshin, the author was not arrested, but fined for being a pedo, having a bunch of pedophile stuff in.
Oh,
back in the day,
I heard about that.
Yeah. And a lot of people who will not I will not watch anything they do it. I'm like, the anime does not reflect any of that stuff whatsoever. And I'm like, dude, if only you learned about all the Harvey Weinstein movies. Like, I can't watch a Harvey Weinstein. Like, then you can't watch any of the two.
Dude, Lord of the Rings. Yeah, that's like, I couldn't do that because his name is on the Lord of the Rings movies. I'm not gonna drop Lord of the Rings because Harvey Weinstein.
So like I said, I was interesting when people are like, tell me I will not watch it, don't touch it. It's like, it's your thing.
That's your prerogative. Yeah.
I like this better than the original series. The original one back in the 90s, 1996 it was a little more hokey. This one's a little more, the anime's updated a little bit. It's still faithful. It still has the same stuff. It's a little bit different. I've just been enjoying it. And I watched. There actually was live action movies they did for a while, and it was as like I said, it's a South Korean, manga and stuff, anime. Or actually, at least, I don't know if it's South Korean manga, but the movie was South Korean.
Yeah,
or something.
Yeah, South Korea's got a lot of anime and manga stuff coming out.
Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was Japanese, but I was just saying, it was a South Korean. I think it was a South Korean actor that played the main guy, and it was done really well. If you like samurai or just like Crouching Hidden Dragon, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's done in that kind of like style too.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I thought it had not. Oh, that's you.
That's me. Those are my words. Yeah, I'm talking about anime.
Yeah, that's your Rhaegar. He says other people worked on movies, so it's punished them okay for what one man did. Honestly, I've brought that up before too. We had a friend who's on the channel. He used to show up on I Love Comics and here too. His name Almighty Jack, who basically will not watch anything from Hollywood. Really, he says that. And I'm thinking, what do you do? And he's like, I read old stuff. And it's like, you watch older stuff.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. Even though there's no wokeism back in the older stuff, you don't know what the people are doing behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. So I mean, the judge something based off of what somebody did that has nothing to do with the IP.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of freaking weird ass manga out there, and enemies.
There really is, though.
But
there truly is.
So when someone says, "Oh, this person's a pedo," it's like, well, it kind of makes sense.
There's probably a lot of people out there.
But should the guy go down to jail? Sure, but instead he was fined a lot of money. That's more on the country than it is on the anime or whatever the guy wrote. Now, I'm not physically supporting people though. That's the thing. I'm not going out and buying the mangas. You can't even really buy the mangas anymore. They're out of print.
Yeah.
Rurouni Kenshin. But they are releasing it through Crunchyroll. They have the new anime reboot. Came out 2023. So I don't know. I'm not supporting the person. You can't argue that I am.
Right.
I'm not telling you to go and buy his mangas. I'm just saying I'm watching the anime. And the anime, and hey, if you went out and bought the original anime, the stuff collection,
you probably
the money's not going to him, because I guarantee you're buying it at a thrift store.
Yeah.
It's been
You're not buying it off the bookshelves. Yeah.
There's no brand new stuff, being physical copies being sold.
Yeah.
They'll end. Yeah. So I don't know. It's. I like it for what it is. I didn't think I was gonna like it, but it's just basically a lonely. If you've never heard of it, Rurouni Kenshin is basically an anime where a guy was one of the notorious assassins they had. They're in the Great War they had before the Magai period, which is based on the Magai period or era, not MAGA. Don't even say it, Rager. The Magai era is pretty much where after the war, everybody was no longer class levels anymore in Japan and stuff. Everyone was all now equal. And the way of the samurai was done. Swords were outlawed. There was nobody. So the few that were remaining were basically working as mercenaries for helping people and stuff. They were, and it's basically about this guy who basically was known as Batosai, and it's loosely based off a real guy. Wanted to basically atone for his sins at the war he was done, but he defends the weak now, but he doesn't kill. So he holds a reverse katana blade, so that the blade's onto towards him, and and it's now he's got his protege after he quit. His protege has gone evil, and Brady was killed off by the government to discard him because they didn't need him for the war anymore. So now this guy wants revenge against government. He's trying to stop this guy from destroying Japan. Destroying the new peaceful government. It's been 10 years since the war, and this guy's held a grudge. And what's crazy about this dude, they burned him. They left him on fire and stuff. He survived. His internal temperature is constantly boiling, so he has to take ice baths to keep his temperature down. Crazy anime. We're at temperature is 32 here. But nice. All right, Rocket League, stupid game.
Nobody plays Rocket League anymore.
Rocket League does get basically. Marnia said she has problems following.
It's soccer with cars.
Marnia, it said in the past, and Gabasser, she said certain movies give her motion sickness. Rocket League makes me want to puke. Camera switches, I was like, whoa! I'm like, no. It's like being like in I played that TIE Fighter game. They had a Star Wars game at Dave & Buster's, and you're inside the pod thing, and you move yourself. I was like, this is too IMAX because the screen goes all the way around you.
Yeah, right.
I was just like, no, okay, thanks. It was cool though, experience though. If you like that stuff, if it was Ace Combat, sure. like Final Flame. Question for the panel: she says, which actor has played the most characters in the MCU? Is it a trick question?
I feel like it's a trick question.
Like
had the most appearances or played the most characters?
Which actor has played the most characters? I'm trying to think what other actors come back and played more than one.
Who's had multiple roles in the MCU? Stan Lee, maybe? I don't know.
Stan Lee. Well, yeah, you could argue that he plays a different character each time.
Do you mean the most appearances in the MCU, or like actually playing different characters?
She said the most characters. Yeah. So, I'm
sticking with my answer, Stanley.
Yeah, she typed it again. Yeah, she just typed it again. They hold the record. Well, I don't know anybody them that holds the record, but I'm trying to think who's been in. Don't tell us the answer. Let us guess. And trying to think because. I know Robert Downey Jr. is coming back playing a different character.
I mean, that's
two.
I mean, Josh Brolin. I mean, Deadpool is MCU now. I mean, he played Cable and Thanos.
No, Deadpool. No, he didn't play Cable. Oh, Josh Brolin.
Brolin, yeah.
Yeah. You could say that's considered to be two.
So Deadpool 2. I mean, because Deadpool is MCU now, so. I don't know if you can make a case for that. I mean, you could also make a case for Chris Evans, who played the Human Torch and Captain America.
That's true.
And Michael B. Jordan played the Human Torch.
So then, who would it be? Someone who had 3 then?
You're looking at least 2, yeah. So who would have done 3?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
I'm staying with my answer. My answer of what's his name? Stanley. I'm standing with that. I'm sticking with that.
That's probably gonna be the wrong answer.
It probably is because it's not characters; it's like cameos. But it doesn't make sense though.
She said the MCU, but guess what? Human Torch was brought into the MCU, wasn't he?
Human Torch was. So were the Spider-Man movies. So were the X-Men movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So were the Deadpool movies, yeah.
Yeah, so the Fox films, yeah.
Yeah.
Cheeseburger and Comics is with me. He says Stanley.
Fox, I believe they count Fox as MCU also for this.
Yes, Fox. The Fox is being.
Well, it can't be Chris Evans because Chris Evans has played 2 roles, and so has Josh Brolin played 2 roles.
Yep.
No.
Nathan Fillion also had 2 roles.
Jack technically played every version of Fox and MCU variants.
Nathan Fillion almost had 3. Nathan Fillion was almost.
You're right.
He was almost in each Guardians of the Galaxy film, but he wasn't in the second one. He was actually going to play Wonder Man.
Yeah, he was in the 3rd one.
He was. And then he was the voice of some alien in the first.
Well, can you give us a hint? Is Stan Lee the correct answer or Stan Lee false? Because if it's not Stan Lee, I'm gonna keep guessing. That's not my guess though. But I'm just saying. I'm just curious. Like, are you counting Stan Lee in this with the multiple things? Or are you saying Stan Lee is no? Because otherwise, Stan Lee, if you're not counting that changes it up.
Someone should make a movie about a theme park full of dire wolves, but they go rogue and start eating people in a way no one could have seen coming. Called Jurassic Bark.
And then we have music by the Dire Straits. Stanley is false, so Stanley is not count.
It's not Stanley.
Yeah. And other people in the chat can play too. Just don't like Google.
I mean, everybody else has only played like 2 roles. All the people we've talked about have only played 2 roles, so it has to be somebody that's done at least 3 then.
Well, are you counting Bucky? Bucky's only played Bucky has only played Bucky and Winter Soldier. He still plays himself.
The same character.
It is the same character.
James Bucky Barnes. It's the same dude.
I'm trying to think. Matt Mikkelsen only played the one guy. He hasn't played Doctor Doom. He only played Doctor Strange. Has only played an evil version of himself.
That's not. Yeah.
Yeah. What is your final answer, pal? Well, give us a chance. I'm trying to think. I haven't watched a lot of MCU stuff. Are you counting the TV series? Are you counting like the whole MCUs, like movies, or TV, or just like TV series included in that?
I don't know, man. This is a weird kind of question.
Yeah.
If it's not Stan Lee, everybody else has only played the same role twice.
Kang, is Rhaegar saying.
Yikes.
I'm trying to think. It's James Marsden's only played Cyclops.
He's only been Cyclops, yeah.
Chris
Evans, RDJ.
Is it a main actor? That's my second hint. I don't know. Is it a main actor from Avengers? Because I can't think of anybody off the top of my head that's played more.
Samuel L. Jackson's only been Nick Fury.
I don't know.
This is weird.
It's also late at night. I've been going for 5 hours.
I was going to go to bed, man, and you hit me with this brain teaser question. The Yellow Jacket guy, because he was Yellow Jacket and then he was MODOK.
Yeah, he's only been 2.
But that's the same. That's still the same dude, though.
Minor actor in the MCU?
A minor actor?
That could be anybody. It could be the guy in the background.
What in tarnation?
A minor actor in the background.
What in tarnation?
I know Wong's been in a lot of stuff, and
yeah, but that's the same guy though. It's the same character.
I'm trying to think.
It's like the cabbage guy. I don't know. I don't know. Minor character.
The lady played Black Mariah in Luke Cage. Yeah.
Oh, she was. You're right, because she was also in Civil War, as a different character. Her character was different.
Oswald.
Oh, Cheeseburger may have it. Patton Oswalt, because he played all like 3 or 4 different brothers in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Like you didn't know if they were twins or if they were a life model decoy.
She's probably not counting that though. I guarantee you though.
I'm going with that. I'm going with Cheeseburger in comics. That's my answer. Patton Oswalt.
But you didn't say. Are you talking about TV series or just MCU? She says in the
Agents of
MCU.
S.H.I.E.L.D. was MCU.
I know, but I mean, like, I don't know what the parameter is. What she considers what, you know? Yeah, she said Fox, so
I think it's going to be Patton Oswalt now.
Yeah, Rhaegar says it's not going to be Patton Oswalt.
Well, Rhaegar says a lot of things.
Well, Rhaegar's right at the time, whether you like it or not. I come to accept that the Church of Rhaegar is always right.
No, I will denounce the Church of Rhaegar. I will be an apostate of the Church of Rhaegar.
Heathen! See them!
Trying to burn me at the stake. I'm right.
Unbeliever! Unbeliever! Shun him!
I think it's Patton Oswalt. I think it's the Ratatouille guy.
Okay, name a movie they've been in, though. He says, I want to know, because then it narrows it down for me. I'm not Googling anything, so.
I need to stop seeing Emma Frost crushing people with her thighs on my Twitter feed.
Listening to the proof, so I'll tell you how many and who. So, all right, then it is Patton Oswalt, then. That's my final answer. And that's it. I don't care anymore. I just wanted the end.
Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart's only been Professor X. Hey, there's a Booster Gold trade paperback being released this week.
Yeah, it's 2007 series.
Ah, nice.
The complete 2007 series. They have been in the Guardians of the Galaxy franchise?
Huh?
So has Bradley Cooper been in another role?
No, he's just been Rocket Raccoon.
Groot's only been Groot.
Vin Diesel's only been Groot. Zoe Saldamon's only been Gamora. Dave Bautista's only been Drax.
Yeah.
So minor character.
A minor character. Oh, is it? Oh, it's not.
Karen Gillan's only been Nebula.
No, so the other characters I'm thinking we're going right to. I go straight to Kurt Russell.
He's only. I think he's only been.
And yeah, I was gonna say voice acting. Yeah, it'd be weird too.
Sylvester. Well, no.
Michelle,
Sylvester Stallone, but he was King Shark. That's DC.
These are actual on-screen participants, so they're not voice acting. They're actually on screen.
Is she counting Sean Gunn, who did the motion capture for Rocket Raccoon? He wasn't on screen.
I was gonna say James Gunn's brother, who's been in there. He's been
because he plays the guy Kraglin, but then he also does the motion capture. But that's still only 2 roles, though.
Yeah. Minor actor, not the well-known ones in the MCU. Minor characters? Wow. Who was the girl who played Mantis?
She only played Mantis.
Yeah.
She's going to be in the new Mission Impossible movie.
It's going to be someone and no one's ever... See, now here's the thing. She's going to say the answer and be like someone none of us have ever heard of. So it's like a... Oh. Somebody tell me the answer in the DMs.
Somebody please just let us know the answer so we can go to bed. It's 1 a.m.
Hey, I haven't peed in 5 hours.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to die. Well, I just got the urge about like half an hour ago. I was like, we need to end it soon.
Yeah.
I was receptive while we were doing the ask you questions, you know? With Zach. I was like, Zach, I'm going to beat myself and go use the bathroom.
It's about that time.
Frederick Biddlefargen. I've heard of that guy, Frederick Biddlefargen. He's great. Now, this is not a minor actor. Otherwise, they'd have a new role in the DCU.
Oh, they do have a decent. It's not Nathan Fillion.
Can't be Nathan Fillion.
And it's not the Superman actor because he hasn't been in anything else.
He was in Twisters.
Yeah.
He's also a really big Star Wars fan, I learned.
And not a minor actor. He was mentioned earlier.
Huh? Patton Oswalt, Stan Lee. They were both mentioned.
Who is going to be in, who has a role in DC in the new DCU?
And the new DCU? Who was mentioned?
It's
was
Stan
that
Lee.
mentioned recently? Nicholas Hoult? He was just Beast.
Henry Cavill?
He's Superman.
No. Corn Sweat? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's him. David Cornsweat, he's has experience in the MCU. David Cornsweat? As what?
Is he in the MCU? I don't think he's in the MCU. Ben Affleck's not in the MCU.
I'm looking at David Cornsweat right now. It's there's no way.
Okay. I Googled. I'm going to Google this. I'm cheating. It's gone too far.
I know. We know.
Okay. I think. I think it's Patton Oswalt because Patton Oswalt has played 6 characters in the MCU. There were 5 brothers in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he played 5 brothers. And he voiced Pip the Troll in the Eternals, which none of us knew because none of us watched the Eternals. So
it's not Nathan Fillion. Sorry. She's saying the One Punch.
One Punch.
Nathan Fillion has not had 5 roles in the MCU.
Patton Oswalt has 6, so you got to beat 6. Is Patton Oswalt in One Punch?
No, she's saying One Punch. That's when Guy Gardner.
Let's see. Nathan Fillion roles in the MCU. He played 2. 3. Yeah. Well, okay, here's the thing. He's a monster alien in Guardians of the Galaxy. I knew that.
And he's on screen, though.
He's, it's a voice role.
He's a voice acting, so that doesn't count. We said that.
Okay. He was in a deleted scene from Deadpool. Are we counting deleted scenes?
Yeah,
I feel like we should be counting deleted scenes.
He was the voice of Deadpool, which we don't count. It's a voice.
Oh, he was that too. He was a deleted scene in Deadpool 1, a deleted scene in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. He was the security guard in Guardians of the Galaxy 3. So that's 5. According to Google.
I'm looking up right now.
I don't see 6.
IMDb stuff.
But Patton Oswalt has had 6. So Patton Oswalt kind of wins.
He was a voice of an inmate in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yep, knew that.
That was 2000, then going up.
And actually, I want to see how many roles did Stan Lee appeared in 15.
He was the voice of Wonder Man in MODOK, the TV series, which is not, if you're counting that.
Oh, was he?
He was, yeah. But that's voice acting. And
Nathan Fillion or Patton? Who are we talking about? Nathan Fillion or Patton Oswalt?
Nathan Fillion.
Oh, well, that would make it 6 then. I mean, if we're counting deleted scenes.
Oswald is not in 6
The brothers are not the same role. They're different brothers, Marania. Yeah, they're all different brothers. It's not like they're clones. They're all different brothers.
Yeah, and he was in Guardians of the Galaxy as an actual person. That was actually only on screen. It was Guardians of the Galaxy. Otherwise, I don't count voice acting. Sorry. If that's the case,
I would count voice acting.
If that's the case, there's a lot of voice actors that have done work in the Guardians of the Galaxy.
I would count voice actors before I counted deleted scenes because deleted scenes you never saw. So,
yeah,
I'd say Patton Oswalt wins unless we count Stan Lee.
All right, you can ask. So you're saying
Stan Lee has appeared in 15 Marvel movies. That's 15 different characters. Minor, but still characters.
Yep.
So I think Stan Lee wins. He was in X-Men. He was in The Incredible Hulk. He was in Iron Man, Avengers, Thor: The Dark World, Captain America: The Winter Soldier. Also, Captain America: The First Avenger. Google missed that one. So that's 16 movies, actually. Guardians of the Galaxy, Age of Ultron, Ant-Man, Civil War, Doctor Strange, Homecoming, Ragnarok, Infinity War, Endgame, and Deadpool. Well, I don't count Deadpool and Wolverine.
Samuel L. Jackson has the most appearances.
What?
In the MCU.
That's the same character, though. That's Nick Fury.
I know. I'm not saying it's the same character, though.
Okay, well, that mystery is solved.
And Stan Lee played himself.
Oh, he was also on Black Panther. Everybody forgets about Black Panther.
Yeah. Who is that?
Oh, that's Polka Dot Man.
Oh.
He's also going to be in One Piece season 2.
Yeah, but so we asked you, is it a voice acting thing? And you said no. Is it? So I'm saying, sure, voice acting. Sure, he has the most appearances in the as far as in the Marvel MCU by voice acting. But I'd argue he's also been in more stuff for the DCU. He's like I said, it's Polka Dot Man should be dead. Horrible character.
Stan Lee is the winner. Patton Oswalt took second place.
Jennifer Hudson show.
Yes, Polka Dot Man did die. He did die, unfortunately. He got stepped on by Starro. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming up. We are past the 5. We're in hour 6, Venkman. We are at almost a quarter of a day you have been streaming.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can say that Patton Oswalt does not count, but that's your opinion. Well,
it counts because she's saying the 5 brothers are all the same role
because they look the same. They're all
because they're twins. That's how twins work. Or quadruplets, whatever you want.
Identical twins and stuff. Yes.
Quadruplets. Well, for a while there was a theory that they were all life model decoys, but that's not the case. They were actually all quadruplets.
Yeah. But Nathan Fillion, as I look at IMDb, it's all voice acting except for one he actually physically was there.
Correct.
So
or deleted scenes.
Sorry, it does not count.
Yeah.
Because I could say like different I could say all the different voice actors that have been in the MCU. They have more. So, well, anyway, I am going to end this.
Please.
And then go use the bathroom.
I'm going to end this and go drink some water. And maybe if I can muster the strength, stay up and watch Lazarus.
Oh, that's just only 30 minutes. So you can make it perfectly.
I can make it 30 minutes. I can do that. I don't know if I can do Lazarus and Daredevil, but I can at least do Lazarus.
Don't worry. I'll watch Daredevil for you and let you know what happens.
Please don't. Don't spoil it for me.
Daredevil of the Teen Continues, and I'll just say this. My prediction for this new episode of Daredevil. Kingpin gets more violent.
Ooh, good. Love it. Love it. I'm here for it.
Lazarus ain't the man who went to sleep and came back.
When I was a boy.
Anyway, we will see you guys on Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Tomorrow.
At Thursday.
Technically, we're Wednesday now, so tomorrow. Hey, Imperial Goddess shows up.
How are you still awake and streaming, mister? I can't stream over an hour.
I've been here for 3 hours, Celeste. Where's my resident stalker been?
Yeah, I'm surprised that. Well, first of all, Celeste, you have been offline, or at least on Discord. I figured you're probably not feeling so well, so I didn't bother you. And usually we jump off around 9:30, 10:30 Eastern, or whatever that time is. I think it's 7:30 your time Pacific. Usually because we go to another channel and do some comic book cover rankings, but that guy's out of town. And when Zach came on late, we were just about to end it, so we stayed an extra hour.
They were actually probably about to wrap up, and then I popped in and kept them way longer.
So
I'm a saboteur.
So yeah. I stayed an extra hour for Zach. Eric jumped off. He's like, I gotta go to bed. And so we just stayed on, and I think this is the longest Twitch stream I've ever had. Freaking 5 hours. So
I'm an agent.
And Celeste is over on Twitch, which is at Geeky Puppet Show. You see the top of the screen? That is the Twitch icon on there. So
Twitch.
Celeste, I was streaming so long, and like Alan's like, hey, I'm going live. I'm like, I'm still live. He's like, what? Yeah. Honestly, it's been a while since I've done a live stream. Like the last time we did a long live stream was like a New Year's Eve, and our friend Jackson Roykirk jumped on and talked with us, Marania and everything. So, like I said, it's kind of cool to actually do another hangout like this and actually get Zach here to stay here for like up to 1 a.m.
Yeah. I don't know if I can't do this anymore. I'm getting too what and the word
wait. I'm getting too old for this shit.
In the immortal words of Danny Glover, I'm getting too old. It is Danny, right? Danny
for those who don't know, Celeste says that I am the oldest person ever living. I don't understand how that's possible with Marania being older than I am.
You're older than Marania. Yeah. That's a joke. Not really.
Just kept looking at her face and seeing on literally like, he's still alive.
It's not stopping. Make him stop.
I gave you 4 hours of unfiltered Zach.
Unfiltered.
And it's the first she says something as we're ready to leave. She's like, no, can don't leave.
I'm sorry. I can't do
all of it.
I can't do it. I have to go to bed at some point. But I will leave on a high note. I don't know if you saw this, RDV. They have revealed the rankings of the last month or so of new comics. Do you know which absolute comic book from DC has sold the least? Like the worst?
I don't know. But you know what's funny though?
What's that?
I just say we're gonna end it. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I have to use the bathroom for 5 hours. You're like, you know what I just saw? You want to go look at this? I'm like
Absolute Green Lantern.
At this point, I'm just like,
Absolute Green Lantern was the worst selling of the Absolute books.
I'm gonna pee.
Go pee. I'm gonna go. Well, I can't go because he's gotta. You've got to close the thing out. I can't close it. I don't have the controls.
If I did that, Zach would be so pressured not leaving because he doesn't want to abandon the chat and stuff.
I'd be like, so I don't know what to do.
I would go pee. I would make myself a sandwich, come back. I'm like, he's still on there.
What do? I can't close anything. I have no controls. It's like speed.
It's
I
still
have to keep the bus running.
Trapped. All right, let's test that theory.
No, let's not. I'm out of here. No, God dog it. I don't like this. This is not a fun game. I know he's just sitting there too, laughing. It's like, oh, ha ha! Oh, you son of a. Okay, well, this is fun. Oh, see, I knew it. I knew he was there. I knew he was there. I gotta go too, dude. I gotta go get some water. Getting my throat's drying out.
Get a little parched there.
A little bit.
I got some Mountain left over. You want some?
Zach does never curse. I try not to. RDV almost made me.
Dang nabbit.
Dang nabbit. Gosh darn. I thought you had to go pee. Can we end this?
It's worth the laugh.
Laughing's going to make you pee.
I'm old. I've mastered the art of holding it. I don't have to. Phrasing. Right. And if you guys haven't done so, please like, subscribe. Those who are over on Twitch. Just hi, Celeste. You're the only one watching. For those who don't know, Celeste she is a variety streamer. Her and her soon-to-be husband are actually stream. They play some co-op games together, but they also play a part too. That's her. Basically, her username right there, Embryo_Goddess. Give her a follow if you can, if you're on Twitch. She's also on YouTube under the exact same name. So at Embryo_Goddess, and check her out. And maybe Zach and I follow her because she's got an addicting personality. Her laugh is obnoxious, and I love it.
great.
It's like if you're feeling bad and then you just go in there and she's laughing like a just crazy kind of, and it's just like it just makes you want to laugh too because you're like, what is something funny? And it's something like you shouldn't laugh over, but it's just infectious.
You got to do the little emote where you're throwing the things at her. That's the best.
Yes, and her favorite actor and singer is Jeremy Jordan. So if you go in her chat, she has
the
a
guy from Supergirl.
Yeah, yes, Lynn, she likes him.
The little nerdy guy.
So if you go into her Twitch chat whenever she's live, she has a soundboard and it says "See you soon, sugar." A clip for him. Always play that whenever you get a chance.
Interesting.
I love this.
I can't really say anything because I kind of had a thing for Melissa Benoist, but
yeah. You know, Celeste, one of these times you're going to be here, I'm going to play that clip myself, and I'll say, "See you soon, sugar." It's the guy and his wife. They do not Broadway, but like kind of like theater play shows and stuff. Yeah, it's a good. He's got a good voice. I'll say that, and he plays the nerd like he does. If you saw him on Supergirl, that's him in real life. Kind of personality, stage personality. No, not Cisco.
Cisco was better.
No. But I mean, he's not the Cisco of Supergirl. When was the
guy?
He
was though. He kind of he was the nerdy guy. Yeah,
he was the nerdy guy. He's the nerdy guy who had crush on Kara, but Kara was more not into him. She was more into the Daxamite guy, older guy, creepy guy from Vampire Diaries. And I gotta get out of here because I wait too much about the CW shows. Yeah, Twin Son. Winslow Shalott, they called him Win, but he traded up. He ended up with Saturn Girl.
Was that a trade up?
Have you seen Saturn Girl on that show?
Does she have a shaved head?
What?
And the DC Comics, at some point in current DC Comics, they gave Saturn Girl like a shaved head.
Look up Saturn Girl actress on Supergirl.
I'm looking her up. And then we need to go.
And then we need to go and compare them.
No, and then we need to go as in I need to get offline and go. She's all right.
I'm sorry, guys.
Saturn Girl is blonde. What is this? This is Saturn Girl.
I apologize, guys. We need to go because Zach needs to get off.
No. You will not put that on me. This is not Saturn Girl, though.
That's what she said.
Shut up. I didn't realize it was going to be that loud. Sorry, Des. This is not Saturn Girl, though. I'm sorry. This is not the Saturn Girl that I know and like the appearance of.
I will, and you'll be surprised.
Okay. That'll be for another time, though.
All right, guys.
Yep.
Later.